ones that fell for something really bad. Like, yeah. But on the physics side, I just can't see it. Just can't see it on the physics side. Even if the shape is wrong, there's so much other stuff that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Like
there's a lot of aspects to it. But I mean, the claim that basically is that they discovered it was a globe. The claim is that these humans just evolved on this planet or whatever, came out of the void of space and somehow evolved into these humans, and then we just thought it was a planar surface, stationary for all these thousands of years because their claim is, oh, we just didn't know better. We didn't have Einstein, or we didn't have Copernicus, or we didn't have these just guys to blow our noggins, right? Just blow our minds. Oh my God, the Copernican revolution. But that is kind of how they kind of prop it up, the Copernican revolution and all of the quote unquote shoulders of giants they're going to claim. And then you get to the modern day and it's like, okay, who discovered space? Well, it's basically like JPL and, Werner von Braun. You get into like these like Nazi criminals and just these most corrupt people we could even fathom are the ones that claim to have discovered space. So, okay, Aristotle saw boats over the horizon, and then Copernicus came up with a model they claim, and then, Newton and Kepler and these, these claims that they then discovered it was a globe. It's like the idea, it's almost like they blew our minds and, oh my God, this modern discovery. So when you kind of see it in that context, it's like, yeah, I guess if you want to just look at the two extremes, on the one hand, they were right. Oh my gosh, wow, these few men figured it out. Wow, what smart men who saw a boat over a horizon. First time in thousands of years that somebody saw a boat going and thought it was a globe and said, oh, look, curve. Even though when we look into that more now, it's not even a consistent point that happens. It changes on different days. So it's clearly not a physical thing anyways. But anyways, I'm just saying when you kind of think about all that, I'm just trying to kind of think of the larger picture of it, where these sort of men came along and claimed to have blown our minds, and then now we're supposed to be standing on these shoulders of the men, while the other JPL and NASA and Werner von Braun and all these agencies claim to be out there probing space and sending things to Mars. So I mean, it's got a lot of sort of government and control and narratives behind it, even as it is, even if they did quote unquote blow our minds that it's a globe. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was a little long winded, but I was just kind of thinking about the context of it and how, that's the claim essentially. And so, yeah, I mean, asking for valid proof of that, is obviously a good quest, whatever's, just in terms of just being neutral. I mean, I have my viewpoints, of course, but I'm just saying, just being neutral in terms of whatever is the case. I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning anything at the end of the day, ultimately. Especially with a history like that and how little actual validation of the globe that actually exists, like definitive, not stuff that comes from data streams and other sources that we really can't verify.
Yeah, well, we can go by their track record that mostly everything they come up with ends up being wrong. So there's that. And now with this latest stuff coming up with, it's basically like you can see the writing on the wall. Most of their cosmology is wrong. I mean, really wrong. So that I can't see how they're going to recover from that. As far as the shape thing, yeah, the shape thing has been determined by a group of knuckle draggers before there was even a plane invented. Like before they even had balloons, they made a shape claim. So they had to stick to it. So that I don't know how that's going to go down, but a lot of the other stuff is the writing is already on the wall, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep. Well, yeah. If you make a false model, there's going to obviously be just irrevocable problems. There's just gonna be corrupt. There's going to be some. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole or whatever. There's just going to be edges that don't fit into the hole correctly. So kind of what I think of when I think of the way that it's like they've been able to do a general explanation of the sky in a way that does fit at least somewhat with the model of the globe, the way they kind of reverse engineered the sky in some ways. But like if you're referring to some of these other issues when it comes to their claims of gravity and how the things move in the sky, they can get a general inversion of the celestial sphere, as it were, to try to explain it. But when it gets down to actually having for them what they would need as a model, as it were, to actually like a model of physics and a something that would actually fit with the observations, and that when it gets to some of the more detailed stuff, which is what they can't do, which is why it then leads to these problems that they can't resolve, and then they have to keep adding theories and trying to modify it to kind of keep trying to get it to fit.
Yep, that's what it is. Yeah, build a foundation on quicksand, and yeah, and then they're in a whole leap of trouble, and they just got to make up one lie after another lie to keep supporting the model. It's going to come a point, just like the political situation now in the Middle East, right? It's going to come a point where people are going to say, "Wait a minute, another patch, another lie." It's like it's going to reach critical mass, as they say, and I think we're pretty close to it. Like, how much is it going to take, like, for them to say enough? Like, I don't know. I don't get it. It's like, how many times do they have to tell you they had it wrong, and they're going to have to readjust this and tweak that, and well, we didn't mean that. It's not, well, it's expanding, but not as fast as we thought. And I mean, how long can you keep that up? I don't know.
You know, Elon Musk has 10 kids? I thought it was only 3.
I would just only have kids at that point with billions of dollars. Like you can afford just all kids.
The Grimes lady, the Grimes girl, she's trying to get the custody now of their children who have names that you can't pronounce.
I wonder what Musk would have to pay in child support. You could do. I bet you could do some crazy loophole where it makes it look like he makes like poverty level income. I'm not even joking, bro. That's not even playing weird money games with rich people.
Right.
He could probably do some thing where he puts just gives everything to like I don't know. I don't know. Like they don't even be spending their own money. They be borrowing money against what they already got, and then they spend that. So it's like they're not even really spending their own money. Weird.
Yeah, it's the way to do it, man. Get the government to make you millionaire, billionaire, whatever. It's something everybody can do, you know? Have you seen the article that says like Saturn's rings will disappear like next year, this year, or something?
Probably shouldn't even be there right now. You can't have ice in a vacuum.
Huh. You can't have ice in a vacuum.
No. I don't know if they're all ice now, but they probably say they're ice and rock, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they'd say something like that.
Yeah.
Sounds like some shit they'd say, Jeremy.
It does, I know.
There's some kind of like strange glow happening on Mars now. They're saying like it's got some weird glow. We got the
They
CME
probably
stuff
heard
going
us
on.
talking about the inverse square law of light last night, so they had to fix it. They're like, oh shit, we gotta make Mars brighter, guys. We fucked up.
Wait, what did you say, Liz? What was going on with the inverse square law on Mars?
No, we're talking about it in relation to the moon.
Oh, okay.
Like if you have the distance, if you go half to say the distance to the moon is actually 250,000 miles, and you have that, and you go 125,000, how much brighter should the moon get? 4 times as bright, right?
Yeah. Right.
Right. So you're an astronaut on the way to the moon.
You're
halfway
blind.
there. You're an astronaut. You're halfway to the moon, right? Yo,
Yeah.
the moon's fucking blinging, bro. Look at this shit. Right now, you're 125,000 miles.
Uh-huh.
Then you're like, I don't know. Then you're like 60,000 miles away. And you're like, holy shit. Now look at the moon. Times as bright as it was last time.
Yeah. You'd be like, ow, it's kind of hurting my eyes a little bit, right? And then
Yeah,
you
like,
get.
you know how bright it would be after that? I don't know.
It's like,
Moon 16 times brighter than it was right now. Like, would you even be able to look directly at the moon?
it needs some kind of moon glasses. Crazy. I didn't think of that.
Like,
Yeah, man.
yeah, like if you get, as long as the whole moon is in your field of view, that inverse square law would keep holding true.
Like you could wear sunglasses. They'd probably work the same as moon glasses, but wildly inappropriate. You need moon glasses to stop the incredible brightness from hurting your eyes.
I mean, imagine the moon 16 times brighter than it is right now. So now you're 60,000 miles away. And if you have it again, I don't know if you still see the whole moon. If you were 30,000 miles away from the surface, would you be able to see the whole surface of the moon in your field of view?
It's above my pay grade. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of that inverse square law stuff really put some creases in this idea of like the cosmology and but even here too, like just how terrestrial light's working.
I mean, imagine your way to the moon. They would have said something like, yo, look how bright the moon is. Like, that would have been something they said afterwards. Oh, we got close to the moon. It got so bright. It was incredible. Something.
Yeah, it looks dimmer when they're on it. It's like a dingy, dusty surface. It's like less bright. And that's supposed to be that dingy, dusty stuff that they're playing golf on and driving a golf cart around on. Their buggy or whatever, that's supposed to be so bright that it can light up an entire landscape on Earth, like when it's a full moon. I mean,
Yeah, how do you?
dingy, dusty stuff doesn't really reflect much of anything. If that dingy moon was 3 miles away, it would be barely visible, let alone 250,000.
Imagine trying to take photos on that. Everything would be blown out, overexposed, crazy.
Blinded by the moon.
Well, actually, the whole Earth should be like a giant mirror from space. If you're looking at the Earth with the sun behind you, the whole Earth should be like a giant mirror. You just get blinded. You wouldn't be able to even see the Earth.
Yo, plus, you know how every time they show a high altitude and they look down at Earth, there's this hot spot? You know what I'm talking about? Well, anyways, look at the moon. Tell me if you see a hot spot. You guys know what I'm talking about? I thought that last one was going to be a big hit.
Wait, say it
All right,
again. A
good.
hot spot on the moon from the light from the sun allegedly reflecting off it?
Well, yeah, did you ever see when they send high altitude balloons up and then they're pointing at Earth, you see a hot spot? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't look at the moon. There's no hot spot.
But are you saying there's no hot spot of the moon on the Earth when you go up at altitude the way there is with the sun? Or are you saying there's no hot spot on the moon when you're there? If someone were
No,
there.
just when you get far enough away from the Earth and you look at it, there's a hot spot. We're far enough away from the moon. There's no hot. Say the Earth has a hot spot. The moon doesn't. Why?
So wait,
If it's
you're
just
saying wait, okay, let me make sure. Okay. You're talking about in their model, their ball Earth floating in space. You're saying they put a hotspot on it with their CGI and their paintings and stuff, but they don't put one on the moon? Or what are you saying?
I'm saying, like, I don't know if these are CGI'd or not, but even just high altitude, they see a hot spot on the Earth when they get high up enough. You know what I'm talking about? You ever seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's no hot spot on the moon. Look at the moon. There's no hot spot.
Okay, so you're saying if it was the globe model that the moon would have a hotspot from the sun reflecting off it, you mean? Because the sun reflects off the earth like that, you mean?
Yeah, why is there no hotspot on the moon? Exactly, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Like, why no hotspot on the moon? There should be. There's one on Earth. Why is there not? You know what I'm saying?
It's because there are no clouds on the moon.
Clouds are making a hotspot. That sounds like something they would say, huh, Snacks?
Or the specular highlights. This kind of plays into the specular highlights thing as well. That it doesn't, the moon doesn't have, like a sphere that's lit from a distant object that's lighting it will have a specular highlights where the moon we see doesn't. It's like all evenly lit. It's not really lit like a sphere would be lit.
Yeah.
I thought maybe you were talking about when the moon is above the Earth that we don't see a hot spot, but it'd be interesting to see if there is any high. I bet there is probably some high altitude footage that would show that effect. I thought that's what you were talking about,
What?
like a close and local sun, close and local moon over the Earth. You know, that's stationary. You see a big hot spot from the sun. I thought you were maybe saying that we don't see a hot spot of the moon on the Earth, although I imagine we would if you had like the right conditions. I don't know. Has anyone ever seen that, like a high altitude footage of a hot spot of the moon on the Earth? I thought that maybe you were referring to that, but yeah, you were talking about kind of in their model.
I was just talking about there's like we look at the moon, it's all just evenly lit, and then but then if you look back at Earth from high altitude, it's not. There's a hot spot.
Yeah.
Did you ever hear the excuse for that one? I probably have. I just can't remember.
Yeah, they usually say something like, "It's a regolith."
So Jeremiah can't talk. My other account got deleted, so you have to resend me all the DMs. Fucking freaking
Dude, what the
roulette
fuck,
bullshit.
bro? Are you
Yeah,
kidding me?
sorry, dude.
You're
No, dude, what are
unstable.
you talking about?
You're unstable.
What, hot micing or?
No, he wasn't. Like,
Oh. Mike.
well, I know it's hard to tell. He never says anything really clear, concise, or coherent. So
Listen, dude. Give me 2 minutes.
are you inside of an empty silo right now? Are you in a deep underground military that has not yet been completed? You sound like you're in a mad long. They got ceramic tile everywhere. Yeah, you sound like you got a voice modulator on in echo mode. Yeah, you sound like Echo the Dolphin. You keep it going?
I think they're getting worse as you're going, but it started a little funny.
No, it didn't.
Everyone's gonna have to resend every DM they've sent to Kosho for the last 3 years that he's never looked at. You're gonna have to resend every single one for him to also not look at it for another 2 years.
I know. I've been DMing you for like 3 days now. You telling me I got to resend all the DMs? How'd you lose count?
Probably the Gem Panda thing when his server wasn't Kosho a mod there. I think they all got deleted because Waz DM me and said he had to create a new account and was asking for roles and stuff. So I think all those guys that were mods there. I guess Gem had it set up to where the mods could see the audit logs, which means if their server gets shut down, then all the mods go with it.
Well, so Kosho, have you gotten the DMs I sent you today? I thought he had that all resolved.
Yeah, dude, of course I did, man. You're slower than any. Oh, man. Hold on.
What's going on exactly? Can you make one concise, coherent statement for once, please? Just try it one time. It might be fun. You might like it.
Listen. I haven't read the DMs that you've currently sent me. However, one of them did pop up my notifications on my phone, and I saw what it was about. It was about the freaking stupid roulette thing still. So what I said to you just now when I opened my mic for the first time was you're going to have to resend me the previous conversation we had about it that I sent you like 3 weeks ago or something, because that's on my other account I don't have access to anymore. Is this clear to you?
Oh, I get it now, I think.
Can we get a little more attitude with that, please?
Yeah, I gotta tell you something, man. There's a couple things I don't like. A lot of things I'm cool with, but I don't like this intellectual laziness, dude. He doesn't even attempt to make sense of what's happening. Instead, he accuses me of being nonsensical. And by the way, though, I gotta give you credit, though. I was in a there was a lot of ceramic tiles all around me in the room I was just in. So that was a good guess. That was really good.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
I told you part of my hearing is your sight now, so I could basically see it through what I was hearing.
I don't know about that. Like I said, you have notoriously horrible hearing as well. So I really
man, I'm
can't be
like
the case.
Daredevil.
But you're more like evidence that Daredevil is fake, because there are other blind people that actually they do develop. Like I had these blind kids in my car, dude. When I was doing Lyft, and he was a video game maker. He's a programmer who programs blind, and he makes games for blind people. And he was telling me that you can play Mortal Kombat as a blind person, and the way that the audio is it's made in a way so that you can actually like 3-dimensionally tell where the person is. Like I thought when he said he makes games for blind people, he was talking like text-based games or something like that, like shit they could play. But he's talking about actual games that most people have to like look at the screen to play. You know, they can play with just their hearing. It's crazy. You probably couldn't, but most blind people have that skill. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, Gio.
Well, tell Echo the Dolphin he'll get smoked at Street Fighter.
All right, man. Good callback, except for it's a callback to a joke that didn't hit. So, well, that's worth. But you badass at Street Fighter or something?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, bro.
Yeah, we were having a conversation in Gems once with Brummy and Chronic, and both of them used to be both of them used to be sponsored Halo players. I'm pretty sure they used to play Halo. I think Halo 2 or Halo 3. I think Halo 3. Anyways, and they were bragging about how good they were, and they were gonna have this big competition, and they were like some of the best in the world. And then Jeremy pipes in. So this is like two people in the server already like supposedly the best Halo players. And then Jeremy jumps in the conversation and says he's hands down the best GoldenEye N64 player of all time.
Yeah, he gets smoked at GoldenEye, bro. I'm
Yeah,
really good
I'm
at
sure,
GoldenEye
dude.
too.
I know. You know what? A lot of my friends went to a lot of big colleges around here. Every time I show up, they'd be, some kid would be like, "Yeah, I'm the best in my hometown," and I would smoke them every time.
The best in his hometown. Some college. Okay, man. I mean,
I go to a whole
anybody can
bunch of
smoke.
colleges. There'd be kids there that'd be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I'm the best player out of all my friends," or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I would just smoke them.
He's at least the best on his block, dude. So come on.
That's the one thing you realize about college, dude. Most of the people that go there come from small weirdo towns that where they never did anything in their life, and that's like the first time they're ever going to be experienced with fucking anything. So it's not surprising, man. You should try playing against adults and or even kids, college people. I mean, I don't know what kind of feat that is, dude. Beating college kids at GoldenEye. I suck at GoldenEye, and I could probably beat you. Here, here's the true test of GoldenEye. See how good you are. What's the best map in the game?
I mean, my personal favorite was the basement.
That's
Keep it
not.
nice
That's
and
not even the
close.
name of a. That's not the name of a fucking map, dude.
My favorite on
Whatever
that
map
game
it-
was. Go ahead.
What's up, Gio? What was your favorite part?
No, if you're going to say something about the map, this is a very important conversation, so you can go first. No, I was just going to say the thing I used to like. I mean, I haven't played that game since middle school or high school or whatever when we used to play it, but I haven't really played it in my adult life necessarily. But when we used to play it, we used to do the Golden Gun multiplayer, where it's basically just one shot kills you. So it's fun.
Yeah.
It's doing it that way because then because if somebody else already got the guy, somebody else already shot him and got his health down to 10%, and you just knocked him off the last one. It's sort of like, did you really get him? But you get the frag for that. So the Golden Gun thing is fun because it's just one shot kills you, and we used to play that. It was pretty fun that way.
Yeah, it takes
Golden
skill
Gun.
also, dude. Golden Gun was a gun that all the girls played with. Probably Jeremy played with also.
It's like a mode, like they have the Golden Gun mode, which kills someone in one shot. But I'm saying it's like a mode where you put that mode on, and then any gun will just kill you in one shot. So it's not only the Golden Gun that you have. You can have a bunch of other guns, but it's just one shot kills you. So it's just fast paced and pretty fun like that.
Yeah, that
I played
also
that
helps
too.
for another reason, because if there was body armor anywhere, people would just camp the body armor. Then but if you have it one shot, the body armor doesn't even matter.
I mean, you're just talking about strategies that good players use. I mean, if you're a good player, you don't get caught with your pants down after you just killed somebody. Now your shit's low. You're already ready to go. And also, if you're camping by the body armor, that means you know what you're doing. So, yeah, man. I don't think you're the best player. But yeah, I think the basement you're talking about is probably the one called the facility. Is that the one you're trying to say?
No, that had the top part too. It had the basement and the top part. Wait. Yeah, there was one that was just the basement. It was only the basement.
But maybe
Good
I'm
map.
forgetting, man. I don't know.
There
I'm
was
acting
one
super
where it had them
confident, but
both
actually, I probably am forgetting.
I know, you sounded so confident. Like it's not even a thing, the basement.
Well, there's the bunker. There's a bunker. There's a facility. I think the bunker was the one I was thinking about, and that's probably what you're thinking about with the basement. I don't know. Maybe there is a basement. I don't know.
There was one that was just that basement, and we used to play proximity mines in it a lot, and that got messy.
Wow. You do this with those college kids?
I can't remember what we played. I would always let them pick. I would start giving them giant health because you could change the health. So I would like let them turn their health way up, and I would turn mine way down. And still, I'm telling you, bro, it's not even close. I was probably best, at least on this side of the Mississippi.
On that side of the Mississippi, you were
At
probably the
least,
best player in Canada. I see that being a possibility. Anyways, dude, I like 007. I like GoldenEye a lot. It's probably a better game, but I had a lot of fun playing Duke Nukem. I like playing Duke Nukem, dude. Y'all never played that?
I played it a little, but with that guy's the voiceover guy, come get some. That dude.
Yeah.
It's funny.
You know who reminds me of that? You know who reminds me of him? Curve. Curve reminds me of him. Like he's got like the same voice almost.
I think that's like a somewhat like there's like it's like a voice actor, like an actual. I don't remember the guy's name. I could look it up real quick, but that's like a. So he's like an actual voice actor that did that voice.
Well, okay, Gio. I mean, Captain Obvious. Every character in a video game is played by a voice actor.
All right, let's see. It's John St. John.
Okay, you
Maybe
know all those.
maybe he's not like super famous, but he is like. I'm just saying. Sometimes when they do like voice actors for shows or for games, I mean, it's just some like, you know what I mean. This guy's actually been on like TV and other stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. Maybe he's not like super famous, but
I see what you're saying. Well, you know what's his name? Before he got canceled, which is really unfortunate. Who's that guy? What's the freaking guy from Seven? The bad. What's his name again? The bad guy. He has actually the killer in the movie Seven.
Kevin Spacey.
He's in a lot of movies. Yeah, Kevin Spacey. That's his name. Yeah. It's actually got canceled, but he was he was like the voice in Call of Duty. He was actually pretty good. A lot of actors are pretty good at video games or voice acting at least. I mean, it's probably a lot easier than regular acting. Stiggy does that. I don't know if you know Stiggy. I know Jeremy knows him.
Yeah, I know Stiggy.
Yeah, he's a voice
Has
actor.
he been around?
Yes, he has.
Has he come in here?
He's doing a weird voice. I saw him last in 24/7. 24/7 the politics. But I've seen him in Gems also very just as recently.
Is he one of the voice actors in your J-Trig team?
No, he's not. I'm not on JTrig, and that should actually really make you depressed. There's not even a big enough community or big enough issue for them to even use JTrig or something like that.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, you know what I think is more plausible? I think it's more plausible that like if there was a psyop or some sort of operation involving the government in this community, it would be from the other side of the fence, dude. Flat earthers. I think I can name a few people, and we already know, because I've said this before, but there's people that I was at one point convinced that they were, plants by the government, like Math Powerland, and then eventually Mark Sargent, which is why Math Powerland hates Mark Sargent, because he kind of replaced him. Eric Dubay. That's really the only ones I've suspected. I think these guys were kind of. I had a theory at one point in the past that these guys were put in place by the government to perpetuate this movement. It worked.
The government's trying to perpetuate it, and then also Congress needs to start censoring flat Earth stuff.
I think that was the culmination. That was the point of what they were doing. So I think, and honestly, that's why I gave up this theory, is because the crazy thing is it's so the interesting thing about this whole conversation is that there's so many points that you guys make that you guys have brought up over time, like where there's these contentions between what people actually think or how things actually work, and the way that they're taught and this kind of stuff. And so it's like, yeah, so you guys have a lot of interesting points that make this for like a continuing conversation. And I don't think somebody could have been able to, like, deciding to make this up, know that was going to be the case. Like, that's what makes it weird for me. It's like, because it's just too perfect sometimes. Like, there's so many things that are just like pseudo, like what's that one, pseudo force? Just that in itself, like, we talk about Coriolis and we call it a pseudo force. And it's just like it's like, give it to you guys. You guys like, yeah, we have a fake force called Coriolis, and
it's not even real force.
That's how we know the Earth's rotating.
Bro, the math they do for Coriolis is just the math is how much force there would be if there was a force there. That's why they call it a pseudo force, because there's no real force there. It's just the deviation the person sees. Well, how much force would we need if that was a real deviation? And then you do the math, and you're like, okay, how much force there would be? No, there's no real force.
I'll tell you two funny things, dude. Funny thing number one is pseudo forces, aka fictitious forces. This is also a funny name, aka inertial forces, are indeed a subset of the whole collection of forces, dude. They are forces. They're just a specific kind. But anyways, and the interesting thing number two, is I personally can take the ISS. Like if somebody's making an observation of the ISS, anybody at all, anywhere in the world can make an observation of the ISS. And as long as I know where they are and what their observation is, like the direction it's heading, I can tell you where it's going to be anytime in the next 24 hours. And the only way I can do that is by using a great circle path, which it would be ordinarily following, other than the fact that the Earth's rotating and it's undergoing Coriolis. And so I have to actually plug in Coriolis to predict where it's going to be. And I can do that only using, that method. So that's kind of interesting that, it's not a real thing, but it gives you real answers.
Well, it's not a real.
That summarizes the globe right there. It's not a real thing, but gives some answers that seem real on the surface. Summed it up.
Got him.
Yeah, but you have to ask yourself why that's the case.
So do you, Kosho? Why do you follow the flat earthers?
Follow them? I don't really follow them. I do like hanging out with them, and and discuss, and being in these discussions with them for a lot of reasons, but mostly because it's a kind of a collection of all the. It's like a concentration of all the things I like talking about that you don't really get the opportunity to talk about with people in your everyday life. I get to talk about it with these guys, and I made friends with a lot of people on the globe and flat Earth side. So it's like I can talk about it. So I mean, it's ideal for me actually. Place I can talk with friends about the things I like talking about. So yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, if you're into talking about math and physics and all the fun stuff.
Math, physics, science, yes, conspiracies even. We talk about, and then like I said in gems, where there's more Globers, still we talk about the same subject, but sometimes we'll talk about because there's a lot of huge nerds there, like Scott V. There's a lot of I can tell a math riddle, and people will get excited about it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of stuff I get excited about. So,
So when you say conspiracy theory, do you think that we found the passport that was in the guy's pocket that crashed that plane? And do you think we found that dude's passport that was in his pocket?
I think that that's what the claim is, and I think that's oddly convenient. Yeah, especially that it was found by a cop. Very convenient. But also, it's a well known thing that I definitely don't agree with the mainstream story about 9/11. Matter of fact, I know truths about it, not just my assumptions or something. I know truths about it that sort of tell me that the mainstream story is not correct, and that the people who were complicit in it, some of those people have to have been in our government. So,
What do you think about? Yeah, and there was financial incentive, and all kinds of other things. But what do you think about? Do you think the moon landings are real? You think
I
all
used
that
to doubt them.
Gemini was legit? That happened.
Yeah, I used to doubt the moon landings just because this
Coach,
girl
was
I
that?
was dating, she's from Russia. Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, I thought there was a pause.
Go, Gio.
I was just gonna throw
No,
out.
no, go ahead.
It's just a slight roasting joke. I was gonna say that you're a recovering truther.
Yeah, in a way, I am, dude. In a way, I am. And actually, you know what? That's the way you would frame it, but the way that I'm obviously the way we're all convinced that the things we believe are the truth. Otherwise, we wouldn't believe it. Okay, so I believe that my discernment has stripped away certain conspiracies from my beliefs, but other conspiracies still are strong. And the only reason why that's the case is because I continue to look into things deeper and deeper. We're challenged by people, and um, yeah. But so 9/11 is one of those things that though, yeah, I'm certain about. Like I said, the government was complicit in it. The moon landing was something I doubted more because somebody told me that in Russia they actually laugh at us for believing it, and then they showed me some of the videos. And it wasn't until I got into this community and met people like Jam, and there's a lot of really knowledgeable people about the moon landing. I learned so much about it that now I do not have any doubts about it at all. So to answer your question, I was 50-50 before, but now I believe it firmly. Yeah.
Well, what was your story originally? I interrupted you. You were going to say there was a girl you met or something. I was just joking because
No, I said the story.
Because I guess that's the story. Well, just because you've said in the past that you used to question certain things that a lot of us think there's a lot of truth in that you now think are not the case, even though at one time you say you questioned it or whatever. So that's why I was jokingly saying you're recovering, like you're kind of
Well, no, but I mean,
coming out of
it's
in my
fun. I mean,
viewpoint, coming out of the truth. Like if at one point you were like questioning the moon landing, thought it might have been, and then if you somehow got put into the idea that it was real, like I don't think that's the truth. So that's why it's sort of like it's like you were on the trail and then somehow shifted away from it, in my viewpoint at least.
yeah, but what's crazy is eggshells and Negator and Bile Duel. these people have a similar story that I do. That they except for I know Eggshells. He used to think 9/11 was an inside job. Now he thinks it was the mainstream story. But yeah, Negator also same thing, and also didn't believe the moon landing, but now he does, and stuff like that. And so yeah, it's sometimes I think it's just it's like we're on a journey for the truth, whatever. This is where I am currently. It doesn't mean that I was would you say waking up from the truth, or you say recovering from truth? Which way
Yeah,
you
I
put
said
it?
you're recovering truther because it's like in my viewpoint, you used to be on to truth in that at least in that sense, and then you've like you're recovering from your previous truther state into non-truther state. But I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just kind of playing around saying
No,
that.
it's not rude, man. It's not rude. I just you have to imagine that both of us are going to have two different perspectives about that, right? Just like I said, everybody is under the impression that what they believe is the truth, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't believe it. So it makes sense you would think that, and I obviously don't see it that way because I have a lot of a lot of evidence, and I mean, I read this stuff all day, every day, so I got a lot of information that led me to why I believe it. Yeah.
Is there any part of you that thinks you could be wrong about the moon landing?
About the moon landing specifically, yeah, sure. Sure. I wouldn't say I have a. I wouldn't say I would bet. Like I wouldn't. I might put it at 99%, but I probably. I might. It might not even be 99%. It might be like I don't know. It's hard to put a number on it, but I feel like there's a little bit of room for doubt. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's say that you legit know that, or somebody finds some really damning evidence, proves the moon was fake, and then we get some single axis gyro data from the south, like some amazing laser interferometry tests that prove the Earth is stationary. What do you do then, Kosho?
What kind of test did you say? Well, what's the nature of the test? Like I just want to know, like, is that's kind of important. Like, what sort of test did you say would be the evidence or the reason for?
Laser interferometry and single axis gyro stuff in the south.
Why would either of those make a discernment about the Earth being flat or globe?
Well, if we could prove that, well, I mean, not whatever. I think that's already been done, but proving the Earth is not in motion and that the Earth is stationary.
Okay.
Would you
Okay.
ever, if we can prove the Earth is stationary, which I think we already have, but let's say you saw evidence that you're like, okay, I can't deny that. Would you? Yeah, I mean, come on. Would you?
It would have to be
That
pretty compelling evidence and pretty thorough, and it should also be able to easily explain why I was able to be fooled in the ways that I am currently. But sure, if that were the case,
what about
we can't deny.
what about Ruong
Go on.
Wang's linear laser interferometry stuff? It's like a first
Whose?
order measurement showing that the Earth is stationary.
Linear laser interferometry. Who did this?
Ruong Wang.
Oh, Wang. I got a Wang. I got a GPS Wang too. He's Australian. I like that Wang better. I don't know about this other. I'm not really. I checked out some of his stuff. some of his claims. I'm not really in agreement with him on most of what he professes. So, but yeah, why would a linear laser interferometer show anything like that? Doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, so from what I understand of it, like from what I've just seen from Alan's presentations, the way he set it up, it proves that it proved number one that like Sagnac and a lot like the like Sagnac and
Nicholson Morley.
yeah, like it was all measuring an ether wind, bro. And then it showed that with GPS with like a first order measurement that no, it's like working based off of the Earth being stationary, right? Like it's not like it's the total opposite of what the fuck they're telling us.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah,
well, let's break it down one thing at a time, though.
Kosho, even that.
Let's go back to.
No, let me finish. There's a PhD, dude. It's not just fucking us crazy, fucking, researching in our grandma's basement. I mean, there's also, there's other PhD physicists that when I'm like listening to debates, they're like, okay, yeah, like that fucking that Robert Bennett guy. Like he's no dummy. He's a PhD physicist. That's what I'm saying, man. It's not like some crackpot shit.
Yeah, it's not crackpot, but I can tell you why it's incorrect. I gotta start with the first thing of I forgot what you said before you said the GPS thing actually. But the linear right, but the ether wind. The interesting thing about the ether wind is if you look at both the Michelson-Morley test and the Michelson-Gale test together, the results of those tests basically completely take ether wind out of the question. Completely. Because the fact that in the case of the rotation, why wouldn't it be the case that it picked it up in the first? Why wouldn't it have picked it up in the first test when they were actually trying to pick it up? And you would say, oh, because the Earth's not moving. But then trying to measure rotation. Like how did they not measure it when they were? So we're either, okay. So let's say, for instance, that there's an ether wind and the Earth is completely stationary, and that's what they measured in the Michelson-Gale test was the ether wind circling around the Earth. Well, why didn't they pick it up in the Michelson-Morley test?
Well, they did. That's what I'm saying. They did. That's why there's a fringe, because there is a preferred direction of light with the movement of the ether. But you know what, Kosho? Here's the thing, dude. Is I like look. I guess you know what, dude. Honestly, kind of the more I'm new to all this. I wouldn't even look at any of this shit until like just recently. But you know what, bro? I really think at the end of the day, it's almost like playing Pokemon cards because I can be like, I summon, blah 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 with this interpretation. Like it's almost like what it seems like. I mean, look, dude, like the way, like the shit that Robert Bennett was presenting, it wasn't just, there's like Russian physicists. We're looking at, models of nature, like tides and shit like that. And it it matches up. I don't know, man. It's like, and it's almost like two simultaneous realities, and the interpretation could go either way. And really, I don't know. I mean, that's almost how I see it. I get what you're saying. Like, you could draw those. You could make an argument for either way.
Well, you probably could, but I think one of the arguments would be lacking. Like, for instance, like Mickelson himself said what I said about the results. Like the results in conjunction, like if you look at both tests, it basically you have to completely discard the ether wind at that point because it didn't show up in the other tests. And so even if it doesn't matter, we already went over that. The other thing you said about GPS is also just incorrect because like I'm well familiar with GPS and how it works, and it is true that the reference frame that the measurement's taken in originally, that the signal's sent from, that is an inertial frame. And then then they get a position, and then they do a transform into the rotating Earth frame. So that's taken into the measurement. It's not that they just only do it in an inertial frame and then forget the Earth's rotating. They transfer the measurement into the rotating frame. So that's part of the measurement, or part of the receiver's interpretation of the measurement.
Again, yeah. I mean, again, it's one of those things where, I mean, I wouldn't say. I mean, bro, like, let's be honest though. Like, you don't have like the data set and all the bullshit from the like from the yeah, sure, you can like see what the receiver, but it doesn't matter because the fucking books get cooked from the other end. So it doesn't even matter. None of us really know that. So that, I mean, you know, at any rate, like I said, I think it's just like in a way it's like playing Pokemon cards, and you can fucking decide which one you want, really. And you could argue one side's more persuasive than the other, and the other can say, you know, whatever, fucking NASA
Yeah,
and separates to Venus.
you could do that, but at whose detriment? Like, I think that yeah, you could do that, but it doesn't make both arguments valid because, like I said, you can easily invalidate certain arguments. Like, oh yeah, right. Because when Alan was doing his presentations, I told him I was inspired to make this presentation about GPS. It just kind of would take me a little bit of putting together because his presentations are pretty good. But the thing is, what I understand about GPS, if I was able to show you guys wouldn't be saying what you're saying because the code, the L1 message that's sent from the GPS, and only that message alone, it's so intricate in what it's sending to you. Every single bit, they have these they have the what's it called? Like the atomic clock sends out like 9 billion times per second or whatever. And basically, if you look at the each of those, I forget what they call them. They're not called bits. In that case, they have this other name for the code. They repeat this message over and over and over again. That basically has information about that specific craft. But then the longer message is even more intricate, and every part of the code is like is details about where it is, when it was sent, uh, all the other craft and all that type of stuff. And that's the only message that you're receiving. So there's no place for them to insert some fake trick or whatever when the information, the code that they're sending you is embedded completely with information that you need to actually get your location. And so the fact that you're able to use this and get your location means that the information that they're giving to you has to be correct. Otherwise, it would just give you the wrong place. It would give you the wrong position for what it's reading. Because it doesn't do anything besides tell you where the craft is, what time it's sent, and then all this other information so that you can, like ionospheric data and stuff like that. But most of the information is just about the time and the position of that craft in that inertial reference frame. Yeah. So, anyways, the point is that if there's any sort of fakery or on their end or something like that, and it was happening when they send the message, sure, but that wouldn't allow you to find what your location is. You know, it just wouldn't work if that was the case.
Why wouldn't it? I mean, they could. I mean, that doesn't. They could. I think you're wrong there. I would disagree. They wouldn't have. They didn't. I mean, dude, they could be on their fucking model on their terms. What they send you. I mean, it's all on their. They send you what they want you to know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, they're the ones sending you the data, so they could send you whatever they want.
I know. I get that. That's what I'm saying though. That's the part that creates a problem because what your phone or your receiver does is it simply takes in that information and then collects information from a few other ones or whatever. So 8 or 9, or, it needs at least 4, and it collects that information and it uses those to pinpoint your location. And so for some reason they're sending you wrong information. Your receiver is going to treat it like it's the correct information, and it's not going to get your correct position because they were giving you wrong information. So you know what I'm saying? It can't just give you it. It doesn't know your location. Like it doesn't know any. It doesn't. You're receiving information about its location, and then your receiver does the calculations and figures out your location. So it can't send you information that's wrong and then still end up, giving you the resulting in the correct fix. You see what I'm saying? There's no way for that to be the case.
I don't see how that would be like. I mean, I don't see how I could think of it like that. But again, I guess it's just my perspective. I mean, I would think that the transmitter could easily cook the books. I don't see how it couldn't.
Well, can you tell me a way that it could? Hey, let's think about a simpler example so we can talk about it more comfortably. But like if you ping, like how they can find a person's cell phone or something like that, like they could ping off towers. They like your cell phone can ping off different towers, and depending on the time relay from the tower to your phone, they can basically pinpoint you if you have several towers, right? So how would that work if the information that the tower, like if what it's using is the timing between the signal and the tower. So if the time that it told you that it was received or the position of the tower was wrong, how would it be able to work correctly still? Wouldn't that give you an error for your position?
Yeah, but Kosho, it doesn't have to. Like it could still. I mean, it could still tell, like, give you a correct position, right? But like, really, most of the places where we would like from a flat Earth perspective, like where you would argue that where they would really be giving you cooking the books would be in the South, anyways, not so much the North. And yeah, like it can totally cook the book, right? Like for just where you're at, like in land, it would be like more if you're like navigating south that it would. That's where it would be fucking you up. And it's not like people are out there in the oceans. I mean, people are out in the oceans, but I mean, it's not like it's goddamn, billions of people out on the fucking oceans sailing around. I mean, that's like, that's probably 0.0000001
people are
population.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know about the population, but people are sailing over the world. But I used to. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, it could give you proper location for land. I mean, that wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not really. It wouldn't really. I mean, yeah, it could do that. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah. I used to think that too, though. What you said about the South and the North. That's why, like, a lot of people, like the Flat Earth Society, for example, they made that thing like a lot. Australia doesn't exist because, they can make sense of, the northern hemisphere. They're the same, but the southern is one would be really wrong. And it is true that the southern hemisphere would have incredibly major differences. But what's actually true is that the entire, not just the southern hemisphere, the northern hemisphere as well, and not just the land, but in the water, the distances would be completely different. So, I guess you're talking about the GPS, working, even though it's using that, it would have to, the errors would exist everywhere. Like even when you get to close to the equator, like you're still north of the equator, but even on the equator, it's almost double the distances east to west.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah, like the going south. Yeah, and I mean, dude, like, and how many people are fucking measuring this shit? Like, they're not paying attention. They're just, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really a thing. No one's out trying to make maps anymore. That's not even a thing, you know? So everybody, in their mind, their perspective,
Sure.
everything's been done. There's nowhere to explore. There's nothing to, you know what I mean? All that, no one's paying attention to that shit. So it could fucking, I
There's no
mean,
more surveyors, or
yeah, but they're not Kosho.
because I
Come on,
personally know, I
surveying, like,
I know geodetic surveyors.
yeah, but bro, they're not like, well, okay, look, I'm not saying that there's no surveying or whatever, right? But no one's like doing hundreds and hundreds of miles to try to find the fucking little bit of air in a GPS. Like, no one's doing that.
You wouldn't need hundreds of miles. I just told you, any distance, like let's say the equator is the size that we think it is, 24,901. That would
If I
change the
was gonna
distance
cook the
between.
book,
Go
listen,
ahead.
dude. If I was gonna cook the books, dude, I would let you have accurate land fucking readings. Like once you got in the water and shit where nobody is, that's where I would fucking have a discrepancy. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, who knows? There's a million different ways to try to hide it too. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it's just like, yeah, like I get what you're saying, but I mean, at the same time, like, if they're the ones, if they're transmitters, you know, I mean, it could do whatever the fuck it wants. It could, it could shortchange you where it knows nobody ever goes or whatever,
Okay, well let's do this then. Let's use the land distances as being correct, especially where people have been living. So we can take all the way from Africa all the way up to Europe and then Scandinavia, where people have been living all through there for thousands of years.
Well,
And let's say those
wouldn't there
distances are
be
correct.
wouldn't there be a good chance that they could hide land in the center of South America and in Africa, where it's just bush people and shit?
Yeah, I mean they could, but that's what I'm saying. Let's explore that, and let's use the land as being correct though for the place where people are living at least. Because if you put the distance from Africa to Scandinavia as correct, then that changes the size of the equator from 24,901 to close to 40,000 miles. So if it's 24,901 right now, but it's actually 40,000, that's like, I don't know, 40% bigger. And so and let's say all the land is correct. So that means the ocean is even more than 40% bigger, because that's to make up for the land that was made correct. So that's what I'm saying. There would be places in the ocean, most of the ocean, which would be more than 50% longer than it was at the equator. The equator would be 50% bigger than. Wow, dude, this girl has an amazing ass. Wow, I love being at the grocery store, dude. Anyways, what was I saying? You know what I was saying. Sorry, man, I have a problem. Okay, I totally lost where we were. Oh, right, yeah, the distances, yeah. So that would just be something that would have to be the case, and they would have to You know, maybe they're hiding it, but that would be a big thing to hide. Sure, I think it would come up.
Yeah, dude. Not only that, but think about that. I forgot. Think of how like. I mean, what do people occupy? Like 2% of the land? Like, yeah.
So, what does that guy do with anything?
Well, I'm just saying that like there's not a lot of people out there. Yeah, it's just. I mean, yeah, it would be so easy to fucking hide it, man. You literally have to like go around everywhere testing shit.
So, and once again, to bring it back to GPS, the crazy thing is, oh man, there it is again. The crazy thing is, GPS works. So yeah, I mean, you can use GPS to give you XYZ coordinates and translate that to spherical coordinates, longitude, latitude, and the spherical coordinates that it gives you, you know, there's not like duplicates or something. It's not like there's you know, each point is unique, and the points are also, you know, you can predict how far away they are from one another based on the fact that it's consistent. Like if you take a cosine of your latitude and multiply that by 24,901, it will give you the size of that latitude. And you can, you know, measure. So if somebody is like fucking one longitude west of me or east of me, I can use that equation and determine exactly how far they are. And like I said, we're saying with the distances, that prediction would have to be 40% off as I got closer to the equator, you know, in order for this to be any truth in what's being suggested. But that's the thing; these things aren't off. Like there's not that doesn't happen at all. So it's, I don't know. Sorry, man. I got really distracted with that ass before, and I actually really apologize. But really threw me off.
I mean, just in general, aren't those kind of thoughts you just kind of keep to yourself in a sense? Or
yeah, but I was in the middle.
Is it something you broadcast in the middle of your GPS discussion?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I was in the middle of talking, and then that came up, and it was hard to. I would have looked like an idiot if I just froze. I'm like frozen now. Like, oh, you got nothing else to say? I'm like, sorry guys,
you got
froze.
abstracted. You got abstracted.
I did, and I apologize. And you know what? Yeah, you guys don't deserve that. So, but my point stands, and I rest. The jury rests, or however that goes.
That's all you're on,
or something.
Yeah, I think the gist is you've got to if the land masses are fine, you've got to move them around, and then distances between them become a big problem. And even land masses is questionable. Like
yeah, but you could be given GPS coordinate, like however many GPS coordinates Kosho himself has tested is probably a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction repeated of the amount that are out there, as it were. And you go to every continent, every country, everywhere. So, I mean, Kosho's only checked a incredibly tiny fraction. And it's no offense to Kosho. He's probably checked a lot more than most people. So he's probably in the upper 90th percentile of, well, maybe not 90th because there's businesses and companies that may do it more. But I'm saying in terms of the general population of people that may or may not have looked into this, he's probably checked more of them than most. And he's still only checked a very tiny fraction of the totality. So in terms of the overall, you know, the entire Earth and the land and how it's all laid out, I mean, the difference between the 8 inches per mile squared is a difference in distance, but it's definitely within a range that they could be able to give you certain local measurements that are accurate or at least remotely accurate, and how that all patchworks together. The only way you would know that is if you went out and actually tested enough to actually patchwork them together and match them to the ground to actually verify that, which is why that had been mentioned earlier. Like you'd have to, to actually decipher that difference.
Well, let me say this last thing about eggshells is here. Oh, go ahead.
Well, just because I think Dr. Silly Questions, he had said that generally people in today's world are not out there doing this, like independently.
Yeah, it's certainly not out on the oceans.
Especially out in the oceans. But yeah, go ahead. If eggshells is next.
No, it's just. Well, I was going to say I want eggshells to take over because I actually had to go. I was being nervous that I was going to leave you guys, but eggshells is going to take over for me. Hopefully, you don't have to take any of my arguments as yours, eggshells. But I just want to say one last thing though, because you just said something about me checking the GPS. I don't know if you remember this, Gio, but a year or two ago, I was on that campaign where I was asking every flat earther what's the longest distance that they can confirm is accurate. And I asked you. I think you gave me the smallest one out of anybody actually. But anyways, I asked. Jeremy said to the grocery store or something. But anyways, so I asked all these different people, and what I did with each of those distances is I literally took the I took the positions or whatever, right? And I put them I plotted them, and after I asked about 10 or 15 people, the lines that I was creating, it mapped a sphere exactly the size of the Earth. It was perfectly mapped it perfectly. So it's even with 10 or 15 verified places that you guys verified or said was verified by you guys, even those alone mapped the sphere. I'll post a picture, but I'm going to give it to Eggshells now.
Well, if you're jumping off, we'll have to pick that up another time then, because there's a lot to unpack there. What you just mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know much about GPS either. I just use it.
Well, Coach.
What's I mean?
You'd have to describe more what you're.
You don't have to take over for me. Well, I'm not saying Eggshells. I wasn't trying to put the pressure on you. I just mean, because these guys are punching at me, and I'm, obviously dodging all of them, but.
I'm successfully rebutting and totally just dropping truth on each and every one. It's getting kind of tiring, so come on, guys.
Eggshells. No, I'm just saying that. Eggshells. I'm saying Eggshells doesn't have to encompass my arguments, but he could take my place as the, getting punched at and stuff.
I don't think anyone's punching at anyone. I think we're just talking about this topic.
It'd be a good way to figure out where to go looking for the extra land or the extra area.
Well, as far as from my general understanding of it, I don't know all the details. They do have the North Warning Line, which is used to be called the Dew Line in the north, and of course, in the high north latitudes, into the military type restricted areas, and then in the south, the Antarctica. And as far as my general understanding of it, they actually have different GPS networks, basically. There's a name for them as well. It's the Antarctic GPS system. There's one for the Antarctic and one for the North Pole that is a different system entirely. And you have to have a different device to even pick up those the data
I have heard something like that actually. I think IB Hunter mentioned something like that because most of the GPS satellites are in a 60 degrees orbit or less.
Dude, so they claim that they have to have, but it's a different system that they claim that they have satellites that cover the north and south regions, but that if you were, what I'm trying to say, if you were using your regular GPS, as far as I know, if you were to get to a certain region, north or south, it would just flip to a different system and you wouldn't be getting any readings, and you'd have to have that other device that works on, with clearance or whatever it is to actually be able to utilize that system. I only brought it up to say that, because you're talking about finding other land and the GPS and then the disparate discrepancies between them, right? That's kind of what you were saying?
Yeah. The way I vaguely remember IB Hunter putting it is not that it just switches off, but that the readings become increasingly inaccurate because you can lock onto fewer and fewer satellites.
You know what? I just realized the bottom line is all of this, we wouldn't have it. All of this conversation would be moot if we were just allowed to explore Antarctica, but we're not, and the North Pole. We're not allowed to go. We're not allowed to confirm. So, yeah,
I think
I mean
like to try.
that's the bottom line.
Like saying we're not allowed to do something we haven't attempted is
We're just
to
not
me
allowed to go,
defeatist.
bro. Your people, the bootlickers, the people that worship the boot and the bootlicking, they support it too. They won't allow us. So,
But I mean, if you're trying to overturn a whole mindset, like you can go to Antarctica. Either that, or there's multiple people in my life who are liars.
Well, let me ask you this, Eggshells. Let's say that money was absolutely no limit, meaning you have unlimited money, truly unlimited. You want to say trillions or whatever number, but an absolutely unlimited.
Yeah. I like it.
What I like where to start. That's a good start. No, but I'm just saying, in terms of that, like not even being a limit. So at that point, the only limit would be obviously, well, you still have to be able to get resources, a team, whatever it may be. But in terms of being able to go to this southern region, like you were saying, we haven't tried. And I hear you. Like I personally, probably no one in this room right now has probably on the panel has probably gotten into a craft and tried to, penetrate beyond the north or south in a region where the United Nations and there's restrictions and all of these different components, the Antarctic Treaty system, none of us have physically done that. Now there is kind of a little bit of a vagueness in some of the laws of it in terms of the way they claim it. Like the mainstream kind of governments are not going to come out and say, oh yeah, we have machine guns all sitting in Antarctica just ready to shoot you when you get there. But there are all kinds of components to the Antarctic Treaty System and the United Nations and how they have connection to all of the militaries of the countries that are under the United Nations that are part of supporting the Antarctic Treaty and enforcing it. And so, I mean, there is like obvious, components of that. But if money was no object, like what
sailboat tomorrow?
How could one even would you even risk your life, or even would you even fund others to risk their lives? And
sure.
And then how much would you
absolutely.
legal?
I think,
how much would you try to go through the legal part of it with the governments, or how much would you just do it on your own? All those questions.
So I would like the one that I would like to do would be like get a team of people who've done proper like ice hiking and stuff. Get a research vessel that can handle ice sheets. Or probably actually no. What I'd do is just a charter flight to McMurdo or one of those stations, offload some skidoos, and with some rations and these GPS systems and compasses and theodolites and whatchamacallit.
How about drones? How about we start with drones?
Yeah, bring some drones, and then I would just get on the jet skis and go to the geographic South Pole. But I think that you can. Like last time I looked at this, it's not sort of money is no option. It is obscenely expensive. It's like there's ones that are like, oh, you can do an expedition to the ceremonial South Pole, and that alone costs like 15 grand per person, and it's like nowhere near the actual South Pole, and the one through the South Pole costs about 60 grand, and that goes in and back out. And I don't think that would be enough for many people. So you would probably need to go, right, we're going to spend 4 times that because we're going to go side to side. We're going to go start heading south, keep heading in a straight line, and end up coming up north and need to be picked up on the other side, which would be, prohibitively expensive. But that would be my ideal, to be doing it with like a vessel and jet skis and stuff. What I think would put it much more in a meaningful, an achievable realm would be what that pilot was doing when that pilot started getting a bunch of flat earth comments, and he was like, why don't we try to charter a flight? Because he was working it out, and I was like, I would fucking book onto that flight where he was going to go from Chile, and I think it was going to be expensive, but it was like $1,000 a ticket, and he needed I forget 30 people on board, and something like that, and then he would fly directly over the pole, come out the other side until the Antarctica finished, and then change bearing to get back to land somewhere else. Everybody had to get themselves to the flight in Chile, and from the flight wherever it ended up, I think New Zealand. That to me, I think would be good enough, because then you're in the warmth. It doesn't take you weeks of prep. It's not deadly, and you can still, with the pilot's permission, bring compasses and GPSs and stuff like that.
Right. Well, that guy, as far as I know, that guy was like kind of like he was on YouTube saying he's a pilot and that he would charter any flight, because he kind of got into like trying to debunk flat Earth, as it were. So he started doing that and had made some videos about that. And then he had made a video where he was saying, he was like, I offer, to any flat earthers or even non-flat earthers, if I'll be the pilot. We'll charter a flight and we'll do it all. Now, as far as I know, I don't know every detail of it, but Jaronism, as far as I know, Jaron actually took him up on it and said, yeah, let's do it. I'm ready to go. Let's go.
Jaron took him up on it, but demanded that the other guy pay. And the guy's offer was, if you pay, I'll fly. And Jaron was like, okay, I'll come if you pay. And that's where it fell down, because it's going to be out of pocket tens of thousands of bucks for the guy.
I mean, I guess
I still think it's achievable.
I mean, I can't say I know the details of their interaction. I've maybe only heard some just of what their interaction was. Although I think at one point Jaron was actually reading the emails from the guy, and then Jaron's emails to him. I don't remember that being a thing, although I'm not saying you're wrong. But I remember that because Jaron was saying that he was going to potentially even do like a fundraising type thing or like a GoFundMe. And so he, as far as I know, Jaron was just taking him up fully. And I think Jaron was planning to kind of do a GoFundMe type thing, if the guy was actually willing to. And I think maybe the guy, if I remember this, okay, I'm not 100% sure on this, but my memory, I think maybe the guy was asking for like a down payment, like a $10,000 down or whatever. And then maybe that's where they got hung up on. I don't know. But
sure. I mean, yeah, it's because even if you don't do it with him, I think it's like
but there was something involved where that guy kind of bailed.
Could end up.
There was something where he kind of bailed, like he backed out, as far as I know. That's my general understanding of it.
Yeah, could well be. I only saw like the first video, but it seemed like they kept going back and forth. So they could have well, for whatever reason, including him being a scammer, could have been that way. But I still think you could get it off the ground, because I think, like, after the Netflix doco, like, you could potentially get a lot of it paid for by a doco crew, or if you filmed it well yourself, because you'd get Jaron, you, Dave Weiss, with it, like you could try to get a bunch of people who people might recognize from around the place, like try to drum up a few big YouTubers. You could easily, not easily maybe, but I think you could conceivably make your money back so that it's not just a giant money sink and everybody's got to chuck in a few grand to do a very expensive flight. Because if it costs you a few grand to fly, the whole thing's going to cost you $3 or $4 grand to get there and hotels and time off work and all that. But I think it'd be so much fun, setting all the terms, choosing a flight route, trying to because the other thing I think I would want to see, I don't know if there's any planes with the porthole in the roof where you could use that sextant porthole thing. So you can also be looking at the stars, but also a question: do you look at the stars, or do you want to go down there at midnight and see the midnight sun?
Well, the question
I do think
is,
the more fun one would be to camp at the geographic South Pole overnight.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Again, we were saying money's no limit. So, what do you think the restrictions are in terms of getting approval for all that? Meaning that if somebody, are you under the idea that if somebody has the money and the resources on there, and that they could just basically do that, just apply, they could just go, you could go, if you are a millionaire or whatever it is and you want to spend the money, you could just go to the South Pole and just camp out and chill. Is that are you thinking
I certainly think it's quite probable that you would need to a little bit like an extreme version of going to a national park. You would have to let people know where you are, let them know your plan, show them that but a lot of things that I think you would want to do anyway, show them that you've got a really legit safety plan, right? So you've got sat phones that are capable of connecting in that region, you've got the proper gear and stuff, because of the people that are being turned around, the only one I know of is that Jans Henrik, or whatever the hell his name is, who had done, he'd been rescued 4 times already, just kept crashing craft and was a terrible sailor until it got to the point where they're like, we're just not going to let you sail for Antarctica anymore. We're going to try and forcibly stop you because every time you do it, you fuck up and you cost us hundreds of thousands in rescue efforts. And I don't know if anybody else has ever been stopped, but I certainly think you could. But you probably need to jump through a few hoops and, sign agreements that you're not going to leave rubbish down there or probably some other ecological shit.
Well, your characterization of his name is Jarl Andelhoy, and your characterization of him is not my understanding of what he went through. I don't think he was a terrible sailor at all. He was actually highly, highly skilled, which is why he was even able to do this at all. And he had a whole team with him. And he was stopped repeatedly and jailed by these governments. And it was right around that time when they were starting to lock down that region in terms of, with just the whole unfoldings of World War I, World War II. So he was kind of one of the last that was sort of doing it before they had a more full lockdown after World War II, essentially, where they really, he's just one of the last that risked his life to do it seems. And some of the other people that he was with did actually.
1977 he was born. Yeah, I hadn't read up much on it. I just thought he had been repeatedly rescued, and so they said, you're not able to do this anymore. And he wasn't doing what I'm saying, where the understanding is you should be, like if you're sailing south from Australia, you need to call up the Coast Guard and say, here's my plan, here's where I should be, so that they know where to start a search for you if you stop responding.
Well, I mean, it is pretty intense. I mean, yeah, you're right. He was born in 1977, and then he did some of these things in like the mid 1990s, essentially. And I mean, his ship sank. Anyways, I mean, it's hard to know all of what all went down, but I mean, there's obviously like, the information that we have on him, and I'm tentative to necessarily just go off of just what Wikipedia says, for example. There may be more to the story.
Yeah, that's what the real business is like, because I think it'd be good enough for a vast number of people to just like get a few months stint as a job on one of the bases. I think that would give you a fair chunk of useful information. So like if we go from the money is no object, where my ideal for that would be a sort of constantly filmed, live streamed thing where it's a team of people on super cool, fast, sick looking skidoos and drones following them and a really cool music soundtrack and getting down to the geographic South Pole and doing all sorts of observations of stars and everything, rotating around the pole. But I think the cheapest version is start applying for jobs on one of the bases. I'll just be a chef there for a few months.
I thought the original thing you were going to say was to go to Antarctica and then see if there's the 24-hour sun there.
That too, but then you don't get to see the stars. So it's almost like you got to go in summer and then go back in winter.
So let me ask you this: do you think it would be okay? So if there is a group that has the funds, the team, professional, willing to go through all the legal things, all of the legal routes, and really legitly wants to do this, either for filming or for astronomical reasons or whatever it may be, if that team was doing it all in the up and up, but if they ran into government restrictions, would you find that sketchy, or would you find that questionable? Because if the Earth was a globe, and as long as the team was doing it right, you would think that whoever's saying it's a globe would be happy for you to confirm it. Like, oh yeah, as long as you do all the right things and make sure you don't pollute and things like this, and all of that, you would think that they would be totally fine to let someone confirm that, right? That there wouldn't be resistance.
Yes, I'd start to find it very sus. Given Wolfie 6020's got a video that's got the geographic South Pole in it, and so there's clearly this claim that people can go there.
Guys, I posted it for you. You can take a look while you're discussing.
Which did you post it in?
Live stream. Yeah. I made postings of things I found.
Okay, I'm not seeing it just yet. I'll scroll for it. And so there's other people going there. And yeah, if it started to get to the point where I'm like, okay, no Skidoos, we'll do it this way. And they're like, no, can't do that. I'm like, okay, fine. I've got now a charter plan. Can I do it this way? And they're like, no, you're not able to do this. Like, yeah, if it started becoming onerous, I would be like, well, how are other people doing it? If I've got all of this money, I'm willing to flex my plans to meet your requirements, and still everything I attempt to do, yeah, that would start to look sus to me.
Yeah, to the point. What that just shows they're hiding something to you.
It wouldn't show me anything except that it's sus, but that would be one of the things I would start to wonder about. Be like, okay, well, my stepdad claims he went here. Another family friend claims she went to one of the bases for a week to do like a artistic thing with some of the scientists. I couldn't quite understand it. Didn't make any sense to me. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with that. Divine essence, I agree with that. Just touching the coastline doesn't tell you anything, because if there's a wall, touching the coastline is like, well, great, there could be a coastline with a giant wall well beyond it. That's why for me, the main bit would be get to the South Pole, because what you should then have is South Celestial Pole dead overhead, or if you're in the summer, you should have the sun go around you like a hula hoop around your waist, not getting higher and lower throughout the day. Only on the like winter solstice or whatever you call it. But yeah, there would be things you can test, whereas just getting to a coastline is like, yeah, it's cold away from the sun. Big surprise.
They definitely attempted to explore. There's also some images where
Captain Cook never got to it. He never touched Antarctica.
Yeah, these were all attempts.
No, but he didn't even try. He didn't claim to try. He never even went. There was also
military.
This one's very wrong.
There was also military attempts by the U.S. government where they sent in like like 12 or so or 20 or so metal ships, and supposedly they encountered a foreign entity that attacked their ships, and they lost almost their entire fleet while trying to get to the edge of the Great Wall, the Great Ice Wall.
That's not a true story, then.
It doesn't sound true, but this one about Captain Cook, you need to recheck your sources on that, because I've read up a fair bit about Cook and his biography, and he never made any attempt to do any of that, and he deliberately avoided the latitudes too far south. He sailed around the southern oceans because he was sent by the Royal Society or something like this, but some group of people in the UK funded him because they believed that the Earth should have a fourth landmass. And so they wanted him to sail around and find it so that they could sort of conquer it for the crown. But he never claimed to have touched Antarctica and deliberately avoided it. So that I would not use that one anymore.
Okay.
If I were you. Because yeah, it's super perilous sailing in ice, right? The Titanic tells you why. Well, okay, let's leave the Titanic out. But we can see that it is dangerous. Sailing near sharp rock.
Wasn't there actually 3 Titanics, 3 models?
Well, 3 ships built of the same, very similar variant. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me though.
Yeah. But yeah, one day
Gio knows all about that.
Why don't we just send drones? Why don't we find just a rich person that is willing to build drones or flying these little things that have high-powered solar panels on them, and just that can produce their own energy continuously, and just keep flying in a straight line until it gets to the edge and it runs into some kind of wall.
I think you just gotta like either make a benefit for it or do it yourself, because arguments from absence just run into so many problems. Maybe it has happened, maybe there's no point for it, and that's why it hasn't happened. Like there's no end to the number of possible valid answers to the question of why doesn't something exist, including my inability to find it and show it to you. Like there's planes that fly over the poles, that do circumpolar flights. It's just that they don't do a completely straight line.
Yeah, they avoid the middle section, the core of the. Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Well, no, they go right to the South Pole. Part of the whole thing is they've got to fly over the South Pole, but then they usually take a bit of a turn, so they come up in the nearby landmass rather than sailing over oceans dangerously and pointlessly. Because they're not doing these missions to try to prove that the South Pole exists. They're doing it because it's a aviation challenge.
Well, what's it going to take? What's it going to take to get these?
What's it going to take?
What's it going to take to get human beings, regular human beings, to be able to be permitted to use our own tax dollars in every country and just bombard the shit out of the idea of of just allowing us, the regular folks, to explore and use the resources to just go out there and just overwhelm what's happening on the edges and the fringes of society, of our reality called Earth? Why is it we can't just do that? I mean, we have plenty of money. We're wasting on all sorts of stupid stuff.
Well, I don't think you're going to get taxpayers. Like, I wouldn't. If somebody said, "Here's what we're going to spend taxpayers' money on," and it's people checking if the Earth's flat, I wouldn't support that.
Well, you don't say it's flat. You just say we're going to study the edges of the most let's say most hostile environment, and that's how you market it as.
But what I'm saying is, you already can do.
That's already happening.
Like, why does it need to be? Why does it need to be the government gives you the money to do it? Right? Like, they've already got polar expeditions. They go into science there. They've got reports of sign hammered into the ice at the geographic South Pole. There's people going down there all the time, and those things are already funded by the government. But the problem is, anytime anything's funded by the government, you guys find it sus. And now you're saying, why doesn't the government fund us to do something else?
Yeah, but if we have 340 million Americans, why are there no wealthy Americans willing to take up the challenge of saying, we're going to put a stop to this, and I'm going to fund it, and we're going to go and send regular people to do this that are intelligent?
Not many of those billionaire Americans think the Earth's flat, so they don't see any value in this. The main value that you're proposing for this is to discern the shape of the Earth, and the kinds of people with that money don't question the shape of the Earth.
Can you see now, Eggshells, why the idea of the globe, being a deception is such a powerful prison for the mind? Because if they've convinced people of something that's false and they've convinced them to not even check,
woo, that's dangerous.
Double duty.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But that's why I'm saying I think, like, if you guys think it's worthwhile checking, I do think it'd be a pretty cool idea. Like, I mean, step one is the most difficult, which I think it would be getting big name, like, recognizable flat earthers. Like, it needs to be like people like Jaron and people you would have seen behind a curve, or when he's getting arrested became a bit of a star. So that kind of thing where you would then easily get the general public chucking in $50, $100 because they want to watch this video, this thing coming out of the end of it, right? Then I think you could do it. But sort of going, hey, Bezos, why don't you give us some of your money? Is like every man and their dog is asking Bezos for cash and asking why he doesn't, cure homelessness or build a dog shelter or do all of these worthwhile things. And it's just, it to me is an excuse to not do something where I think there's something that we could do that would be really fun. Because I would go. I would sign on to that project as a sort of assistant director or something. I would absolutely make that video. And let other people too. So you've got like the quote unquote official video, but you say to anybody else, you're welcome to shoot your own footage and tell your own story of the event. Because I think it should be really funny. All these personalities on the plane and the arguments that develop and the sort of friendships and the banter and all of that kind of stuff would be great.
For sure.
And I think it is something you legitimately could do. Flight, I think, is something that is within reach, where you say to people, right, we've got accelerometers, We've got all of this equipment that we can tell if the plane's turning or banking. you know, yawing or banking. Compasses, because we want to see what they do, and those vertical compasses, whatever they are, declination compasses or something like that, so they can see where the magnetic lines and you're heading straight under your feet rather than parallel with the surface. It would be awesome fun. I kind of want to do it. Do you reckon we could? I think we could. We just need a few big YouTubers on board who say they will get on the flight. You know? Which I guess would be scary, because if I were paranoid, if the government was trying to stop me, I would be paranoid that they're just going to blow that plane up.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, how would you not? I mean, I agree with you. Like, if there was no sort of threat of military, intervention or whatever it would be, or some thing like that, that would be incredibly exciting if we just had free reign on the earth. But with the sort of governmental control systems, like, to what level would, let's say, you personally, even if the like I said, if the funds were not even an issue, like, how much would you even, you personally, would you be willing to risk that? Because, I mean, let's say the whole team did it. Let's say a whole team did it, and they got all the people, and they're going to do it all. Well, okay. What I'm saying is this: from the perspective that they are hiding a lot there. Of course, the mainstream governments are not going to come out and just tell everyone, you can't go there. We have machine guns at the border. You can't go there. Because then a lot of people probably would ask questions. So instead, it's like the Antarctic Treaty System, and there's this sort of vague in the laws a little bit in terms of what they claim. And then there are like ways that you can apply to claim to do this stuff. There is like these couple people that have claimed to have done it. Like, the one person who, that one guy who claimed to go across the North Pole or whatever, and he was telling a story on Joe Rogan or whatever. So there's that guy who also, I think, was claimed that he like went to space as well or whatever. So he's, I don't know, he's like in their network stuff. But anyways, nonetheless, he claimed to do it. But what I'm saying is that if you were to like actually do all the legal things and go through all the things, and they were to approve it, and you were to have your ship and you were to go, well, once you're out of the range of where anyone can see you, you don't have Wi-Fi, you don't have GPS, you don't have any of that. If the military at that highest level knew what you were doing and knew what it was going to do, in a sense, why would they not just sink your boat? And all they had to have to do is, this team, they had all this money, they did it. Oh my God, they were not good sailors. They weren't good at what they did, and they fell asleep at the wheel or whatever, and they just crashed and died, and they're all gone. Like how it would be so easy. Now, I know that sounds pretty intense for them to do, but I mean, Amelia Earhart, I don't know. There's a lot of different stories in which that happens. There's missing airplanes and stuff. So I'm just saying that, like, how would you work that into it? That even if, at that level. But I guess that would just be a risk, I guess, at that level.
Yeah. Yes, to me, I don't think that would happen. I mean, I think it'd be bloody cool. Like, imagine like everybody's filming with their GoPros, and then suddenly somebody points their GoPro out the window, and they're like, "That is an F-16. That F-16 is flying at our wingtip. What is going on? What are they doing here?"
Yeah.
But yeah, it's suddenly trying to turn you around or something. You're like, "I've got all the permissions. I'm not turning around. Turn around, and we will shoot." But yeah, I would want to do it though. One of the things I would want to do is pay enough with the whole thing, if it's possible. It might not be possible with satellite internet, but get okay. So they've got SpaceX at McMurdo, so because that's what I'd want to do, and that is be able to live stream crossing over the pole, so that all these people with all of these cameras can have all of these feeds going at the same time. Because I don't think it'd be nearly as much fun as a sort of collective experience. Because you'd want to be able to give that, like, permission to all your Kickstarter supporters. So you're like, yeah, you get a sign in, individualized sign in to watch the live stream. Everybody else is going to have to wait to watch it later. And I think people would happily pay a $10 pay per view to watch the moment we cross the South Pole, and going around and people interviewing one another. What do you think about? Do we need to keep flying for the ice wall? The plane keeps going, and then the water appears again, and it starts getting warmer again. I think it would just be, but yeah, also for the other people's safety is like, can you make them feel safe enough to get on the plane? And I think you could only do that if you guaranteed them like non-stop internet. I don't know if you can guarantee that though.
If
Drops
they're
out every now.
well, you're saying if they're guaranteed internet?
Yeah, like most of the planes I'm on now in Australia have internet. Like I can sit and listen to Discord on the plane. You'd want to be able to have something like that where people can live stream the event as well as recording it.
Well, I mean, does it seem to you that overall there's like so little, like if the South Pole was a thing, even there are people that have claimed to have gone there and crossed it or whatever. There are, like I said, that guy that was on Joe Rogan, who also he's like, I think, yeah, he's also a guy that was involved in the space stuff. But I mean, if it was, I mean, that guy claimed to do it without a huge team necessarily. Wasn't he alone, or was there one other person with him?
I think there's quite a few people who've done South Pole and back solo. I think there's very few who've done the South Pole and across solo.
Or claims of these things, yeah. So,
dude, real quick, I was just gonna say I posted this a while back, but there was a dude from the Navy, retired, who flew around. He circumnavigated the whole Earth in 9 months, but he specifically went from, I think, Chile and then eventually to Africa, crossing the South Pole. And he said they said that they did lose communication, so they were worried for a little bit. But I'm actually thinking about getting in contact with that guy and seeing how much he would tell him about the whole thing and seeing like what he would charge to take a couple of flat earthers around the South Pole and see if we can do like a Kickstarter.
Yeah, it'd be good to get pricing, but you want to get a few people. I think just taking one person and jamming a camera in their face the whole time. I reckon you want to go. If I got 8 seats, and then because you can also put out the offer for like, okay, we want like one of the big anti-flat earthers, like Professor Dave or McToon or someone. So and then 5 or 6 flat earthers plus me, obviously, because I just want to go. Yeah, if we can get a quote for something like that, because I'm reading online, it's very easy to do it if it's just a boat. But as we're saying, a boat is not what we want to do. We want to go to the South Pole.
Can I just say this? I want to say this. Think of how ridiculous the notion is that there's the South. Like, dude, if it was really a place you could go to, like, there would be fucking endless tours set up. It would be such a tourist thing. It would be like Mount Everest of like idiots on skidoos, but it's not. It's like you can't fucking go. Like, dude, yeah, there's no fucking.
There's many people that are doing it. I mean, I think that's a good comparison. It is quite similar to Everest. Less popular, but yeah, there are many people doing it. What can I do in the Antarctic? Okay, so here's a company that offers to take you to the actual South Pole, and you go in at Chile, and then you go back out at. I don't know if that'd. Let me post this image. Would this be enough for people, or do you need to keep going in a straight line? Because this one does take a turn, gets to the South Pole and takes a turn. But the feeling is, if you're there, you see the midday sun, right? It's a midnight sun, right? You see the.
It would. They would be taking advantage of like people there'd be so many photos of people standing under the fucking dude, yeah, there's no way. Like, that's just
there is lots of photos of that. That's what I'm saying. This is the problem with arguments from absence. That you can just say it doesn't exist and be done with it, even though it does exist.
Yeah, a mass majority of the people who are in Antarctica every year are tourists from America. They make up the mass majority of the people. Yeah.
Personally, there's no way. Like, it would be exploited. Same with the North Pole. Like, that would be the most exploited thing ever. Like, there would be huge companies. Like, yeah, right, dude. I don't. I have a hard time.
That's what I'm doing, though, man. Everything that you're requiring, I'm currently posting it in the chat with photos. This is like
what? There's like the 5 people that. It's just, dude. There's no way, dude. There's no way.
Thousands of people go every
America.
No, thousands of people.
You're saying, why is there this? And we're going, yeah, it is. And then you're like, nah, I don't believe that. Well,
I
what
just
would
don't
convince you then, if not the evidence of exactly the thing you just asked for?
Motherfucker, I'm talking about like people like on land, like following their compass, like doing the whole fucking nines, dude. Like, not like, oh yeah, we flew over some snow and it was the South Pole. We all believes it. Like, no, dude, no. I'm not talking about 20 bootlickers in a plane. Like, I'm talking about like real people, like really wanting to be, do the explorer experience and fucking doing the shit. There's no way.
But
You can't.
I'm just check the chat, man. What about these images is not good enough? Just click copy and click copy.
Night sky. Where's the fucking the South Pole star?
Oh
right
my
above?
god, man! Why are you switching it? Who's going to take their photo up when they get there at night? You just keep changing what you're asking for in the hope that these arguments from absence will stop being fallacious. They are busted ways of reasoning. I encourage you to think of a different way of doing it.
How absurd! You just show some picture of people standing in snow with a sign. Like what?
It's literally what you just asked for.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it should be like. That's not what I'm saying at all.
You said, am I mistaken? Did you not say if people were going there, they would be taking photos in front of it all the time? And then I'm smashing a bunch of people taking photos in front of it, and you're like, that's not what I'm saying. What are you saying?
I'm saying there would be an industry. There would be all these companies with like, hey, fucking be an explorer for a month in Antarctica and fucking smash all the way to the South Pole, follow your compass, blah blah blah. Not these fucking bootlicker, whatever the fuck this fucking joker is.
Okay. So tell me the difference between what you just asked for and what I posted up at the top that's offering a South Pole expedition. Swoop is the name of the company. Like you're saying, there would be all these companies. Swoop is one of them, and I know there's a chunk of others. Isn't it weird that you're like, hey, why doesn't this exist? And then I'm saying it does, and you're like, yeah, still doesn't exist. What would tell you that these companies do exist and they do make money off exactly what you're talking about, and exactly the thing that you've been asking for here's more.
Oh no, that's Kosho. I mean, you posted a picture. I mean, you're making some claim. I haven't seen the fuck are you talking about. I don't see anything. Or should even talk. I see pictures, eggshells.
Which is what you asked for. You said if this was happening, people would be going and taking photos of themselves at the South Pole.
Like, dude, that's just a fucking. That is not totally what I said out of context. I said there would be a huge industry. There would be like fucking the SpaceX of like Skidoo. Tell the fucking like, dude. Dude, that's not what I'm saying.
So you want me to find you the companies aside from the company Swoop? You want to find me companies that do. Okay, I'll find those now.
Thing like Everest, bro. There would be thousands of people that were like every year going to it. Not some fucking bootleg, some fucking whatever that fucking jackass is pointing at a sign. No, I'm talking.
Okay, so the company's names are Swoop Antarctica, Heritage Expeditions, Ponant. That's a boat, actually. Aurora Expeditions. Adventure Consultants, who probably put it together with other people's stuff. Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, Swoop again. That's a research page. Ice Trek Polar Expeditions.
That's not, dude. Like talking about
everything you're asking for exists.
No, I'm not.
This is what's so.
Fucking horseshit thing. You're talking about people that are like fucking on like a cruise looking at the fucking coastline and some penguins.
No,
what I'm talking about.
There's specifically people going to the geographic South Pole. That's what I'm searching for. That's what I'm giving you.
Understand what I'm saying, dude. I'm talking about actually thousands of people smash into the South Pole, just like they did Everest or something. You're told like
and I'm showing you photo after photo of people with their photo of the
The magic boot isn't there, buddy. There's not a boot to lick there. I'm telling you, that what I'm asking for doesn't exist.
Right. Except all of the evidence of it existing. Except the multiple companies that do exist and the 10, 15 photos, and I could probably find you 100 more of people taking their photo
Right,
in
yeah.
front of a sign that says
Like,
the geographic South Pole.
in front of a sign. This is real. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so what would tell you to describe the photo or the evidence that would convince you that companies do offer this and people do take these photos that you're claiming don't exist? What would convince you that you're wrong?
Look, you can pretend like you won this argument because there's
It's a direct
penguins.
question. What would
That's not what I'm asking about. I'm not asking about photos. I'm talking about.
I'm asking you what would convince you.
The people every year fucking expeditioning across the fucking Antarctic to the South Pole, the real South Pole.
What would convince you that does happen? It's a simple, basic question. Answer it directly. What would convince you that you are wrong on this?
Not some photos, bro. That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, not some photos. I'm asking what would convince you, not what wouldn't. Because you asked for photos and I provided them. So obviously I agree with you. Photos wouldn't convince you. I'm saying what would. If you don't have an answer to this question, then you realize your question was ridiculous, right? You're saying, prove to me something that I'm not willing to believe, even given evidence, because there's no evidence you can provide that would convince me.
What I'm saying
So
is,
you need to tell me something that would convince you.
this entire debate this whole time has been, if we could go there and explore, we would, but we know that we can't. And you guys go, well, maybe, and then we just did a big long thing on it. We just did a big long thing on it. Egghead.
Answer the question. It's a direct question. Answer it. Go on.
We've been answering your question for the last hour, bro.
Well, I mean,
what would convince you? It's a reasonable question, man. You're saying, show me this thing, and I showed it to you, and you're saying that's not good enough. And I'm saying, what would be good enough? And you're not able to answer that question.
What I'm saying
is nothing would be good enough.
Is there's not you can't like, hey, this July I'm gonna book a flight or book a fucking ground exploration of the fucking South Pole. Where's that? Just show me. Where's that link?
Okay, if I show you that link, will you change your mind on this? Is that the requirement? I give you dates for a South Pole expedition. Okie dokie, here we go. View voyages in AUD skydiving. We don't want to do that.
One thing, Excel, is that you were asking what would be, at least compelling. What I would say is one thing. So if the South Pole was a thing in terms of a globe where the stars all focus, you have the Southern Crux and Sigma Octantis and all of that. So, if you were at that point, the stars would be epic. I mean, if it was that, you would be at the center where you would be able to see literally everything rotating around Sigma Octantis and etc. So I would say, I hear what Silly Questions is saying, man. I mean, if it was real, it seems like there would be a lot more of actual humans, like people, civilians who have, done it, or, oh yeah, my buddy did that trip, or, oh yeah, my friend's brother did that one, man. It was, amazing. But like, there's virtually none of that. There's a couple like kind of front companies and like sketchy photos. But anyway, so we can get into all that, or that's kind of part of this whole thing. But I'll pass the mic. The main point I'm saying though, one of the things that would be compelling is like an actual live video footage, like not sort of like there's no third wall, fourth wall kind of weird vibe, but like maybe some dudes outside in the cold at night with a camera looking at each other. Hey man, look at this. Sort of like we see basic, videos of people like that do. And then just point to the sky. Now there could be more detailed things like pictures, but I'm talking about something where it's like dudes hanging out, all uncut, solid footage that we can look frame by frame and see that at least the frames all line up. They're laughing, they're talking, oh my God, look at this. And they just point the camera up. Look at those stars. That would be compelling, because what we don't have is that. But what we do have is sort of like these kind of different like little hacked things, and some dudes, standing in front of a pole that say they're at the South Pole. Or we have these sort of star things that are like all kind of contorted and claim to be the stars. So anyways, I'm just saying that's one thing that would be compelling is live footage of dudes actually being there and pointing their camera to the sky and actually seeing what the sky looks like there. That would be huge to have if it was true for them. And it seems like that would be had 10 million times over if it was real.
Well, I don't know about 10 million times. I mean, the prices of these are absolutely insane. It's like 5 times the price of going to 5 and 10 times the price of doing Everest.
But a guy claimed to do it alone, right? He claimed it. The one guy did it alone.
Right, doing it alone is very difficult, but that's going to be hundreds of thousands. This is like 50 grand just to do it with a guide. But yeah, I've got a bunch of dates here. Which date do you want to go in? Do you want to know when the cruises are this year or next year? Silly questions. Let's go next year.
I don't want to go on a cruise. I don't want to go look at.
You've got to get a cruise to get there, man. You've got to get a cruise to get there, and then you do the Antarctic thing once you're there. Like the idea is there are multiple cruises, and then when you get there, you can pick what you want to do. At least with Swoop, they've got lots of different options. You can climb a mountain, you can just hang out with the penguins, or you can go all the way to the South Pole. Here we go, 95,000, 6 to 7 days. Discover more. 10th of January. Ready to go on 10th of January?
That's I get on land, I get on ski-doos, and I go all the way to the South Pole.
They say you can get there by foot, by plane, or on skis. So not on ski-doos, all right? Not with this company anyway. Maybe you can bring your own ski-doo. There you go. So now I've given you what you asked for, which is dates for an expedition that goes to the geographic South Pole from a company that does it. Is that now satisfying your requirement?
No.
Of course it doesn't.
I mean, I don't know why, but I tell you it doesn't.
Yep, I'm getting this name.
Does it do that for you, Extremistus? A $59,900 claim on this website? This is doing it for you?
95. No. This was way more expensive. Going to the South Pole seems to add about 40K onto the price. You can go skydiving for cheaper than you can go to the South Pole.
Which would be
which is why I was saying orders of magnitude.
Walk there?
Go.
You just fucking walk there, homie? Like, is that
so now your problem is with how you get there? Are you aware that I just gave you exactly explicitly what you asked for 3 different times now, and you are still incredulous and disbelieving it? Does that not stand out to you?
This website does claim this. Like, I'll just read this. It says trip summary and itinerary map, the one that he posted. It says, spend 3 days exploring the heart of Antarctica, witnessing the extraordinary scenery and geology. And then the next one, reach the South Pole, joining a small group of people who have traveled this far south. And then the next one, explore the pole for 3 to 4 hours at the South Pole, the perfect length of time to enjoy the experience given in the cold altitude. Well, we need to be there at night. So that's a problem, first of all, because who knows where the heck you actually are. You would need to actually you need to be able to see the stars. So that's interesting that they say it's only 3 or 4 days or 3 or 4 hours in the daytime, but nonetheless. And then it says, so this is claiming that for $59,900, you can go to the South Pole. This Swoop Antarctica site that he posted.
Really? And dude, wait. I'm just dude, what a wild idea. So 3 hours it would take. I mean, dude, I would like to know some more details of that. Like, be to the South Pole in 3 hours. So are you're getting dropped off on a plane, I would assume?
They say 3 to 4 hours. You could just explore the pole. Just have a poop. Make sure you poop in a bag. But no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, whatever. Yeah, that's what it says here. That's what this website says.
Interesting. Because I was gonna say, dude, if you could just walk there, bro. I don't know.
Well, this is what I would assume this is. I would assume they fly you to where they claim is the South Pole. So I assume they take you there in the day when there's not night, so you can't see the stars, I'm assuming, or there's chemtrails blasting the skies. But nonetheless, if it's during the day and it's just out of the question entirely to see what it is at night, to see the stars. But anyways, Mike, I would think that they take you in a plane and they just land you in an icy place. They tell you it's the South Pole and they let you hang out there for a little bit. And then that's it. They pull you back. I don't think they just let you freely walk and just explore all over the place. It's probably a very set thing where you fly to that one location, you get out, you hang around on the ice for a few hours, and then leave that.
I think you're probably right, Gio. I think that if you're the real sort of truth seeker and want to explore and measure and discern stuff for yourself, I wouldn't be going on a organized cruise for exactly the reasons you're saying. But that's not why I'm presenting this. I'm presenting this because this is directly exactly what Silly Questions just asked for. Right? He wanted to know the dates he could book for, and the date is, there's one in December, right? But he can go 7th of December, he can go 10th of January. It exactly covers what he asked for, and he's not conceding the point. Right? Which is why when it comes to this answer of this question of why don't they blah, 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 circumpolar flights, why don't they blah, 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 complete live stream from space, is this: because no matter what gets shown, even if it is exactly the thing the person asked for, they are not convinced by it.
Bro, keep jerking your dick off in front of everybody. Look, dude, I concede. Yes, okay, apparently you can book a thing. But you totally were conflating everything I was saying. Like, what you want to see a photo? You want to? No, I was like, no. Where's the actual fucking booking tour? Where's the thousands of people that have gone down there? You know what? I didn't know. I didn't know there was some companies claiming you could whatever, or that you could book a trip and they'll drop you off on a plane. I didn't know. Yeah, fine. But the whole base, what our argument was in the beginning was you saying that, like, I mean, like, give it a fucking dude. Like, you like your shit that you were going off about was about a picture at first. I wasn't talking about pictures.
Well, you did ask for that, but I think mad props to you for conceding that point. I think it's very impressive. I've got more respect for you now.
What do you mean? He didn't. I didn't. What did he concede?
That companies do claim to offer these trips.
Oh, well, he said he didn't know about them. You're saying?
Yeah, but that to me is the problem with the argument from absence. Is we could be arguing about something not existing that does exist.
Well,
right, because arguments from absence.
The flat Earth argument is that you can't privately and freely explore it.
Right. No, that wasn't Silly Question's argument, right? I can't argue with the thing that somebody isn't currently saying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can get a guided tour.
I mean, it's not like it is and it isn't. What I'm saying is, like, I mean, they take you on a plane and you know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying, what I was asking for is, I was saying there would be, like, a fucking thing where you're like, you land on the coast and you fucking mount up on your ski-doos and you got all your gear and you start heading off. You know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, I guess there's people that say they drop you off on a plane at the thing and then come back and get you. I didn't know that was a thing, whatever. But I mean, it's still not. I'm saying that, like, that, like, to me, I don't know, like, it seems like that would be more of a thing, like, almost like people doing Everest or something, like, wanting to, like, fucking make landfall off a boat and then, yeah, explore their way to the South Pole on their own.
Yeah, the thing too is being to verify where you are. So you'd have to have equipment with you as well to even verify where you are and everything. So
yeah, I would agree. If I were doing this, I would want to do it like untethered, so somebody else doesn't tell me where to go. Obviously, I'd want them to point me in the direction of the, geographic South Pole. But I think it'd be even better if you just like, well, I'm going to figure out where it is based on the stars, and go there and then spend overnight there watching the when they're watching the stars overhead and taking theodolite measurements and going, yes, they are indeed all circling this point that is directly overhead.
yeah, I mean, in terms of how the stars go, that would be compelling. And the fact that we don't have any I mean, if all these people are paying $60,000 to go to the South Pole and bounce around, there's still no, like, just independent footage of stars in that area, if that's the claim. It seems odd.
I think. Well, I mean, we can go and do it. This is again an argument from absence, right? If I can find videos of stars from there, albeit on anti-flat earther YouTube pages. But if we want to,
that's where you're finding them, specifically anti-flatearth.com.
Well, and Wolfie's got one that he got. I don't know how he got it, but he's got one that is a camera under that sign that says geographic South Pole, pointed straight up, watching the stars all turn around that central point. But I think you need more than just the camera, because, like, the center of the camera is wherever you point the lens. What I would want to show there is, like, I think like a really good quality 360 camera would be the best, because then you can like, there are, it's got accelerometers in it, so you can then overlay over that using the metadata of where plumb is, show that is that your perfect plumb at that point is the central point of rotation. You know, basically like Stellarium does, where it overlays a azimuthal grid and it overlays the other grid, and that is the one place on Earth, well, one of the two places on Earth where those should match up perfectly. The center points should match, and so that I think is a better test than just, you know, pointing an ordinary camera up. That's why I'd love to go there. I think it's a great idea. I'm just not going to spend $100,000 on it. You know, that's why I'm trying to think of ones that are cheaper. If I had $100,000, I'd spend it on 10 motorbikes.
Yeah, I wouldn't go. I hear it's pretty cold.
Yeah. Yeah, and I
I'd,
wouldn't be impressed. Sorry, go on, Andy.
No, I was just going to say I just actually looked up the coldest temperature. I think it was something like minus 128, something like that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think now because I think that's why Ranulph Fiennes chopped his fingers off, wasn't it? Did you see that on Top Gear? He was a guest on British Top Gear, and he talked about how he went in the shed and basically chopped his fingers off with a saw, with like a hacksaw.
Oh, Jesus, why do people?
Yeah, it's on Top Gear. It's a pretty good interview actually. So he's claimed to have crossed Antarctica. So did he not? Usually when I look into them things, they tend to come back on themselves. But he's claimed to have done it. I think flat earthers would have a problem with it because he's Sir Ranulph Fiennes, sort of making him part of the establishment. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what you're going to find though. Like, which I get the skepticism around it, but I think that's what you're going to find. Like, if it's $100,000 to go there on an organized tour, then organizing your own expedition to do it, you know, freely, so to speak, is going to be orders of magnitude more than that, and you're just not going to find anybody except uber wealthy people who do that.
Yeah, I suppose that's also good for flat earthers to keep, you know, to say, well, look, you know, nobody's going to do that anyway.
Yeah, which I agree with. I think that is a bit that is a good reason to be sus that only the rich folk get to do it.
Yeah, it's not even straightforward flying a plane over there, is it?
Well, my question is, how do you tell where you're at? How do you tell where you're at on the ground?
Right, that's the thing. If you were to fly into a place that's an icy place that they told you was Antarctica, I mean, yeah, like I mean, if it seemed like you were flying from south, you know, let's say Chile or something, and it seems like you're flying south, you were to arrive at a base there, and then if you were to, you know, go to some other little puddle jumper airplane that takes you to another little area, and then they took you to another area and said that was the South Pole, and then they brought you back to the base, and then you went home, how would you really know where you actually were?
Well, yeah, I would. That's why I would like the stars. I mean, I think the all-day sun in summer would be a nicer trip because it's not going to be minus 1,000,000 degrees, and the sun going around you like a hula hoop, I think is pretty good. But yeah, for me, because I'm interested in the stars, I would want to do it and stay out overnight, you know, at any time except like the full depth of winter. You should still get some nighttime. But no, maybe full depth of winter would be better because then you get a full 24-hour loop of the stars.
The logistics would be that much harder because of the temperature.
That's true. Yeah, you'd have to have like a defogging camera and stuff. Like it wouldn't be simple, but I think
the globe model is based off of the celestial sphere, so essentially, I don't think it would deviate at all until you go past the pole.
Right. Yeah, according to the idea that at that point the south celestial pole should be dead overhead, and any direction you go, it should start to set, go back down towards the horizon in your view.
And not only is it to set, but as you keep going, you're going to come out on the other side, right? It's not only that you have to go from, say, the bottom of, I don't know what it is, Chile or whatever, the bottom of South America. You have to go down south. First, you have to make it to the South Pole where the stars go around you. And you have to keep going. And you have to prove that you've come up on the other edge, which means you have to land in Australia or South Africa. I don't know what's exactly supposed to be on what's other side or whatever. I think Australia would be on the opposite side of South America, right? From a globe.
There's kind
South
of
Pole view.
None of them are sort of straight across. Like if you get the Southern AE map, you'll always, like, any straight line of longitude basically misses a landmass on the other side. If it comes from one, it misses the next.
I think I have the email of someone who's claimed to have been to the South Pole. He's a professor for some California university.
Well, here's another thing about it. Is the thing is with the globe is coming up on the other side of the globe. If you kept going, that's really where the difference is. Because, for example, let's say over a planar surface Earth, stationary planar type surface, water with Earth, the land coming up out of the water, and having that all be planar. Well, if you have the stars above that moving in their patterns, you have the sort of the north counterclockwise, the south clockwise. Well, the way we see Polaris, the way it like changes in declination, the further you go north, it raises in the sky, the 1 degree per 69 miles. It's conceivable, the fact that Polaris raises like that if you were to keep going north and get to the actual center, Polaris would be right above you. Meaning that if you kind of, with the declination, you kind of calculate that would make sense. Now in the south, whatever the south that rotation is, it could still be possible on a plane to just go to the underneath that rotation that's still just above you. So what I'm saying is that if there's one spot that they claim like this is the South Pole, and they let little puddle jumpers go there and whatnot, it is possible that could actually be just like it would be on a planar surface the north. If you were to go to the north, if there's another rotation in that south, that you could just go south and be under that rotation. Doesn't mean that you're on the bottom of a ball. It just means you're under that rotation of stars on a planar surface.
It's slightly like the question I've been challenging people with lately is, could we disprove that the south is in fact the center? Right? If we accept that the stars rotating around a central point is evidence for the north being the center, and we've got the same in the south, would that not be evidence that says the south could be the center? And then is there some objective thing?
Yeah, I don't think either is, though. That whole AE map thing is like, at least in my mind, now you might be trying to talk to like the general FE person, but I think the whole AE model is like garbage that they make us go out. Like essentially, we're flying their banner when we use the AE map. And they want us to use the AE map because there is actual problems with the AE map and not actually correct. So I think assuming the north is the center is incorrect, dude. I mean, for all we know, the fucking center could be smack dab in the middle of the United States and everything else is around it. And the celestial star fucking swirly is above that and the southern swirly is below that, The swirly stars doesn't necessarily mean center of I guess plane. I don't know how else to put that.
Well, I guess one thing, the reason we think of the North as a center is because you seem to be able to see it from all angles. Like you can see it from, Japan, Asia, Europe.
Right. But it's not the center of the world. Like it's just the center of a bunch of stars that swirl in the sky. And that's what got us into this problem in the first place is Zoroaster looked at the sky and made a celestial sphere. And Ptolemy looked at the ground and said, the ground must be a sphere too. So the whole problem is you're looking up at the sky and saying, look, the center of the stars, this must be the center of the earth. I think it's fundamentally the fallacy that the globe model was born out of, essentially.
So are you suggesting it could be the south, could be the center then?
I'm suggesting the South Pole and the North Pole are the center of celestial rotations. They're not the center of that. Seeing a bunch of stars move around a point doesn't mean something is the center of a map, essentially. You know what I mean? For all we know, there could be other celestial poles if you go far enough with completely different constellations swirling around them, right?
True. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not saying that you're suggesting it is, but that we don't know where the center is. It could be the south, just by chance, with the stars just happening.
I'm suggesting it's probably just as likely as the south as it's the north. It's probably neither, to be honest. From where I'm coming from, I mean, North Pole is a good candidate, but maybe not even that. Maybe literally it's neither. It's somewhere else, man. It doesn't, bro. Maybe it's in the middle of Africa. Maybe it's in the Middle East. Maybe the center's, maybe the center's in the Pacific Ocean. How do you know, right? When we talk about the North and South Pole, there's essentially, that's a place where stars go around. And on a globe Earth, that is technically the bottom and top, but the globe Earth is a model, right? In reality, outside of models.
I think that the GP of the sun to me is an important one, which is like the tropics and the equator. You can look straight up and see the sun, and they are observably hotter. So, but hang on, no, I think I see what you're saying, which is like, well, the celestial bodies could be circling anything, but that we could be on a plane that's nowhere near the center of it. It's just where those things in the sky happen to be circling around.
Okay, well then, why does the compass point north?
It doesn't. It points it as much point north as it does south.
Well, not necessarily, because the actual magnet in a compass actually is attracted. Like you can make a needle that's like 180 degrees needle, like it has a pointer on either side, and you can reverse it, but you don't get any quote unquote attraction to the south region if you use a compass. It's still pointing north. It's just like the opposite of north. So the magnet, you know what I mean?
It's to my understanding, that's not how they work.
So you think that when you get to the equator, all of a sudden the compass flips and then you start going north or start going south, starts attracting to the south? Because that's actually a whole argument of people saying that it should work that way if it was a globe, but it doesn't.
No, what I'm just saying is it's a common thing that most people think, which is the north is attracting the north needle, which is pulling it around to point at the that area. But it's not. It's aligning with field lines, and we just paint one end of that thing red. But it is what it is doing is it doesn't like being not aligned to those field lines, so it swings around, and we just paint one end of that red. So it is as much. It's not being pulled towards the north. It's aligning with field lines, and it is as much aligning south as it is north.
I hear you on the field lines thing. I hear you on the field lines thing, but the thing is that there is an actual effect. Like the compass does, the reason the needle has that point direction north is because it seems to be aligning with that central position. And I know what you mean about the field lines, but even with those field lines, there's still the actual position. Because if you put a magnet on the bottom of a needle, it's going to ping one way or the other. and like it actually pings north.
But I'm saying, how do you decide that it's pinging north? If it could be that south is at the center, wouldn't it be the case that it's actually pointing south?
Well, I guess it would have to be like repelling the north to then go south, I guess, if you were to invert it. But
That's what I'm saying. You're stuck on this idea that it's affected by the north. I'm saying that's not true. And couldn't it be the fact that it's actually attracted to the south?
Because of the field lines, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely agree that if you're just standing in the middle of a forest somewhere and you have a compass in your hand and it's pointing north, quote unquote, or it's pointing one direction, I mean, how could you decipher that it's pointing at, let's say, some object in the north, like some, magnetic center or something like that, versus just aligning with the field lines? Unless you had some way to be able to measure the field lines as well. But how would you know whether those field lines are for sure connecting with the center or not without doing some further analysis? So I mean, in terms of that, yeah, because if it's just aligning with the fields versus an object, but what if the field lines are also aligning to that point as well? Then it would be both. In that sense, meaning the field lines are a factor as it drapes over the land, but also if those field lines are going to a magnetic center, and if that magnetic center has its own magnetic effect, then those would essentially be one and the same. But yeah, being able to decipher that. But the thing is with a compass is that it seems to actually have a bias to the north, like the way the actual magnet positions itself to make the needle do that. It does have that a bias in a sense, meaning it does whatever that field effect is. It seems to have arrows pointing north rather than south. The only way to interpret it south is just if you just think of the other side of the needle, but that still would mean that the magnet is still.
But how do you determine that? How have you determined that it's got a bias towards north rather than a bias towards south?
Basically, because of like what side of the dial the magnet will ping towards.
But
like you can even do it like a really like
the two needles are 180 degrees opposed, right? Because the globe response for this is the only reason north is up on our maps is because that's where the English started out from, and because they put themselves in the north, they put north at the top. But like, had the Aboriginals been doing the exploring, the argument is that that we would have a map that has south at the top, and we could end up with an AE map like that. The one where the.
Well, one's about mapping and one's about an electrical field.
Right, but I'm just saying, how do we decide that the compass is pointing north? And I don't think we can. I don't think we can say that because to my understanding, like you can test these field lines as well. When you're saying how do we test that, Geo, is like if you just throw iron filings at a magnet, the magnet will. What you end up with is a pattern that demonstrates these field lines. And those filings are as attracted to the one end of the magnet as they are the other. But then the bits that fall in between will align in this way. And if I didn't tell you which end of the magnet was north, you would just have to flip a coin to pick one.
Well, the thing is, on a needle, though, on a compass, only part of it is magnetic, and that part is the part that pings to the north.
Is that true? I think the whole thing's magnetic. I don't think it's possible to have a half of a ferrous thing be magnetic.
How would it point anywhere then?
Yeah, it's like the magnet itself aligns north.
But that's what I'm saying. How did you decide that?
Is that a real question, or he's just hassling us?
No, like if you're deciding that the compass is pointing north, how do you decide that versus?
It doesn't matter because we're looking to gain that line. We're looking to gain that line.
But it does, because the might have been before you got in here, Dan, but I was saying, if you see in the chat, what disproves that the south could be the center? And if the answer is, well, the compass points north, I'm saying, well, it doesn't, according to the sort of globe model or the magnet people, the whatever. If you Google it or talk to the physicists, they're saying it's just aligning to the fields, and both of the ends of it are equal and opposite, and it is as much. It's just aligning to fields, and it is as much north and south. The magnet itself doesn't have a preference for one or the other. The compass itself doesn't have a preference for one or the other. We just paint one red. So then it does matter. Because
No, there is a preference, isn't there?
Not that I know of.
One is where the charge flows to, the other is where the charge flows from.
Oh, yeah. And which one's which?
I believe the electrons. Well, I'm not too sure. It's a good question. It's a very good question.
What would
I
be
don't
a
know.
good
I don't know
question
that
then,
about the globe model.
and that's quite fun then. So then if it's where the charge flows from, where the charge flows to, and we don't know which is which yet, which would be more indicative of the center? Where the charge is coming from or where it's going to?
I spoke incorrectly. I believe it's not the charge, it's the magnetic field. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was a field.
I wasn't really fully thinking. I wasn't fully thinking when I said that. I kind of just blurted it out. No, it's actually a magnetic field that enters it into one and exits through the other. I believe the positive is where it exits, and the negative is where it's entering. I think the north and south. I think north might be the positive one. I think that's why they have Aurora Borealis in the north, right? Because that's where the ions are, or whatever. I don't know. You should look it up, dude. I'm probably wrong.
It's a good question.
I know the Aurora Borealis being only in the north specifically has to do with that. The north. I think the North Pole is where the magnetic field originates, and the South Pole is the destiny or destination of the magnetic field. I guess, in a way to speak. But I mean, I could be completely wrong. Pretty sure though. Let me look it up for you.
Oh, awesome. Because you're the one that'll understand this stuff because you got a background in physics, so you're probably the best person to be.
Well, no, it's like
demystifying it for us.
Yeah, I was correct. Yeah, I just don't want to fucking say shit assuredly when my memory could be false. But yeah, it is the north one that's the originator or the emitter in a sense, and the south that's the receiver. And so in the north, when it comes out, right, that's why it has the aurora magnetic field. It's like coming out in the mirror, or at least that's the explanation.
Yeah, so I guess then the challenge is, which is it more likely to originate from the center or more likely to be drawn into the center?
Well, we know that the north is the one where it's coming from, and the south is where it's going to when it comes to magnetics. But if the south is like all around, as opposed to at a certain point, I think you would essentially see the same thing.
Yeah, there is the preferred direction, which essentially is what like the right hand rule is that electricians use. It's the actual direction of the vortex, the right hand rule, and they actually use it in like for wiring houses. Like electricians use it.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
the magnetic field, the magnetic field produced by a moving charge.
Yeah, it's
so
something like
essentially, if you have a
you're right.
charge, if you have a charge staying still, that's a static charge. It puts off an electric force. Now, if you move the charge, not only does it have an electric force that it emits, it also has a magnetic force that it emits. But the magnetic force is not like a divergent field. It's essentially a field that I don't know. I don't have the right exact geometrical term for it. It's on the tip of my tongue, but essentially, it's a field that does circle or vortex around the direction the charge is moving in.
Yeah, I'm posting a few images that show it. Magnetic field. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has its preferred direction in a sense. Like you were saying, see, it shows the arrows at the top kind of going to, and then the south coming from, essentially. It's the whole kind of toroidal field, ultimately.
In this image, the thumb is the magnetic field, and his finger curling around is actually the current.
Yes, yeah. If the spin's going that way, then the charge will come out this way.
Yeah, essentially, it's even on a more simple basis. You don't even need to curl the wires up around each other into that coil. Coiling up the wires focuses the magnetic field into essentially like you can put it in one direction almost. Whereas if you just had a straight like copper wire not coiled up, just going straight, and you had a direct current going through it, the magnetic field would circle around it in the exact same way, right? The current would be your thumb and your fingers would be the magnetic field. So in that image, I believe yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna go on mute. I don't want to take up the mic too much.
No, I don't think you're taking up the mic. I think it's good to hear from somebody who understands the physics. I certainly don't. So do you think in this right-hand rule and your understanding of how this creates field lines, that would create a preferred place for a center to be? Because to me, magnets always have to be kind of equal and opposite. So if you like crack a bar magnet in half, it'll just immediately reorient into two equal and opposite norths and souths again. Is that kind of right? Like you can't snap it apart. Now you've got a south end monopole, right?
With the permanent magnet, you're using a ferrous material, and a ferrous material is essentially inherently magnetic, but all the essentially all the magnetic field lines are all pointing in different directions. Whereas in making a magnet, when you cure the iron or like the steel, or whatever, the ferrous material, you cure it in a certain way, so it essentially goes from liquid to solid at a certain rate. And when it does that, it essentially aligns up all the theory is that it lines up all the atoms in the same direction. They're all polarized in the same way. So technically, all iron. Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So then hang on. So I've
ferrous,
got a solid
ferrous
block
material is naturally magnetic, but the chunks are all pointing different ways. Whereas if
Right.
you make it liquid, the magnetic field of the Earth has a force that influences the material in one direction, and if you cure it in a certain way, it retains that direction uniformly throughout the entire material, which causes it to be that's why magnets only work with like iron and shit, right? Because the iron is also magnetic. It's just the iron is pointing a bunch of different directions, whereas in a magnet, it's all aligned in that certain curing process.
This is confusing.
That's why, like,
fascinating
lodestones, yeah, like iron is naturally everywhere, right? It's a very plentiful material in, I guess, our Earth, right? So, I mean, this treatment, this process of cooling to line up all the things, does occur naturally, and that's what they call a lodestone. So iron usually is all chaotic. All the field lines are different directions, but sometimes even in nature, without having a forge or a processing plant or whatever, even in nature, sometimes iron cools down in a way that produces a magnet. They discover, I think they call it a lodestone in ancient Greece. They knew a lot about it even back then.
Yeah, there's even the idea that like in the ancient Vedics, like Mount Meru and other legends about a massive magnetic mountain at the center, and perhaps that it is made of lodestone, or at least has a lot of lodestone in it, which would perhaps explain why our compasses, have that
So
directional vector to the north.
hang on, now I've got two questions. What's a lodestone?
It's
just a natural magnet.
It's a natural
it's a magnet that
highly magnetic. Yeah.
You know magnets that you play, bar magnets, those fucking metal things you had a little kid, you put it under the table, move it. Oh, it's a ghost. It's essentially that was produced by melting iron and maybe a couple other substances, and then essentially having it cool down in a certain way to align it. That process, that chemical process, also happens naturally. So essentially, a lodestone is just a natural permanent magnet that nature will produce. They're just around, man. Like, there was a famous story about when they would go over one of them, it would actually pull all the screws out of the boats. And that's how these Greek people, like, oh, there's a lodestone in the water, or something crazy like that. So they're natural. They're not, it's not only like permanent magnets are not only man-made.
And so the next thing I wanted to ask is, like, if you're saying all of the atoms are aligned, the other thing we used to do in science was, like, you get a magnet and you rub it along a paperclip or something, and that makes the paperclip magnetic. But I don't think, well, is what I'm doing there rubbing it across and realigning atoms within it? Or
The force coming from the magnet is doing that, not your actual physical friction. So the force being emitted by the magnet is temporarily. Okay, so you know the solar system model, right? They go around in a circle. The same thing is essentially with the electrons go around in a circle. That circle, you can go look at the charge, right? You can go look at the diagram Gio put in the chat. That circulating charge causes a magnetic field. Now, those atoms are all pointed different directions, but if you can somehow align them and then lock them in a lattice structure, so they're all pointing in the same direction, that's what produces the magnet. And this is not me. This is like university textbooks that I learned this from.
super interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you're essentially you're when you do it with the magnet against the metal, you're moving some of them over, and they'll move back to chaotic random orientation over time. Whereas when it's liquid going back to solid, it's in a state where they can realign and then essentially lock in like a crystal lattice, and then they're stuck that in that alignment. It's not temporary. It's permanent. That's why they call it a permanent magnet. But even a permanent magnet over time becomes chaotic and doesn't work anymore.
Wow. Okay. This is very cool. Thank you, man.
See what we were going over earlier, Dan? For 90 grand, you can go to the South Pole. They got trips.
Oh, yeah?
Dude, they're slinging them for 90K.
I wonder what the people say like when they come home, if they feel satisfied or robbed. It'd be nice to read their Yelp reviews. I'm going to look it up.
Can't you buy like a shitty house for 90K?
You can buy a house for 20K throughout Ohio and all kinds of places.
Go to Detroit, they might pay to take a house.
Exactly. What the hell was I going to look up? I opened up Google and forgot.
Get out of my
Antarctic expeditions.
Oh, yeah, Yelp. Yelp reviews.
Dude, no one puts a Yelp review on a fucking $90,000 fucking. That's crazy.
Oh, their South Pole expedition only had two-star reviews from their website, so I should actually go back and click on them and see why people were not reviewing
Okay, I
it very
got
highly.
20 reviews on one. So let's see. Let's open up this fucker. Let's see.
Yeah, it actually would be interesting to see, and even if any of those could be contacted, like if any of them have like an email address or some way to message them through the review system, Yelp or whatever it is, that'd be interesting to actually talk to someone who has done those or done one of those, because I mean the one that Eggshell's posted claims they take you to the South Pole. It said that they let you roam around for 3 to 4 hours at the South Pole. That's what it said on their website. One of them was like,
you can't get anywhere in 3 to 4 hours on foot. That's like being dropped off in Mexico. Like, are you going to be able to explore Ohio in 3 hours if you're dropped off in Mexico City? That makes no sense.
Well, yeah, but I guess that's like they said it's like, only during the day, 3 to 4 hours. So I don't know if they let you go at night. But the thing is like, what are they calling that South Pole? Is it just a puddle jumper taking you to a predetermined area? And so that's what there's a lot of questions around that. And would one be able to actually validate where they are?
All right, I got a 1-star review from August.
Go on.
They're all
star. They paid the $90,000 and got ripped off, or what?
Well, I don't know if this is the $90,000 one, for one thing. I don't know.
I saw one star review, but it looked like the person had misunderstood the rating system and were giving it like a good review.
Sure.
Working customer service.
Glober you are. The Glober.
No, because it was like, I'll go back and find it. It wasn't even about the South Pole voyage. It was like, let me find it.
All right, let me read this. Their offices are disorganized and uncommunicative. One waits on hold for a minimum of 20-25 minutes. They're happy to take your deposit money, but any further communication is almost impossible. One of our flights was canceled, and getting an alternative was not possible. See, they put you through such a runaround that you never look for the fucking South Pole. You're just happy to get home. I mean, if they give you enough shit, you'll never ask where you were. You're like, yeah, just give me my trinket, give me my statue, my barbershop pole. Let me get out of here, right? We will never travel with this company ever. We were very disappointed. They have South America cruise. Enjoy special access to pristine email 4 weeks. Okay, that's a different cruise. A lot of 1-star babies here. I don't know. National Geographic sponsored Lindblad excursions. Okay, this is them doing something besides Antarctica. So this might have other stuff in it. This cruise company. Horrible, 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 horrible. They've lied and stolen repeatedly. They offered a discount, revoked it. I got to double check the name of this company. Lindblad Expeditions.
Yeah, this one is actually a negative review. It just starts off really positive, but they're saying they were there with Virgin Galactic people and they were prioritized over them, and then somebody was playing music late at night.
They ran out of Diet Coke, it says. Fuck. Imagine that. That's fucked up.
Exploring new frontiers, but I need my pop, damn it.
Chardonnay by midweek. Look at this complaint. This is good. Ran out of Chardonnay and eventually all soda. So nobody's actually mentioning the terrain or anything like that. Though this was a whale watch cruise.
Yeah, many of them are like, because it seemed very few people actually go to the South Pole from them. A lot of the rest of their activities are just like snowmobiling or skydiving or looking at the penguins. A lot of mentioning of penguins.
Yeah, that's the thing. So is anyone even going to that alleged South Pole? And then the ones that do, is it only during the day and it's just one little puddle jumper to an area that they can't confirm? Or is it just on their website, but they don't even really do it? That's another question.
Could be. Yeah, I'm not, again, as I want to make clear, I'm not claiming this does happen. I was just responding to the claim that there should be companies that offer this.
Well, I'm surprised you found that one or that one. Yeah. I have seen others like that, but
this is pretty rough. There's a lot of 1-star shit here, It's pretty rough.
It actually would be an interesting little research project to basically do like a full analysis of all reviews of trips, to Antarctica or to the Antarctic region, and just do like a full level like analysis and like categorize them and see what be interesting. How many how many people either didn't get to their destination or had some other canceled flights or things like that, and then also other restrictions that may have been at play, and also just what they even really experienced. Like, what did they actually see, themselves? Because I mean, they have military bases there. They have areas you can go. Even what was those guys? The Mr. Beast, that guy's YouTube channel. He did a thing where they went to the south. It wasn't the South Pole, but it was like Antarctica. They went to some area and they camped out or whatever. But I mean, that's not really obviously much of anything. I mean, that's like sort of like Noah said. That would be like they drop you in one area in Cincinnati or something, and then you're supposed to, figure out where you are and know what all of Ohio is just from one little street corner in Cincinnati. So yeah, there's a lot more to the expanse down there, I'm sure, than wherever they're letting people go. But even at that, it'd be interesting to see what people are saying about their experiences.
It seems there's a few ways of getting there, so I wonder which ones are which. Because one is you can just fly direct from Punta Arenas, and they said, but the vast majority prefer to go on the cruise, and then we'll take a side trip out from whatever base they're on to do the South Pole thing. Right, and then so the flight season. So you can go in July, but then you can only fly basically in summer, February, January, December. December, January, February, I guess I could have said.
Well, you need to go in the dead of...
You want to go in winter if you want to see the stars, which is what I would want to do.
Or the
and this one says you get to spend a few days at the South Pole.
Okay, so conceivably be able to see the stars.
Yeah.
Well, like I said before, though, really, you would have to come up on the other side. You'd have to keep going and come up on the other side of a alleged globe Earth, to even validate the globe. Because, like I said, the stars could, just like over a planar surface, Polaris has declination changes. Same with Sigma Octantis, or the claimed Sigma Octantis, and that whole southern region. So even on a planar surface, you could get underneath a rotation of stars and still be on a planar surface. The way you could go into Polaris and be under Polaris on a planar surface. I'm just saying the southern just being a different area of rotation than the northern. So from there, there would have to be even more inquiry in terms of, well, like I said, being able to go up the other side is what we need to show anything of a globe. But because the stars, I'm just saying that could still work. Like even if you and I right now went and did that trip, we go to the 3-4 days at the South Pole. If it is quote unquote the South Pole, if we can every night look up and, oh my gosh, there it is, we can just see it in live view of the being right under the way that, one would think in terms of all the stars rotating around. Then that wouldn't really necessarily confirm anything about a globe Earth model or the shape of the Earth, really. That would just show at least that is, that the stars are consistent with being that far south.
Yeah, it would say the stars are consistent with what the globe says they should do, but it doesn't. Yeah, and it doesn't disprove. I don't think anything disproves the flat Earth. But
because it's true, you're saying?
No, because it's unfalsifiable.
Nothing disproves it because it's true.
Because it presents itself in an unfalsifiable way, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just saying you can't disprove. You can't disprove the truth. I was just playing around with the words you were using. Just trying to make.
I said it on purpose.
A semi joke, but also because the way you said it, I know you weren't meaning that, but the way you said it made it sound like, oh yeah, it can't be disproven, because like if you thought it was true and you said it that way, it almost sounded like you were saying it in a really confident way, like, oh yeah, it can't be disproved, obviously, because it's the truth. That's funny.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, you're actually trying to say it's unfalsifiable. How is it unfalsifiable? I mean, you can falsify.
It doesn't have it doesn't have a model to test.
There's lots of models.
Exactly.
But okay,
but yeah, I don't think the right way to do it is a organized tour. Like I find organized tours very, like, it's like going on a roller coaster. It's fun, but it's on rails. Like, you know how the experience is going to go. It's all laid out for you. So yeah, to me, the proper meat would be to plan something yourself that you can then do the things you want to do. And then, but I honestly think you could get funding for it. I think you could, like, between like Patreons, like sort of crowdfunding style thing, and possibly even getting buy-in from you know, somebody who wants to make their own doco about it. If you had a few heavy hitters as well to boost its popularity.
Possibly. I mean, yeah, that is one route, but I think it could get maybe messy if you get sort of some people that have a lot of financial gain interest involved. That could be concerning, or popularity, maybe that could get. But I mean, I hear what you're saying in terms of like possible funding, if that's what you meant, if that's what you mean by that, that could be one possible route in terms of getting. Yeah, but I mean, the thing we're asking, we were kind of talking about before. This kind of brings it back to when we were talking about that. Is like what. Like, do you think that even with if money was no limit, that you could actually even get approval from these government sources? And then do you think that they would let you do it without any other underhanded thing going on, like sinking your ship or taking out your plane or whatever it would be, and then making a news article about it? Oh, these people were not prepared, or it's so, how easy, what a good psyop too. Like, even if that, like what I'm saying, this is a pretty dark level of like criminality. I get that. But I'm just saying, like, if you have this going on, like, they're not, like I said before, they're not just gonna go on the news and tell everyone, oh, we're guarding Antarctica, with machine guns, and none of you can come here. It's all off limits, because then people really would want to know what's going on. So instead, they kind of mask it in the Antarctic Treaty System and all of the different kind of nebulous laws and all of that. Then you have to get all these approvals. You have to go through this whole kind of, from what I understand, people have started to go through it. It's like a nightmare of paperwork, and there's a huge amount of money you have to put forth to even get approval to do an Antarctic trip. I think it's as high, it's like 150,000, just 150,000 down from one of the numbers I remember. Like literally, just like, okay, first thing 150K, then from there. So it's like serious costs, and of course that's probably to cover the lawyer and the insurance and all these other factors. So, and that's just for the application process. But anyways, so there's all the rigmarole of going through that. But then even if you were to somehow get through all of that and they somehow were going to approve you for it, if they did, and if by the time you're out of internet service, you're out of GPS, you're out of Wi-Fi, all that stuff, if they did decide, okay, well, we're not going to let this whole research team that's like the cutting edge people on the whole earth, we're not going to let them just go do this, So even though, all right, we let them get through the paperwork to let the kind of media look like it's legit or something. And I'm just saying, and even another underhanded, it's like I said, it's very criminal thought here of what they would do. But I'm just saying, even if they pass you with all of that, then if they pass you with all the paperwork, even if you then went and did it, once you're out of range of all that, if they did have a military, operation where they just boom, take you out, missile, sink your ship, take out your airplane, whatever, they then could very easily make a whole story about it to then claim, oh, look how dangerous this is, guys. You don't want to do this. These guys had the money and they had the team, and even they, it's dangerous for them as well. So I'm just saying, like, there's so many options as to how that could still be of a high risk if one would even do that, to even attempt it, even with the paperwork, even if you were to trust that side of it.
My question is what kind of research do you think they would do down there?
Ice core samples.
Yes.
Is that it? Is that right?
Penguin.
Yeah. What else? Penguin. I mean, well, penguins are far enough north that you technically say, anybody in the flat Earth could say, well, it's not quite on the ice wall, because they're out on the islands around, the wall and stuff. And if they're researching penguins, they weren't really in Antarctica. But my question is what kind of research would you do in Antarctica, away from, say, like the research station that's already there and closer to the South Pole?
You can check all those yellow snow,
Dan, let's just be reasonable, okay?
What are you doing here?
I think also just
you make ice cubes outside.
Stuff to do with the magnetic poles, I think, would be something I'd be interested in.
Yeah, that's possible. But isn't the southern magnetic pole a little further north also?
Yeah, it's not bang on the. Here's one I think I've heard of. When it's clear, it's super good for astronomy because you don't need to deal with the rotation of the Earth. So it's really good for looking at some stars. Yes,
yeah, that would be an excellent one. Another one would be if you could get on one of the ice shelves that are not as thick. I think the average between like 3 and 5 miles, or not 3 and 5 miles. 2 2 to 3 miles thick in thickness, and you could find out a lot about the climate and what it was like thousands of years ago through those core samples, and going down even to the getting samples from the ground and the rocks below, whether or not there was anything living down there.
Yeah, I'm down.
So those are all good reasons to go do research down there. But to claim that they don't allow you to do the research is actually false, because the application isn't about what you're going to do in your research. It's about whether or not you have the facilities and the ability to go down to Antarctica and not get yourself killed. So most people, when they do expeditions, take along plenty of gear, plenty of people, and support staff to make sure that their research is done safely. And that's the greatest concern. And you have to notify the other treaty signing, the other members of the treaty who signed it, to let them know you're going down there.
There's only so many snowmen you can make,
That's a great review. Look at the review Dan's found.
Is that what they said?
Somebody's complained that Antarctica's cold.
It's fucking cold, the guy says.
Fucking brilliant. That is good.
There's more than one with the same complaint. There's another cold one that says it's just too fucking cold.
I mean, like, I kind of get it where, like, it's exactly what you expect, but they could still be like, oh, wow, even with all of my thermals, it was still unbearable and unpleasant. But, like, it's also pretty funny.
He said, look at this review. Stay out of the shade and you'll be all right. On the bright side, the penguins are easy to talk to. Can't be for real. That's good stuff.
Penguins
It
do
is
seem
good.
easy to talk to, I have to say. He's pretty friendly. If you wanted to open up to a penguin, he's probably going to sit there and listen to you quite patiently.
Yeah. Have you seen that thing? I've got no idea if it's true, but it's just funny. Have you seen that thing where they talk about these suicidal penguins? Kind of.
I've heard about
amazing,
suicidal
but also really
walruses where they
sad.
climb up on these these walruses that they're all trying to get out of the water, so they're not get eaten by whales and stuff, and then they all end up climbing up the mountain, and then it gets crowded, and they end up like falling from the top, and essentially,
God.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's a similar kind of thing where, like, yeah, I was watching. It was like a clip, obviously taken from a documentary or something, but I just saw the clip. And I think it was who's that German guy who has that funny accent, and here you can see and he always makes really dark, like, documentaries. He made that one about Grizzly Man. Anyway, it might not have even been him, but they're like watching these penguins that all have to huddle together for warmth, and they can only survive as this huddled thing. And they're like, yeah, you'll see this penguin wandering off, and somebody's like, oh my God, it's going to die. It's not going to have the warmth of its friends. And somebody's like, well, let's grab it and bring it back. And he's like, okay, fine, try it, grab it, bring it back. But what you'll find is it just goes and does it again. For some reason, penguins just sometimes do this. They just turn around and wander off onto the ice shelf and obviously freeze to death or something. I don't know.
Just a pole in the snow. Antarctica is wonderful with penguins and ice caves and vistas impossible to describe. Visiting the actual South Pole fills you with a sense of achievement that is hard to beat. On the other hand, it is simply a pole stuck in the snow. In a large flat plain of snow with a few buildings that we were not allowed to enter. The awesomeness is all in the knowledge that you're at the end of the earth. There's very little to see there.
Wow. Flat plane of ice, eh?
I'll paste it. Just a pole in the snow.
Yeah, so did they is it like a little, do they take like a little puddle jumper airplane? Because if that's the case too, it would sort of like you would just take a little plane and just land in an icy area with a pole there.
By starting from Cape Town, you fly 5 to 6 hours to Antarctica on a 14-seat Gulfstream 550, landing on Wolf's Fang Ice Runway and changing to a Baslar DC-3 on skis to fly to the campsite. A
DC-3?
Yeah, circa 1940.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a World War II troop transport plane, isn't it? That's that one. Like it's a tail dragger. It like lands on two front wheels and then drags its tail wheel. That's that's old.
And it's got skis.
Hey, I wanted to mention
Wow.
that if you go to Indeed.com and you just look for jobs in Antarctica, you'll find a ton of jobs, bro. Openings, like civilian contracts, 6-month contracts, heavy equipment operators to move snow around, mechanics, licensed EMTs, like everything you can think of.
Someone should do it.
Civilian contracts.
Exactly.
I was thinking about doing it, bro.
Go undercover. Go undercover.
I wanted to vlog it, bro. Vlog it.
Because you could end up doubling your pay packet, right? If you go, I'm going to go down there, I'm going to get a job down there. Who wants to like Patreon fund me to like make video diaries and stuff like that? Because I had a friend who was considering for a while, like when he got out of uni, he had a radio degree in like a radio production, and one of the jobs he got offered was to do it on one of the bases there, where they have radio just playing music just to keep people entertained, but also to give them a sense of time, because during winter and summer it's like either always dark or always sunny. So they were like, oh, something that keeps morale up is this, like having breakfast radio, and people have a sense of what time of day it is. They can call in and chat and stuff.
And I don't think none of these are hoaxes. Like I think they're legitimate contracts, civilian contracts. Like I know there's a lot of like speculation, but I intuitively feel like these contracts are legitimate. Now, I don't know anybody that's been there personally, but I don't think they're lying about this. I don't think this is like an op, you know what I mean?
Well, I think most people agree, even on the flat earth side, agree that those bases like McMurdo and the other one, there are like 3 main ones, I think. I think most people agree that they exist, just that they aren't at the actual wall and they might serve nefarious purposes.
Yeah, so I mean, there seems to be, as far as I'm aware of, there's like 2 icy regions. There's one that's basically south of South America. Then there's another one that's like south of the sort of Australia, New Zealand area, meaning that there's not, like, as far as I know, like nobody goes to Antarctica from South Africa. So, and even if you look at the Antarctic map, even on the globe thing, if you look at the Antarctic, it's like, it's basically half of the continent is where they have any actual like civilian things, meaning a whole half of Antarctica is just completely blank, essentially, even on the globe model. Because when you look at where McMurdo is and Little America, and you look at those different bases, like they're basically only covering like half of it. So that's interesting in and of itself. And the whole way that it looks pieced together on Google Earth is kind of a little bit weird, where you see some areas that are more defined and there's a lot of like CGI cut in stuff, but that's Google Maps. But anyways, I'm just saying, like, so there's really only like those 2 areas in general. And so people either fly from like South America and they go to Antarctica in one of those regions, or, like I said, from the sort of more Australia area. And so if those are those 2 areas, then yeah, they have like military bases there, the United Nations, there's various outposts like that. There's like science setups and stuff. And then there are the tours and stuff as well that go to those. So, but the thing is that if whatever Antarctica actually is, if those areas that civilians go and where you could get a contract job or whatever it may be, yeah, like people that are working there are doing stuff, because there are some people that even live there and work there. But if you're only limited in a certain area, because there's not just like roads, so you couldn't just like get on the road and start taking a road trip, right? Because there's not roads all through Antarctica. So you would have to have some kind of snowmobile or other device. And then at that point you have to have equipment and the blizzards and the cold and just the actual restrictions. So even if you were there on contract work, I don't think they're going to let you just take your snowmobile and just bound out
right.
wherever you want. So at that point, now it just means that there's like, let's say at least 2 main kind of civilian areas. And if those are quite limited, then that would be like coming into, like, let's say in Florida or something, and you're just on one little tip of the Florida Keys or whatever, all the way down there. and it looks like a lot of land or whatever, but you're just in one little tiny area. You don't even know there's an entire continent of Florida, that you haven't even gotten to, because the Florida Keys are like off of Florida. I'm just an example. So, or if you were to come to a landmass, you just come to one little area of it that's fairly restrictive, and you can't necessarily explore the rest. Like if you came to one city on the east side of the United States, like you went to like, New York or something, like, and you never explored the rest of the United States, you wouldn't even know all this other stuff is even out there. So I'm just saying Antarctica, could be so much more massive than what they're even allowing any civilian or contract worker to even
No,
see.
absolutely. Actually, when you look up the contracts on Indeed, 95% of them are McMurdo Station. McMurdo
that's the big
Station
one.
is Ross Island. You guys probably already talked about it, which is an island off of Antarctica. It's not really Antarctica. It's not the mainland.
Yeah. And I think the other thing, like based on what Gio's saying, is you probably would find your restrictions even greater there, because if you've got a job on the base, A, they're not going to let you wander off from that job, but B, and more importantly, they're going to be liable for anything that happens to you while you're there. So I imagine you would find, in terms of like just wanting to go and see the South Pole, would be very difficult to just go and do by yourself. I imagine, like, probably if you're there for a few months, there might be an opportunity if you turn up and you're like, I really want to go and see the South Pole, that they might be like, well, we can arrange something. But yeah, I think if you really, really wanted to go, just wander around and see what you can see, you probably, you'd probably be better off going by yourself. But still, you would be able to see the, like, once you're inside the Arctic Circle, the Antarctic Circle, you get to see the midnight sun. You get to see that the South Celestial Pole should be 80 degrees high in the sky at least.
Right, exactly. There is those things. I mean, the 24-hour sun thing is huge because it's just a huge thing that we could go into the whole topic, but just briefly, I'll just say that the 24-hour suns in the north, in the Arctic, there's many of those footages, and they're all easily to verify, at least that the fact that there's like a consistency of frames from one frame to the next, and they do seem to be consistent footages. And many of us have known people, obviously, that have seen the 24-hour sun in the north. Many people do, regularly, etc. But the south is a whole different category in terms of like the footage that is provided and how problematic those ones are. So I know it's a whole like debate and whole thing to get into, but I mean, over the years we've looked at them, and even just going off the very basic thing of like I often say like a series of frames, because you basically have frame 1, frame 2, frame 3. And if it's authentic footage, those frames should have a consistency of, the people moving, the things happening in those frames. And if there's any cut in those frames at all, then it just means that right off there, you don't have uncut footage. Now, what that cut could mean is a whole nother question. But if it's not a consistency of frames from one frame to the next, then that's a problem. And when I've gone through all the ones that have been presented for the claim South Pole 24-hour sun, they're highly problematic. Like they don't have an accurate series of frames. I actually have never seen one that has an accurate, authentic series of frames. However, the latest one there's the one guy that does most of them. The latest one that he did is one of the best I've seen in terms of like the fakery side of it. It's like one of the best I've seen. Now whether it is or not fake, I'm not really claiming, but I'm just saying that like it is better, although it still is not a consistent series of frames. And there's several cuts because it's a 360 camera, and there's the part where it overlaps, and there's several issues as well. There's a part where the sun goes behind the clouds, which is a whole nother part of it, but it's not only one part, it's like a whole major part of it. Anyway, so there's still issues with that one too, but it is better than the others. Like like the thing is, we've been finding where there was inconsistencies and issues, and he's been fixing them literally year after year, coming out with the new one. And so his latest one, it's like he's fixed all the issues that we've brought up over the years. It's like done differently now, but his latest one is better than the previous, but it's still not consistent, accurate series of frames. So the fact that doesn't exist. So if somebody could go down there to verify that. Now, one thing though is that they could spray chemtrails in the sky that would totally block the sky, that you wouldn't even be able to validate whether the sun is in the sky or not, because that's the thing that needs to be deciphered. It's not just 24-hour daylight, because that could happen with the caustic effect, like the coffee cup caustic. That could happen within the way that mathematics of lights work, and it could wrap around in that sense for 24-hour daylight, but you would not be able to get the 24-hour actual sun, the physical circle of the sun in the sky. So that's, if somebody could verify that, I mean, that's even one thing seems like even maybe even McMurdo or some of those more public stations may be able to validate that. It's possible, at least. Sorry if that was too long-winded, but
no, I'm with you.
there's a bunch there.
I'm sharing some pretty cool images of a video. I'll put the link in the chat.
So just the fact that there's not a series of frames footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, to me that just stands out as being So I mean, if somebody could confirm that, that would be huge, and it would give a lot more information. Because if that's not happening, like if it's only 24-hour daylight but not the actual sun in the sky, then that would be a huge problem for the globe, of course. Like if the sun is circling the North Pole, like on a general, like an AE map, the sun is circling, then like I don't see any way that in one spot in Antarctica, if you were on the outer rim of that, I could see a way that you could have 24-hour daylight, because you can even replicate it with a little glass dome, like a little paperweight thing. You put a light on it, you can actually see the light wrapping around. But it's also like caustic geometry and caustic mathematics shows that reflective pattern. So it could have 24-hour daylight on an AE type map with the sun circling. That you could still get that glow from the sky, basically, like the blue glow from the sky would be lit, is what it is basically. So like part of what causes daytime is that blue glow of the sky, that indirect lighting, and then you have the sun itself. So in terms of if there's not an actual 24-hour sun in that region, then the sun would move on around, like on an AE type map, it would move around and you wouldn't see, so it would set, but then the blue glow of the sky would still stay lit because of that caustic effect if you're in those outer rims of the
I posted
field.
a video, but I kind of lean on the side that there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and I think that you actually can see the sun beyond the southern tropic. And on a flat Earth, it would be impossible, right? But I think that there's ways to explain it. I think that the sun itself is in the firmament, and that it's being projected to where we see it. It's not its actual position. It's just like perspective. It's like an apparent position. FE Core did some good work on this in 2017, bro. They posted some data because they tracked the sun for like years. They tracked its GP every 10 degrees latitude. And the sun's doing some weird stuff, bro. And they concluded that the sun is a projection, that the real sun is in the firmament, and that the apparent sun that we see is really like a holographic projection, bro. So like when you're in Antarctica, it doesn't make any sense that you would see the sun on the other side of the rim, right? You would see it at the rim. How could that be possible if on a flat Earth model, people assume that the sun doesn't go beyond the southern tropic, 24.3 degrees or 23.4 degrees, right? So there are things that are unexplainable, but we're getting there. Just because we can't explain it yet doesn't mean that it's not actually happening.
Yeah, well, no, I hear you. I mean, sort of like the way a rainbow appears, like the rainbow kind of, in its own way, like could the sun and the moon work in some way like that as well? Like you said, like holographic, or have like some kind of effect of that nature. The thing about that though, even if that were the case, the thing is that we're talking about the sun and the moon. They obviously like interact with the earth. Something like stars are, I mean, they have their twinkle, but they don't quite light up. Well, the stars do collectively seem to light up the environment some, but I'm saying, generally they're not as bright. Whereas obviously like a full moon or the sun. So the thing about something like that you're saying, the thing is that when you have like a physical reality where there's a certain consistency, meaning if you and I were standing outside together and we're looking up at the sun, and the sun is moving, like it's moving for you the same as it is for me, in the way that like you're seeing the same shadows I'm seeing, in terms of the way it's actually intersecting the earth that we seem to be collectively sharing, meaning we're walking on the same ground, there's trees around us, whatever it may be. And so the thing is, like, the idea of it being a consistent thing in the sky would then mean that it would actually light up a huge environment, like a huge planar surface Earth, in a way that does match that being in the sky. Kind of like if you have a light bulb in your ceiling, it's going to actually make shadows and do the thing. But if you're saying that it's something like another idea where it's sort of more of like just like a phenomenon that can kind of do whatever, or it can kind of do whatever in different ways, then that would then mean that like if there's something like that was going on, that it's not something that's consistent, that has like a consistent mechanical, and it's almost like a mechanical type features to it. Well, then at that point, then that effect of what the sun is doing would have to like sync up with everyone else in that region and all the physical land in that region for all of those shadows and all of those things to be consistent with that kind of effect that you're describing. You know what I'm saying? Like it would have to be beyond just the individual viewer and somehow be like doing it for everyone in that area. I'm just going down that line of thought.
It almost, because I tried to talk about this the other day, and Witsit actually, I think Witsit's on in agreement with me on this, that when we see crepuscular rays at a certain angle, those angles are observer dependent. Like it's not the same for everybody that's seeing that ray. But someone said that, well, they flew a drone around the ray, and actually it showed that the ray was consistently at the same angle all the way around, regardless of your position. But I don't know. I'm still conflicted on that. I gotta see more data.
And I'm late to mention it. I'm late to mention it, but the exclusive use of the word planar by Geo always intrigues me. I'm counting. There we go. Thanks.
What did you use to make that ding? Is that sound like a real bell, not a soundboard?
Here, I'll paste it.
It's like a real bell, dude.
It was good. It's a good sound.
Is it like an everybody drink for the planer, or is it a?
Yeah, exactly. Because you're the only one. It's always like it's so authentic when you say it. Ooh, what's that? It's a step above realm. Good job.
And if you look at the way that the light is casted on the Earth, on the plane of Earth, the only time that the light is equally divided on the Earth are at the equinoxes, right? And then beyond that, you'll see an oval shaped, like the light creates like an oval shape, consistent with it being in the firmament, and and that the light that we're seeing is being affected by the firmament itself. Whatever the firmament is, it's causing the light to warp and bend. They can show it, like the video that I posted shows it. Actually, I'll post another video that shows it a little better. And plus the rainbow itself, the fact that we get rainbows, it shows that wherever the sun is, there's two polarizers in front of it. So one polarizer would be the firmament itself is a prism of sorts, and then you get the water, then that's how you get the rainbow.
Yeah, which is interesting too, because rainbows actually have like the pyramids are actually built in this like ratio to like 52 degrees, which is the way rainbows appear, like dual rainbows. It's pretty interesting. Like the pyramids in Egypt are actually built to that degree, but it's like a universal. It's almost like the Fibonacci sequence in a sense, but it's like the arc of like the sky. It's also like sundogs, and there's other phenomenon that fit with the geometries that you're referring to. Yeah, because with like a rainbow, you have that curved shape to it, but then create them, like you said, with prisms and the way that works. And I was going to say too before, with what just linking with what you're saying about, just already linked two ideas because I know it's kind of putting two things at once, but this is just also tagging back to the thing you were saying before about being observer dependent. Just going to point out two things that are interesting. So with like light rays, quote unquote, from the sun, that idea. So if you're like on the beach and the water's reflecting off the light is reflecting off the water, that will be independent for each observer. Like if you're standing on the beach, you'll see the line coming to your feet. Your friend that's 100 feet down the beach, he's going to see a line coming to his feet. So that is observer dependent. However, if there's like a stick in the ground with a shadow, that's not necessarily observer dependent. That's right. Subjective. So it's interesting. Yeah, and those are two what you would consider light rays, quote unquote, from the sun, but there's two differences there. It's interesting.
Yeah, the shadows don't act the same way as light does. That's why it's hard to understand why the physics of light, very hard to understand why shadows, and I do believe shadows are one empirical way to measure time. And I find that shadows are one of the only ways that you can accurately measure time from my research. because optically, you know, you run into a lot of problems just staring at the sun, or even using telescopes or binoculars or theodolites. There's a tons of you know, it's prone to errors, human error and optical errors, whether it's refraction, diffraction, reflection, all that stuff, atmospheric conditions, perspective, optical perspective, all that stuff. When you're using telescopes and binoculars and whatever, any lenses at all, you're gonna come, you know, there's gonna be a lot of problems. But for whatever reason, shadows are consistent.
Somebody got the drum symbol. But yeah, it is interesting for sure. Well, so yeah, so that does all play factors. Well, so okay, so you're suggesting there's an idea there could be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica because the sun would just be emitting differently in that region in a way, or it would be kind of looping. But I guess explain more what you would mean by that, because like, of course, like on an AE map, if it's like the hands of a clock, like the sun and the moon, as it were, the sun would be going around all the way the other side. And generally when the sun, like on that type of layout, if you're in, let's say California or something, and the sun is over, 180 degrees on the other side of the plane on that kind of AE type map, obviously you're not going to see the sun at all. It's going to be dark. It's totally far away. So in the South, when the sun would do that, you would think it would also do that. One idea I've thought of that would be trippy is if there's another wheel, there's another sun circling on the beyond the south, and then that sun that's circling beyond the south would intersect with the one that's circling in the one we know of, and then they would like replace each other. You ever thought of that? Like a mirroring effect.
There's something going on regarding optical perspective and other things. Like, for example, you see a star, it seems to be at a certain position, and you think that you can get to it. You want to get to its zenith, right? You want that star to be overhead. And you see it on the horizon, right? And people have tried doing this. As you get closer, it seems like the star just keeps moving away, keeps moving away, keeps moving away. The sun somehow does the same thing. The sun seems to stop at the southern tropic.
Sorry.
Yeah, and the 1970s is calling.
I'm trying to get
with
to
your
it.
ringtone. Your ringtone
on my screen.
So the sun, it seems to stop at the southern tropic, 23.4 degrees. It doesn't go beyond that. It's a line of demarcation, right? But people have found out that actually, as you try to track the sun and follow it to its limit, right? It keeps going, bro. It goes beyond the tropic. And you go all the way to Antarctica, and the sun, it still keeps going, bro. Right? So where is it? I thought its limit was the southern tropic. Apparently not. Apparently the sun is in the firmament, just like, I have a philosophical bias because in the scriptures, it actually does say that the sun and the moon are in the firmament, not below it, but in it. But it seems like it's below it. It seems like it's in our airspace. It seems like it's actually, and I've seen footage where the clouds seem to like go in front of the sun. But again, what we see here is not the actual position of the sun. It's only the apparent position because the actual sun is in the firmament. So what we're seeing here is really just a projection. And somehow the dome itself, the firmament, is acting as a lens and it projects it to our realm. But the actual sun is in it. And it's just like a rainbow. You try to follow the rainbow and chase it, and it just keeps moving. It's like, when am I ever going to get to the end of the rainbow? You try to get to the sun, and it's like you can't ever get to the sun. Even though it seems like it's right there. Like it's like achievable, like you can reach it.
Yeah, totally. It's interesting. I know. Well, the moon has that effect too. Dude, this is obviously somewhat anecdotal because it's my experience, but I used to live in a place in California where there was like another way that I could drive home. And it was just like this beautiful drive where there's like hardly any houses and it's just like open, like there's like lakes and bounding like mountains and hills. And it's just incredible. And it's just, there's very little city light out there. And that's not really that relevant to the story actually, but it's just, I'm just remembering it, that drive. But anyways, the moon, when it was like a full moon, especially, I know it's just anecdotal, but a lot of other people have described this too. When you're like going like 40, 50 miles an hour and the moon is really bright and you can really see it, and it's like activating the whole environment like that, it really does seem to have, in my experiential effect, a similar effect that rainbows have, in the way that it's almost like it feels like it's like chasing you. I know that kind of sounds simple, like, well, yeah, obviously because you're moving and it, but there's a way in which it really, it's hard to even describe, but I think you probably know what I mean. Like it almost seems like it's chasing you, and it's like following, and it's like right there, almost like it's being projected for you rather than just being an actual rock out there. Yeah,
exactly. And my son actually brings it up all the time. That's what he says. Oh, hey, look, the moon's following us, or the star's following us. And it's a combination of things. It's a combination of optical perspective, and all kinds of things, bro. Just the way that light works, plus the idea that the dome itself is some sort of lens. That's creating a lensing effect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the thing is, if we can only see so far and there's a limit, then in theory you could basically, like, this is more of like a simulation idea or something, or it's not really that simulation theory, but you probably know what I mean when I say it, which is like the idea that, like, in theory you could have like a thing that is experienced as an Earth, but it's actually like just all like energy, like it's all just light and sound, frequency, like it's just all energy that's manifesting in the way to have that experiential feeling that you're on the Earth and it's like an independent thing. But when you really can only take in any limited region of where you're at, and any human only can, then like we're seeing the sun and the moon, how they display to themselves in our, stage, as it were, like on our stage, wherever we are, it's like, that's our stage. I'm in my stage, you're on your, and so like, we're only seeing that. So, I mean, I know it's good because it kind of plays into the idea of, you're saying that the sun is not just like a necessarily just like a consistent thing, but, it could be. So I'm just kind of going with that, just kind of exploring that idea, and just kind of think about how, like, if it's all made of like consciousness, or it's made of like light and sound, like you could actually have any manifestation, and it doesn't necessarily have to be like the physical material explanation that a lot of the mainstream model has given, the Newtonian Cartesian thing. It actually at that point could be, it's like, if it's a manifestation of consciousness, then there can be many different experiences, although we do seem to have a pretty consistent one that we're collectively sharing as well. So
yeah, man, it's like the more you think you know, the less you actually know, man. It's just the way it's gonna be. But I think that people need to just realize that, just like the Globers, we need to be more open-minded to, and understand that we just don't know it all. We don't have all the answers, and that's all right, because we're still investigating our realm. We're still getting to learn the nature of reality. Like, I was under the assumption that the sun didn't go beyond the southern tropic, but that could just be, that could be a lie too.
Well, my only comment on that would be to say this. My understanding is that it does not, because I mean, going on the other side of the idea of, I mean, there's also the idea that there is a consistency in terms of the sky and the positions of these things, which is ultimately what I mean. Like, are you like? Let me ask you this: like, okay, the way that the sun moves and it lights up areas of the Earth, like, doesn't that seem quite consistent in terms of the time zones and the sun, timeanddate.com, and like, so wouldn't that imply that there is a consistency of it?
But it shows, it shows that, like, if you look at the second video I posted, it explains how that's possible with the sun still being in the firmament. You could still get the same day and night cycles that you see on Earth. The second video actually goes through January to December with the sun, like the way it shines its light on the Earth. It wouldn't affect it. It wouldn't affect that. And
oh, but I was gonna say, real quick, just about the south. Okay, so my understanding would be this: the sun, when it gets to the Tropic of Capricorn, like on the the outer ring, as it were, or when it the Tropic of Capricorn, when it's summer for the south and winter for the north, at the peak of this winter solstice for the people in the north, etc. When it's at that Tropic of Capricorn, my understanding is it never goes past there. However, to get down to like a very, like a hair strand amount of difference, like a very tiny amount, My understanding is that there have been measurements of the sun being a little bit further south at the Tropic of Capricorn each year, a teeny tiny bit. And now that's interesting, the idea of the sun, maybe if it's like vortexing through thousands of years from the center and it's melting out more and more ice. That's interesting in and of itself, that it's actually going a little further south, but not like a massive amount. We're talking about like a fraction of a degree. Now, if that was the case, that also there's the idea that that actually would also play into the precession of the equinoxes on a planar Earth type system, because on the they try to say the globe is wobbling and all that, but you don't necessarily need what I'm about to say for this. However, it's very interesting that this, and in a lot of the ancient systems, this is how they have it set up as well, where the sun is going a little bit further beyond the Tropic of Capricorn, just a fraction of a degree, each time it does a winter. It's like another year has passed, essentially, and at that winter solstice, which is why it also has a lot of spiritual significance as well. But that the sun does, stretch in that sense a tiny bit more, which is what causes the precession of the equinoxes, because that if it's on like a perfect cycle from the Tropic of Cancer to the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn, in order for it to get off sync with the stars, it could just go off sync with the stars just in terms of like gears on a clock. But the idea that it actually is like going out a little bit more is sort of like a wobble, but not really. It's more like the circuit. It's like almost like just going a little further. It's kind of like a wobble, but it's not really a globe wobble. It's more just like a expansion contraction type of wobble. And then that would have the reason as to why the stars and the sun essentially are in this 26,000 year cycle, the precession of the equinoxes, because you mentioned the sun going beyond the Tropic of Capricorn. So that's just my understanding in terms of that, any amount of that happening, and that being potentially connected to the precession of the equinoxes.
I mean, it's just speculation. I'm not saying that it does, but I wouldn't be surprised if you were like at the southern tip of South America, right, or Antarctica, and you've seen it towards the southern sky, like going in a circle. Like, how would you explain that, right? It would have to be beyond the tropic, right? But I've never been there, so I can't verify that. I'm just speculating.
Well, not on a globe, though, I guess. Technically, on a globe, they could have it would stay at the tropic, essentially, and then still, because you're on the bottom of a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So, like on the globe, that technically, in a way, I guess, in general, would work.
Yeah, in the globe, it would work, but I'm talking about on a flat Earth. How would you rationalize the sun being at the
exactly. If
sky,
it's
you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you think if one is considered like an AE map going out from the center, the outer areas being the Antarctica, and then if you're in Antarctica, you would be way south of the Tropic of Capricorn, of course, because that's only at 23.4, and you'd be way south of that, and then the sun would be, that's why it's so cold there, because it's pretty like right now for us in the north, the sun is getting lower and lower for us. But if you were in the south, like Antarctica, you'd be on the other side of it. So even when the sun is at the Tropic of Capricorn, for you in Antarctica, it's going to be way low in your sky because you're way on the other side of it. So yeah, it's going to be like a low declination, rising and setting, even at that. Of course, even more so when it's in the north, when the sun's in the north, when it goes to the Tropic of Cancer. But I'm just saying when it's at the Tropic of Capricorn. So yeah, if you were to have that layout, and I see what you're saying, that if the sun were going to circle you, then it would have to break out of that. If it's the same sun or whatever, it would have to break out of that whole Tropic of Capricorn, exactly, and then zip around you. Right. So that's why I'm saying it kind of does break down.
It's pure speculation, bro. I'm just, hypothesizing, bro, because I don't believe that to be the case. I think that there's something going on. If that's actually going on, then the only way I can explain it is that the sun is a projection, and that the sun's actually in the firmament. That's why you can actually see it in the southern sky. But I can't verify that right now. So I haven't seen any videos verifying that are official, like you mentioned, with no cuts, no edits, just 24 hours of straight video.
Right. Yeah, I know that's the thing. It's very lacking in terms of solid footage of it. Yeah. And there's only there's the one guy that's done most of them, and he works for the BBC, and he's done all these mainstream documentaries, and so
have you seen the
wrapped in with the big media companies?
Let me find them up there, because I
I don't know if you're talking about this guy, but Kosho seems like he's found somebody. I don't know if you already knew of him, but he's posted something that says that's Robert Schwartz. Here we go.
Yeah, that's him.
Iceman South
That's
Pole
one of them.
page.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he works for the government, does he?
I don't know about. I didn't say he worked for the government. My understanding of him, you can go to his website. He's basically done a lot of different like documentaries and TV spots and things for like National Geographic and BBC and all of those.
Sure.
So he's kind of like a hired guy to do those things. I think there's like a somewhat like it got quite a fair amount of like coverage. It might even be on Netflix or whatever, but I think it's just called like Antarctica or it's called something like that. It's like kind of one of the more kind of well-known, official sort of documentaries on Antarctica and stuff. So yeah, he's the one that has done most of them.
South Pole skies and polar lights. So because I posted one of his that is like one half of a hemispherical lens, but he's just got it in the like circle view showing. It says August moon, so I guess that might be the moon moving around. Over what I presume is a 24-hour period.
Yeah, I've watched a few videos, at least like 15 videos showing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica on YouTube, but I don't know. In 2021, there was a pilgrimage to Antarctica to experience the eclipse. There was a solar eclipse.
Oh yeah.
During the 24-hour period in Antarctica. So during the 24-hour period of daylight in Antarctica, there was a solar eclipse and it went dark. It went dark, and a lot of people went to see that. Journalists, people were sleeping in tents, and it was on the news. And that's when I started like rethinking like my ideas about this. So I'm like, well, if all these people went down there and they experienced a solar eclipse in Antarctica, then maybe it's an actual phenomenon, and we just have to figure out how it's possible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes more sense to me than like the idea that it's only Masons and sketchy people going to space is strong, but the number of civilians going to Antarctica, I feel I'm with you. I would want to reach for a better explanation.
I have observed the sun acting real strange. I brought it up before. In 2021, on the Zadok calendar, the year began on March 17th, and there's a on my sundial there's a specific marker that marks the beginning of the year every year consistently. Right, it's a fixed marker with a fixed dowel or peg, and I don't change any of the variables. They're consistent from year to year to year, and then I seen a jump from 2021 to 2022 where it seemed like the sun shifted 7 days, but it didn't actually shift 7 days at all, because in reference with the latitudes and in reference with the stars and the sun, I mean the moon and everything, like it seemed to just be doing the same thing it does every year. Like there's no noticeable difference optically that I could tell. It seemed to be in the same position in the sky. A 7-day shift would be significant. You would see it in the sky, but it didn't do that. On Stellarium, it was in the same position. On Skyview, it was in the same position, and I didn't know how the hell to explain this.
Well, if you're referring to one of the ones I remember you had brought up, it was a different time. It was like 7 minutes different or 12 minutes or whatever. So that would have accounted for that. It was a different time of day.
Yeah, I wasn't the only one. Like there's at least 50 of us that are doing these tests. Yes, like a 20 to 40 minute difference would be could shift the sundial or the shadow significantly, but not in the way that you would think. Because I've tested my sundial like within a 45-minute increments, half-hour increment, hour increment, and the shadow doesn't shift that much at all. It shifts. You could see a noticeable shift, but it ain't gonna change It's not going to change 7 days. You know what I'm saying? It'll change, like it'll still be within the same point on the sundial, the marker on the sundial. It'll still be within that marker. For it to shift 7 days, something considerable would have to go. Like I would have to. It would be like it would have to at least go into like 2 hours difference or something like that, maybe more. I don't know. I'd have to test it, but I want to. This is something weird because there's already pre-calculations that are done. These calendars are pre-calculated in advance, not based off any observations. And it was ironic that the sun just happens to match the calendrical scrolls, like that are already pre-calculated in advance. So whatever the Zadoks were observing, they figured out a rhythm, or they knew a rhythm of the sun, and basically it showed that the sun is consistently doing what the calendrical scrolls had reckoned time to be. But so I just posted two images of the first week of the Hebrew calendar, both 2021 and 2022. 2021, you have the Abib day, or the beginning of the year, March 17th, and then 2022 is March 23rd. That's a whole week later. And my sundial confirmed this to be the case. But I didn't know how to explain this. Like, how would you explain this with the sun? Right?
Well, wait, what are you claiming? What is the observation claimed?
So there's a fixed marker on my sundial, and that marker does not change. And the peg, I didn't change the length of the peg at all. Right? And my sundial confirmed the beginning of the year. Now, consistently, it's 364 days, 364 days, 364 days from year to year to year. And then on the 7th year, it jumps a week forward. It jumps a week forward, the sun does. So on the Gregorian calendar, for the shadow to return to that same marker on my sundial, it took an extra 7 days. And I don't know how that's possible, because we're not adding time. We're not taking away time. The sun ain't jumping around in the sky, right? It's not shifting positions like drastically like that. So what the heck is going on? And then I literally recently I started reading Walter Russell's work, bro. And then it all clicked. It all made sense. And you just mentioned it. It has to do with the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field. This is observation. This is empirical observation of the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field. Everything remains in place. Everything is consistently in place. You can't notice this oscillation optically, because the star is in the same position, the sun's in the same position. Everything seems to be the same. The only thing that changes is the shadows. It's the only way that you can observe this phenomena. And so this is direct evidence of the field actually expanding and contracting every 7 years. Walter Russell calls it the inhalation and exhalation of the magnetic field, or the magnetic pendulum. FE Corps also observed this. FE Corps observed this in 2017, and they called it the cosmic breath. I had, now independently, we've all come to the same conclusion. Walter Russell, FE Corps, and I forget the guy's name. And then I did it through my own observations, through my, so we all independently came to the same conclusion. Now they haven't figured out the calendrical scrolls yet, but so I came from it from a different angle and came to the same conclusion. That the toroidal field is indeed expanding and contracting on a rhythm that happens to match up with a 7-year cycle, and that the sun it follows that rhythm.
Well, but those are all different things. Like, I think whatever FE Corps made, because I do remember a little animated model that someone had made that was linked somewhat to them and whatnot. But I mean, whatever they were talking about with toroidal fields was probably not a 7-day sun jump. So you're kind of like putting multiple things in line there. But I mean, if you're trying to say that you're just linking that idea of a pulsing in terms of that, I mean, they didn't find a 7-day sun jump, right?
But they were talking about that the idea of a breathing, that they made a model where, like a testable, falsifiable, complete model, they claimed, that involved a breathing container or firmament.
Yeah,
Wasn't it something like that?
They didn't do the they only got data for 1 year. They didn't get data for 7 years. And yeah, so they still have to continue to develop that. But they did find that the toroidal field is breathing. And the sun and the moon and the stars are all connected to this toroidal field. The circuit that the sun is on is that same toroidal field, and everything's connected to it. And if that, so all of existence that the existence that we're in is a giant toroidal field, and that toroidal field is breathing. It has a rhythm, it has a breath, and that's sacred time. So there's this idea that time is a human construct, and it's a unit of measurement. In relativity, they even go as far to say that time is like a physical thing, right? The fabric of space and time. But it's really not. It's just it's metaphysical at best. It's not. You can't actually physically measure it. You can metaphysically measure it as a unit of measurement, but that's about it. It's not a physical thing. But it's not just a human construct either. In my philosophical bias, time is consistent throughout all realms and all dimensions. And so, in my philosophy, there's different compartments of existence, like different firmaments, the different expanses above us and below us. It's like it's a layered reality, and time is consistent throughout all these layers of reality, and it's not relative, contrary to popular belief, and it's not a human construct. The sun and the moon were given to us for mankind to keep track of time. Time was already in motion before the sun and the moon were appointed. So the sun and the moon were appointed just to give us something to reference to keep time. But so this cosmic breath, yeah, man, this cosmic breath, if you knew the rhythm of it, that's sacred time right there. That's the pendulum.
Is that like in the Zadok calendar, Lion?
Yeah.
Like that does that?
Yeah.
But
So like
it's
when
not
you first start researching, like when people first started keeping clocks or trying to make clocks and gears and all this and pendulums, Galileo tried using Jupiter's moons as like a clock. And he tried winning a Nobel Prize. He didn't win a Nobel Prize because the whole thing was like retarded. But to use a planet's moons to keep time on Earth was a little retarded. But he tried doing that. And people tried different ways to measure time and capture time, unsuccessfully. And then eventually they came up with the pendulum, and these grandfather clocks that go back and forth with a pendulum. But that's really just replicating something that already existed, for thousands of years. The pendulum, the cosmic pendulum.
so Lion, your count, like you, because I know it's like all pigs and all that, and like you're doing with the sun. Like, do you think that your calendar, that your pigs are lined up with just how the Zadok, like the same, it's like the same as the Zadok, like the same time and everything? I don't know. I didn't explain it very well. What I'm trying to ask. Like, do you think it's like accurate? Like
Excuse me.
you have the time, like you have, like it's all, like, do you think it's like really like lined up with, because it's consistent, you think?
I think that. What do you mean? I'm trying to.
I guess, like, I'm saying, like, how, like, because the Zadoks had a calendar, right? And it was all done off the pigs, and like you're trying to recreate that. Like, do people think it's I don't know, what the fuck am I trying to say? Like, it's like it's a lot, like it's shit. I don't know what I'm trying to ask. Like, I guess I'm just trying to figure out, like, do you guys think you have it down, like just like they had it, like, and it's working?
Yeah, as time goes on, bro, it's like we're finding these calendrical scrolls are still consistent even today, showing that the sun and the moon have not deviated from their orbits. That they're still consistent in their timekeeping. Even the week has been preserved, bro, which is insane to me. That Sunday actually is the first day of the week, and Saturday is the seventh day of the week. After so many thousands of years, they still remain intact. The weekly cycle still remains intact, even with all the tinkering that has occurred in history. with, we had Julian and Hillel II and Gregory, and they continue to try to mess with the calendar. And even when you look up on Google, what's the first day of the week, depending on the link, it'll tell you Monday is the first day of the week. But they can't mess with the weekly cycle, bro. It's been consistent for so long. It's pretty ridiculous how it's been preserved.
Hey, you know who keeps Sunday as the first day? Is bankers. Like if you look at like payroll, like most of the companies I've worked for, their payroll is actually Sunday, first day. At least the company I work for now, Sunday is technically the first day. The billing cycle ends on Saturday. So the seventh day, like I would just think of it as the seventh day glitch. Is that in the Glober model line?
What? The expansion and contraction? No. They don't even believe in ether physics, bro. They don't believe in none of that.
Right. But I'm saying like you found like with your peg calendar, like you found this anomaly.
It's not a peg calendar. I just have a sundial with one peg in it.
Oh, okay. Well, then, I guess what I'm asking, you observed this thing, right? Where the seventh day, like 7 days, where the sun was in a different position.
I happened to get my sundial literally 2 weeks before, or like a week and a half before this phenomenon occurred. Coincidentally, I just happened to get it literally a week and a half, and it won't happen again until 2028.
So like the shadow was different, or what was different exactly?
It's hard to explain, bro. I can't. It basically, for the sun to return to the same position, it took an extra 7 days than normal, and this oscillation occurs every 7 years. But the thing is, it's not what you would think. It's not like the sun's jumping around up there or skipping a beat or anything like that, or adding days or taking away days. It's a weird thing, bro. That's why I can't explain it. I couldn't understand how it was possible. I thought maybe like, what the heck's going on here? But the calendrical scrolls record time a certain way, and the sun just happens to match up with what the calendrical scrolls say. So the shadow returns to the same position on the sundial, on the Gregorian calendar 7 days later.
Wait, so could you just so it matches up, and what exactly what was matching?
We're gonna have to talk about it like one-on-one, because I that's what I'm saying. I can't explain it to you. I'd have to show you. This is something that you have to see with your own eyes to be able to understand. Because me trying to convey it to you, I can't do it.
Gotcha. Okay, one of those things was just the words.
Yeah, words won't do it justice. I have to show you it.
That's interesting. Dude, Gio, are you like somebody was saying that you've done a lot of stuff with Fulcrum's pendulum? Is that correct?
Might have stepped away for a bit.
What do you guys think about time, though? You think time is a human construct, or you guys think it's
Bit of yes, bit of no. Like,
or is it relative?
I don't know about that. Like, I wouldn't know how to say whether yeah, like you're asking like whether it speeds up at when it gets these absurd speeds. No idea on that front.
I think it's I don't think space and time bends like relative. I think that's ridiculous. Whole thing. I think relativity is just debunked at this point.
I posted some links from different sources regarding the weekly cycle. There's literally like 20 different sources, but I'll post a couple. It says here, as far as I know, in the various changes of the calendar, there has been no change in the 7-day rota of the week, which has come down from very early times. This is the Royal Observatory, Greenwich, London. And you have other, the Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. I can only state that in connection with the proposed simplification of the calendar, we have had occasion to investigate the results of the works of specialists in chronology, and we have never found one of them that has ever had the slightest doubt that the continuity of the weekly cycle since long before the Christian era. There has been no change in our calendar in the past centuries that has affected in any way the cycle of the week. But we know that clearly it's affected the years and the beginning of the year and the months. But the weekly cycle itself has been preserved, in my opinion. And I have been able to verify this with the calendrical scrolls that are 2,300 years old, comparing them with the modern cycles of the sun, the moon, and the weekly cycle. You can synchronize them in a way that it's like DNA sequencing. You can synchronize these different variables, full moon, new moon, Sabbaths, equinoxes, and solstices with the weekly cycles, like day 1, day 2, day 3. A 4-year cycle, you can synchronize it with 2,300 years ago, and shows that the modern week is still consistent and still intact. Simply amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Man, I really want to set up a Fulcrum's pendulum for the next eclipse.
Foucault's, I think you mean.
What is it?
Foucault, Focault, but pronounced the French way, Foucault.
Yeah, that. I want to set up one of those and see if during an eclipse, if it changes.
Yeah,
that would
that would be a very interesting one, but I'm sus on that.
What do you want to test specifically?
So,
there's a claim that Foucault's pendulum precessed abnormally during a lunar eclipse, but it's
I
like
believe that.
failed replication again and again. So, like, one guy claimed it happened, but nobody else can get it to do it.
So what's the
Basically,
claim
is
that
my
it stopped
understanding.
moving? I thought
That it stopped processing normally, or processed backwards, wasn't it? Sorry, you
Processed
say
backwards.
it's
It said it processed backwards, as far as I know. It went the wrong way.
I don't know. I'd be interested to see like multiple pendulums in action, seeing if they're synchronized, because they should be at least making the same motions, right?
Yeah, well, I would think like if you had identical ones, yeah, I would assume they would.
Like if you started them at the same exact time, you let them go at the same exact time, like 4 of them in a row, just to test to see if they are actually being affected by the orbit of the Earth. They should all be consistent.
It's supposed to be the spin, not the orbit.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Orbit is nigh on undetectable.
Well, I saw a clip. Robert Bennett, he was on Witset's show. They did like 2 episodes, and I saw a part of it where he was saying that the pendulum precesses because of ether, and he was saying that there's from the north to the south, there's an increase and it peaks at the equator. So he was saying that if you start the pendulum north to south, it's going to precess due to the ether, because like literally what he was saying is that the pendulum, imagine you start up a pendulum, let's say you're 20 degrees north, whatever it may be, and you start up a pendulum. If you start it going north to south, then he was saying that essentially because the one side of the pendulum is a little further north, the other side of the pendulum, when it swings the other way, is a little further south, that you're closer and further within the magnetic field and within the ether. And because the ether has the vortex, the actual movement of it, it's going to literally kind of ping the north side of it and ping the south side of it in an exact way that's going to make it precise. So it just has to do with the magnetic field and the variation from the center coming out and then to the equator, etc. And the one part of the pendulum is a little north, one part a little south, which is the way he was describing that that's why it precesses. It's getting that little bit of a nudge in that field, in the magnetic field.
Amazing.
Yeah, what was really interesting too was like a lot of like the tides and just like so much natural systems that we can observe or measure. It's like consistent with the same theory too as well. Like with the ether winds. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, the weather, the tides, yeah, it's all interconnected in terms of the magnetic field and the patterns, and like Lion was saying, like the breathing of the whole system.
Yeah, I mean, there's evidence of ether, bro. There's a couple different experiments. The sundial is one. I believe it's a consistent pattern that you can replicate, reproduce, and observe. Multiple observations, multiple witnesses. This has been. I'm telling you, if everybody wants to see this phenomenon, get a sundial by 2028. You got plenty of time, and we can all test this, and you're gonna see that what I'm saying is true. And now it's not adding days. It's not adding days or taking away days, but you'll see an oscillation in the sun. You're gonna see it. I guarantee it. And the pendulum. Go ahead.
I just was gonna say, Lion, and if it's every 7 years, maybe that's a jubilee, huh?
It's a Shemitah cycle.
And that would be like it could be the jubilee year, right? Because we don't know what year would be the jubilee year.
Yeah, I don't know what year would be the jubilee year, but this is a 7-year cycle. And the number 7 seems to be very sacred regarding time.
Well, if the sun jumped like you're saying, why wouldn't that be recorded? I mean, there's like very detailed ephemeruses and astronomical people that have studied astronomy for. Now, I'm not talking about like the globe ideas of astronomy. I'm just talking about the actual like the positions. So why wouldn't if this was a thing, like why wouldn't it already be documented? Because I've never heard. I mean, it's like the sun. You're saying the sun jumps 7 days?
It doesn't. So for the sun to return to the same position, so for consistently from year to year to year, it takes 365 days, 364 days for the sun to return to this spot on my sundial, right? Consistently. And then on the 7th year, for whatever reason, it takes an extra 7 days to return to the same position on the sundial. But the calendar still remains intact. Like everything's still continuing the way like regular life still continues. Like nobody even notices the sun doing this. The Jesuit astronomers were noticing these anomalies, but they figured that it was because they had giant observatories and they also had buildings that would record the sun's movements through crepuscular rays that would shine through the temple. Or they had gnomons or obelisks, but they figured that the ground was moving or sinking, or that there's some other. They figured something was going on with, and they tried very very hard to stabilize the ground. So when they would build these obelisks, when they would build the temples, they made sure that everything was perfectly level. They would build a moat next to the places where they were laying bricks to make sure everything was perfectly leveled. They went above and beyond to try to take out any errors. And they kept coming up with these errors because they didn't understand that this is actually a natural phenomena. They attributed it to the ground sinking or something going on.
So it for yourself, are you saying you have validation of this yourself, or?
Yeah. Yeah, not only me. There's a group of us.
So
I'm not the only
you're
one.
saying you took sundial measurements for 7 years and you saw the sun jump 7 days. You're saying
No, I've been only doing this for 4 years, but the calendrical scrolls show because these were pre-calculated. So when the sun did this, the scrolls already calculated this in advance. This oscillation in advance. It corresponds with the Shemitah cycles.
okay. Well, but in terms of the actual effect that you're claiming, does it all just jump at once? It just hops 7 days?
No,
The
it's an
movement or
so within 1 year it contracts. So you know how you have the expansion and contraction of the magnetic field? Well, it literally contracts and it returns to the spot it was. In 1 year it contracts. But it doesn't jump. It doesn't jump ahead and it doesn't skip. It just contracts. The whole toroidal field contracts and expands. That's why you don't notice it because it's still in the same position in the sky. It's just the shadow isn't marking where it was marking the year prior. So the sun still looks like it's in the same position. Like you won't notice this optically. With a telescope, you won't notice it. You'll only notice it with shadows.
but aren't the shadows caused by its position? That's why the shadow happens is
Yeah.
because of its position. So wouldn't the position have to change if the shadow's changing?
Yes, it changes, but you can't notice it because there's nothing to reference off of it because the stars are also expanding and contracting. Everything, the whole toroidal field is expanding and contracting. So you won't actually notice it optically. The only way that you'll know, even on the equator, you're not gonna notice it. Because it's a very minute. When you notice it on the equator, it's very minute. It's not something that you're not gonna see the sun like zigzagging around. You know what I mean? Dude, I know it sounds back shit crazy, bro. I know, trust me, bro. So the sun ain't skipping forward, right? Or lagging behind or anything like that. It's just that the field itself is expanding and contracting.
Well, I just my understanding of the sun is it is a very, very like gears on a clock. Like there is a consistency to it. There's the idea of like the apparent sun or like different ideas that could be going on, of course, that people may have. But I'm just talking about in terms of the actual position of it. Like it's quite a like a highly finely tuned gearing system in terms of obviously the eclipses, the way that those happen, and their very particular pacing, and the eclipse cycles, and so on. So, and the consistency of where it is in the sky as well, like in terms of through the tropics, and then the way that tracks through the year. Sort of like if you had a record player and the little grooves in the record player were like a spiral, and if you started the record player like at the middle of the record, and then it goes, inwards or whatever. In the case of a record, it kind of, the way it plays. But if you were to have the sun that's doing a similar type thing, expanding and contracting, then just like those little grooves that it's in, it's going to be in those grooves, as it were, in terms of its angle in the sky. Its right ascension and declination, which is basically like the latitude and longitude of the sky, like the grid system of the sky, declination and right ascension. And then those declination and right ascensions are going to be, connected to where it is in its cycle and then where you are on the earth. So in terms of that, having like that consistency that year after year. So I'm trying to, hear what you're saying in terms of what you're saying, but if it were to do a jump like that, then it would have to jump in the sky, which would then mean it would be jumping out of one of those grooves and into something different. And that's what I mean, if someone was to assert that, I would need to see that shown or validated if someone's making that claim. And as far as like, I know throughout all the history of humanity, I've never been aware of anyone documenting that the sun is to do that. Although you are mentioning some of these like religious or scriptural type things. Now, I don't know what the interpretations of those are and how that does or doesn't link to this, or who's claiming what. But I'm just talking about on an actual astronomical level. Because if there was a difference like this every 7 years, I think that would already be in the astronomical understandings of the way the sky works now. That would be
I would think that too, and I think that they just brush it off as some human error or something. Like that's when I read I have a book by hold on, let me pull it up. I have a book by J.L. Helbrun, right? It's called The Sun in the Church. And it does talk about them measuring the sun's analemma throughout the year using shadows and crepuscular rays, literally. And they keep coming up with like anomalies that didn't fit their heliocentric model. And they brushed it off as human error. But I have not brushed it off as human error. Because they weren't privy to the scrolls that I have in front of me, right? And the scrolls I have in front of me predicted this oscillation. So this is predictable, observable, reproducible, and you have literally a whole 7-year cycle, bro. Right? That's mathematically calculated in advance, not by observations, because they had already known the rhythm. Once you know the rhythm, you don't need to observe the sun and the moon and the stars, because you already know the rhythm. The sun, the moon, and the stars just they're second and third witnesses to these calculations.
So what would the observable effect of the thing that you're saying or you're claiming here? Like what would be the meaning if I have of a sundial, and now it does depend on how you track, because you were saying days, and it depends on how you're calculating those days, whether it's like Gregorian or there's all of that parts of it. But if we're just going to go off like the motion of the sun itself, and if I were to see the sundial, in its positions throughout the year, and then depending on how I would be mapping that, but if I just went by the cycles of the sun, let's say, if we're just going by, okay, the sun's in this position, I'm getting this angle today, and then the next time it's in that position, the next time, and if you were tracking that, it would be there'd be a certain consistency to it. So in terms of that being like a gear in a machine, what are you saying that happens? Like, what would the observable thing be in your understanding of it, or do you have anything to like? Do you have any video or anything that shows this, or have you seen it yourself? And then what is the observable actual thing like from that idea of the position it's in, like in the grooves of the record player kind of thing? Like, what is it doing outside of the grooves that we already know about the yearly cycle? What is it doing outside of that? What's the observation?
So this is what the scrolls predict and calculate in advance, and this is what I've observed, right? So so 2016 to 2020 from 2016 to 2017, it takes the sun 364 days to return to the same position on the sundial, right? So on the equinox, the sun is going to rebound back, right? 364 days later, it's going to rebound back to the same exact position it was the year prior, right? And then the second year does the same thing. 364 days later, same thing, it rebounds back. The fourth year, same thing, it rebounds back. The fifth year, same thing, it rebounds back consistently 364 years. The fifth year rebounds back. The sixth year rebounds back. And then for whatever reason, it takes a whole extra 7 days to return back to the same position it was the year prior.
Okay, so for that to happen, though, there would have to be a discrepancy in the way the sun's moving for that 7th year. That should be observable and measurable in terms of degrees. So that's what would need to be shown. If
and I didn't know how the hell to explain that, bro. Nobody knows how to explain that until I read Walter Russell's work.
Well, like if you were tracking it, let's say on year number 4, 5, 6, etc., and then on like year 7. Does the shadow move faster, slower? Does the sun change position? Is it like what? Because there would have to be like there is a way in which it seems like the sun does have a mechanical function to it, like in terms of the way it moves and the degrees and all that, which is why it is quite measurable and consistent. So in that 7th year, what is it doing different than the 6th year, if that's what you're claiming? Like there would have to be an observable difference that we'd be able to see.
So in my hypothesis is that every year the sun is incrementally shifting just a tiny little bit, right? I'm talking about a fraction of a degree in latitude. And actually stellarium and sky view do show this to be the case, but stellarium is not actually showing accurately what the sun is actually doing. but it does show you this oscillation. But it's minute. I'm talking about maybe 0.02 of a point, 0.02 of a degree. And then it rebounds back. It literally shifts back. It contracts back to where it was 7 years ago. It's an expansion and contraction that occurs, and this is observable. You can measure it yourself. This is evidence of the ether breathing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, if I mean, I agree that the ether is breathing. I agree with all those parts of what you're saying. But in terms of like with like, let's say, like, even the degree in the zodiac, like, there's a position of the sun between the tropics. Like, it's either, like that from 0 equator to 23.4 for the Tropic of Cancer, or from 0 equator to 23.4 going to the Tropic of Capricorn. The sun would be like in one of those degrees. So it might be like 6 degrees north, or 10 degrees north, or 5 degrees south, etc., wherever it is in that cycle. And then you have the position that it is in relation to the fixed stars as well. So there's that whole thing in terms of the fixed stars, the sidereal day and the solar day. So in terms of, like you were saying, year number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, in terms of that all being consistent with the degrees of that, the way I'm describing, and then the solstices and all that. If you're saying that there's a 7-day difference, then there would have to be a very directly observable difference in that 7th year. If you're saying, even if it's with a breathing, but that whatever the explanation for the phenomenon is, the first thing would just be to validate that it's actually happening. That's what you would need to show, I think, if you're saying this is the case. Or your interpretation of it, because you mentioned Walter Russell and some of these other things. I don't know whether those are the same interpretations you're saying, or whether you're adding a different thing to it. I'm not sure, but I'm just saying, with the thing you're saying, like there would have to be a measurable difference in either the rate that the sun is going, or this between the solar day and the sidereal day. There would have to be a difference, and then there would also have to be a difference in its position between the tropics as well. That should be detectable.
I just posted the September 20th, right? 2023. This was the autumnal equinox, according to the Hebrew calendar. Was September 20th, 2023. This is the same position that the shadow was in the beginning of the year. Same exact position. The shadow literally returns to the same spot in the sundial it was just 182 days prior. Or 182 something days, depending on the year, because actually even that's not a cookie cutter. But you see the shadow.
Yep.
So I'm going to show you I'm going to show you what. So in 2028, right now, look, it's September 20th, right? This is already pre-calculated, so I'm going to go to my scroll calculator here. Give me a second. I'm gonna jump forward to. I'm just curious because I don't remember what 2028 is gonna say. So 2028, and I go to the same date. So I'm going September. No, actually, it's the same day. September 20th is the same day. 2027. Let me check 2027. 2027. Okay, here we go. 2027. September. So here we go. So 2027. And I'm already predicting this in advance. So 2027, the shadow that you see here that says September 20th, in 2027, it's going to be September 15th. It's going to be September 15th. That shadow is going to be in that same spot on the fall equinox, but it's going to be September 15th. You're going to already see an oscillation right there. And then that year, the shadow is going to be March 17th. The beginning of the year will be March 17th. So March 17th, it's going to be just like this. Forget about the Gregorian calendar. but it's going to be in the same exact position right there. And in 2027, it's going to be March 17th. And this year, though, it was March 22nd. So March 22nd, that shadow in the beginning of the year was right there, right? In 2023. Now in 2027, it's going to be March 17th. And then the following year, in 2028, is when it jumps forward. So in 2028, it's going to be March 22nd.
So you're using the Gregorian calendar for this. So there's already a thing with that because the Gregorian calendar is
Yeah.
like off sync with the whole sky in and of itself. Do you have the other one to compare? Like you're saying in the future, but do you have another one that shows it already that's already happened? But I'm just saying you're using the Gregorian calendar.
Yeah.
There's the
You're
leap
right.
years. There's the leap years. There's a bunch of things that are off sync with the Gregorian. So if you're using dates wise, it's not going to sync up exactly with the way the sun works.
But actually, see, that's what people bring up to me. But the Gregorian calendar is remarkably accurate when it comes to the solstices and the equinoxes and the weekly cycle. It really is.
Yeah, I agree. It is for those, yeah. But the actual numbering is where there's fudgery in terms of like there's with like the leap year component of it and the way the moon cycle works with it as well with the months.
So there was a reset last year.
The
And then
Gregorian calendar is a solar calendar, Gio. It wouldn't care about moon cycles. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's all
it's
good, bro.
numbered by the moon.
How
The
so?
12 months. The moons. And
No,
the real lunar cycle is a 13-month lunar cycle. So the 12 makes it kind of in a sense, kind of an awkward way to break it up.
Yeah, but I mean, they just break it up in 12 months by convention. You can break it up in 12 months using the sun or the moon. It doesn't really matter. It's not a perfect 12. It's not a perfect 12 months because some months have 30 days, some have 31, and then you got one weird month with 28 or 29 days.
I was reading something that you could, if you do it 13 months, it links up with the moon, and you can have equal day months, and they all start on a Monday. I've never bothered checking it, but I was like, is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 13 lunar months is like in sync with the sun, yeah. Which is
Yeah, but a year is always based off the sun, no matter what, right? It's always based off the sun. There's no type of year based off anything other than the sun.
The moon actually fits perfectly with this cylindrical calculation. With this reckoning of time, the moon is perfect. The way that whatever the moon's doing, it's consistent because it actually matches up with this reckoning of time with the sevens.
From what I understand, like a 13-month calendar, that would have 28 days, right? Each exactly 4 weeks. But then you would end up having 1 or 2 blank days because your year would have 364 days, as opposed to 365 or 366. So there'd have to be 2 days in the calendar you just don't count. You just blank. And I don't know where you would place those in the year. Would you place them at the end, at the beginning, in the middle? You just need to have 2 days,
Extra
which you just
holiday.
don't.
Oh, there's just one, which is New Year's Day. They would count it's like day 0. You start day 0, and then so like New Year's Day is like day
Well,
0,
you would
and then
need
the
2.
next day is day 1, and then day 2, 3, 4.
But you would need 2 day zeros, especially on leap years. You might even need 3.
Wait, where are you getting
Okay,
that? Where did that come from
I
again?
guess you wouldn't have leap years then.
Well,
I'm
what was
talking
that
about
calculation from though? Was that you're saying for the 13-month cycle?
Yeah, so if it's 13 months, you would need to, if you have exactly 13 months of 4 weeks each, that means you would need to have 28 days per month. That would take you to 364 days. There would be 2 days where the sun is out, which you are not counting on your calendar.
Why would it be 2 and why would it be 2 and not 1? Because 364 compared to 365 is 1 day.
Sorry, you're right. it would be 1 day, and then on a leap
which
year.
is New Year's Day, which is meaning that when it's the first day, like the
Okay.
winter, like the solstice. Well, there's different ways of what is considered when New Year's actually is, because the whole thing about now we call New Year's, January 1st and all that, but that 1 day would be, like I said, like day 0 is the first day of the year, and then day 1, then day 2. So that's where that one from 364 to 365 would fit.
You're right. You're right. So you would have to start off with the day 0, but then on leap years you would definitely have 2 day 0. If you want to fix it to the solstices and the equinox.
No, I don't think it's every.
You would
I don't think
end
it's
up having
every
2
leap
days.
year. I don't think it's every leap year. I think it's every 28 years. Every 28 years, you're going to accumulate 7 extra days, right? So every 28 years, all you have to do is skip a week.
Is
Essentially.
this what you're referring to?
You'll never come off of the 7-day Sunday through Saturday system if you go with a 364-day year, and every 28 years you reset it or something like that to match with the leap years, right? Because you need a common denominator. You need a common multiple or whatever. 7 and 4. That's 28. 28 years.
But they're not taking into consideration the expansion and contraction either, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like that's all.
Well, is that what you're referring to though?
Wait,
the 7-day leap year, because it adds up over time. Because the leap year, if you don't, in terms of that, is that what you're referring to? Lion with the shadow thing? Is that connected to that?
But just 2 questions. Noah, which calendar are you referring to? And Lion, what do you mean by the expansion and contraction? What exactly?
So the reason that we have the calendar that we have today with the Gregorian calendar, it's the best that we have, but they didn't understand time. They lost the sacred reckoning of time, and they never took into consideration the expansion and contraction of the toroidal field that accounts for any extra derivatives. So there's accrued days every year, right? And that's why we have like the leap day every 4 years.
Yeah, but how does the expansion and contraction of this
Dude, it's
toroidal
so
field
complicated, bro. It's honestly it would
affect time?
You have to study the equation of time, bro.
Yeah, but
And
you've studied it. Just break it down for me, bro. How does it affect?
I can barely grasp it myself, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm literally just figuring it out now. But basically, like these scrolls predict certain phenomena ahead of time, and they're so precise that they actually predict the day of the beginning of the year that matches up with the Gregorian calendar. Like, so it tells you what day lands on what, right? So day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5. Every single year begins on day 4 of the week and ends on day 3 of the week. And it tells you the halfway point of the year and what day that is on the weekly cycle. Because the weekly cycle is a perpetual cycle that has not been interrupted, contrary to popular belief, and is still intact.
Okay, I get the sense this is something you and Gio have been talking about for a while, so I don't want to take you all the way back to the beginning. Is there something I can Google quickly to just understand what it is you were talking about?
Just the Zadok calendar. You can look up Rachel Elior. She's a professor at Tel Aviv, University of Tel Aviv. She goes into it pretty good. You got Ben Dove, a Jewish scholar who talks about it a little bit.
Excellent.
What I was just saying is that if you can essentially have a leap day every 4 years, or you can have a leap week every 28 years. And essentially, if you have a 364-day calendar, you're going to essentially accumulate a day each year. So if you go by a 364-day calendar, essentially, you can go 28 plus another 7. That's 35. On the 28th year, if you're using a 364-day calendar, you can just, I guess, add the 35 days into that, essentially. And the years would never be off on the week, and it would be reset every 28 years. I mean, according to your guys' own Gregorian calendar, that's how it would work if you shifted back to 364 days.
This wouldn't be a Gregorian calendar. It would be a 13-month calendar. But you are right in saying every 28, I think, years you would have to
28
reset.
years, you would add 35 days, but you would stay. It would essentially be a calendar that follows the moon, and it would also follow the weeks perfectly.
It
Because
still needs
every
reset.
so every 4 years you get a leap day. That means every 28 years you get a leap week. If you go from 365 to 364, you accumulate an extra day each year also. So by 28 years, you have the 28 days for the 28 years given 364 to 365 to 364. And then you have the extra leap week, right? So 28 plus 7, 35. You could add in 35 days.
What if you do what? But what if you do what Geo said, and that extra day, because it's a 364-day calendar, start off at day 0 as opposed to day 1?
Well, but then it wouldn't be the same day of the week. It wouldn't match. The days of the week wouldn't match the day of the month and year. It would differ each year. It would be off by one, right?
You have like
October the 18th would be Monday one year, Tuesday the next year, Wednesday the next year, Thursday the next year, right? So it can't.
Why though?
But with New Year's Day, the idea
you
of
have
it
a
is
day.
that it's its own day. Like New Year, like the first day of
Exactly.
the year is New Year's Day, and then you start day 1, 2, and if you want to go, if you want to call them Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So it's kind of like a.
The 7-day week doesn't stop going. It goes irregardless of the sun, moon, anything like that.
Yeah.
So you have to match the years up with the 7 days. The 7 days doesn't just pause. It doesn't go.
That's the trick.
So it doesn't go Sunday, blank day, then doesn't go Saturday, blank, New Year Day, then Sunday being 2 days after Saturday. Every Sunday has to be after each Saturday, and every Monday has to be after each Sunday. The week system the week system is completely separate from. Well, I wouldn't say completely separate, but separate in the way that you would normally think about
Fixed.
it.
The weekly cycle is fixed in time.
Yeah, but we're talking about
it's
calculating
still
it via
fixed in
the.
what Geo's saying.
Sorry,
No,
go
because
ahead.
the moon ends. The yearly cycle of the moon is 354 days, bro.
Yeah,
So
but what
it
Geo's
it
saying
ends too
is
soon.
you aren't changing the week. It's just on the calendar. You have a day which is day 0, not day 1.
Yeah, because if you have like 28 days in a month of the moon, and then 13 of those, then it's 364. So then you still have 7-day weeks if you want to do it that way, and then you have 13 months, and then you just have New Year's Day, like day 0. So,
So day 0 is like separate from the calendar, basically.
Kind of. Well, it's its
Special
own day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when the
You
sun
don't.
is like. Well, it's like the way the zodiac starts is at the equinox is like 0 degrees of Aries. So it starts at 0 degrees, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. So it's 0, 0, 0 Aries. And then it goes to 1 degrees of Aries, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. And the sun moves about 1 degree per day. So the sun would go 1 degree Aries, and then 2, 3, 4. And then once it gets to 29 degrees Aries, it'll go to 0 degrees of Taurus. So it'll move from 0 to 29, 0 to 29 as well. But that's its own kind of system. But I'm just saying it in that same way, it starts at kind of 0, and then you would start, and then 1 degrees of Aries, 2, 3, 4. So in that same way, if you want to start the whole year like that, you can have the first day of the year be 0, and then meaning that's the New Year's Day, the sort of celebration of the new year, and then you could start your 13-month, 28-day cycle from there, and then it comes back around.
And it would be exact because you have 7 days per week, 4 exact weeks in each exact month. Each month is exactly 28 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday each year would be on the same day for each month. And then there would just be one day which is just not on the calendar.
Well, it's on there. It's just not calculated. It's on there. It's just it's like an island separate from the 28 days, 13-month
Well, it would just be easy to not have it on the calendar. Just have it as a special day where you just don't count anything on that day. It's not you don't call it a Tuesday or a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday. It's just a special. It's just New Year's Day.
Well, we're so used to this Sunday, Monday, Tuesday thing, and that is like a 7-day cycle, but we're so used to that. But if we were to call them something different, what if we just numbered them? Like, oh yeah, this is day 14, this is day 26, day 97, day 146. What if you just measured in terms of that, like 28 days, 13-month, 28-day cycle? You could just break it up by number of days. Once you get to day number 364, you're like, all right, and then New Year's Day, and then start again. So I mean, you don't have to use the Sunday, Monday convention.
I agree. I actually agree. That would make a lot more sense. But us being humans, we like to praise our gods, and name our days after them, right?
I posted a
You're
bunch
never
of
gonna
sources.
skip a day. You're never gonna skip a day in the 7-day cycle. It's never gonna happen. It was ordained. Essentially, it was ordained by God. You're not gonna be able to change it. You're never gonna have a week where it goes the first day of the week to the 7th day of the week, and then there's some sort of interweek days in between the weeks. It's not ever gonna happen. Sorry. I mean, you can theorize of
No
what it
one's
would be
saying
like,
that.
but it's never. Well, that's what you were saying, right? You were saying, what if there's going to be a day in the year that's not any of the 7 days of the week? That would be an interweek day, a day outside of the week, right? That's never going to happen.
No, dude, we're talking
It would
about
just
if you
be-
do a 13-month lunar cycle calendar. So if you
Yeah.
calculate the year by the 13 months of the lunar cycle, and then you sync that with the sun, it syncs like perfectly. If you do a 13-month lunar cycle where you have 28 days and 13 months, which adds up to 364, and then that one extra day would be New Year's Day. So we're just talking about a lunar calendar using it by 13 months. So it's not really adding a day or adding any day in the week. It's just calculating it and using that.
The lunar calendar is going to be off by 5 days every 4 years. Given the lunar calendar is
The thing is,
304
what
days
he's talking
consistent.
about, that's what the Jews have been doing since Hillel II, right? They have a 13th month, and they intercalate every 3 years a month to keep the year intact. They've been doing that for 2,000 years now, but it's still not as accurate as the ancient Zadok calendar that came before them. And there's a lot of problems with that calendar too, because it would throw off the feast days. It would shift them. They would shift from their fixed dates.
Yeah, I mean, no calendar is going to work perfectly because the problem is calendars aren't worried about the movement of the celestial objects in the sky. They worried about locking in the equinoxes and the solstices, the changes in seasons. And that's where the issue comes in.
Says here the
But this
effect of
this
Yeah, so the
specific
year is always based off the
real
sun,
quick.
right?
The
But we have
effect of a solar year reckoned at 364 days would be that the festivals would always be celebrated on the same day of the week, year to year to year, forever. By the reckoning of the Zadok calendar, Abib 14 or Nisan 14, Pesach would always fall on a Tuesday or the third day of the week, consistently from year to year to year, always and always and always. On the Jewish calendar, that's not the case because they follow the moon. And this was prophesied already. Like in Jubilee 6, it tells you. It straight up tells you, bro.
But isn't that why they needed to come up with a new calendar when it came to the whole Jubilee system? Because they kept missing. They started noticing that we are having Passover and whatnot, even though we've missed the the equinox or the solstice whenever spring starts. We've missed that day, but we're having Passover now a few days too late. So they had to come up with the Jubilee calendar because with that calendar, they made sure they had Passover at the same time each year, right?
The Jubilee calendar is antediluvian, bro. Enoch was the first one to reference it because it was given to him from above, way before any lunar calendars were in place.
I don't know if that's addressing what I'm asking.
Yeah, so
My
it
question
says
is,
here. So
before they
even
had the Jubilee calendar, did they have an accurate calendar that would allow them to have their festivals at the right times?
This is the
What
most
did they
ancient
keep missing
calendar.
it?
There was no calendar before this. Is what I'm trying to tell
What?
you.
Which
The,
one?
the Zadok calendar, the Jubilee calendar, the septenary calendar.
It's not
That's
the
not.
most.
It's not a lunisolar calendar. It's not a lunar calendar. The sun and the moon are just separate
It's the
witnesses
most
that
ancient calendar for who? For
Yes,
Jews or
yes.
for humankind?
I mean, in my opinion, human time.
No. It's their
I know
calendar's
it's all right.
older.
It's all right. We don't have to agree, bro. It's all good. But that's just my opinion. But it says here, verse 32, and command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to the reckoning of 364 days only, and will constitute a complete year. And they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts, for everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. And they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons, head of months, seasons, and Sabbaths. And they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth shall I declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising, for the book lieth written before me, and on the heavenly tablets, that the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feasts of the covenant and walk according to the feasts of the heathen, after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will surely make observations of the moon, how it disturbeth the seasons, and cometh in from year to year 10 days too soon. For this reason the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months, and the Sabbaths, and the feasts, and jubilees. And for this reason I command and testify to thee, that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. For this reason they will go wrong as to the head of months, and seasons, and Sabbaths, and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Very simple, bro. The moon is not
That wasn't simple. What?
But I'm just saying that
There's
the
no
moon
way
is
anybody
not
could
the
follow
time, is
all
not
of
the
that.
main timekeeper, bro. The sun is the main timekeeper.
But it depends, Line. It depends on what the purpose of your calendar is. What is it you want this calendar to help you reconcile?
Wait, but
Right?
the
Is
year
it
always has
moon
to line up.
phases? Is it the number of times you see the sun?
It's
Is
not
it
true.
special festivals? Is it
Your
changes in
premise is
season?
untrue.
What is the purpose of your calendar?
The premise is untrue.
I got you. Hold on,
All
bro. Let me answer
calendars.
this.
No, real quick,
All right.
Lion. The premise is untrue. So everything beyond the premise is also untrue. Every calendar has to be aligned with the sun and what the sun does. All
Not all
years,
calendars
all
are
years,
aligned.
all years, all years are based on the 4 seasons. The 4 seasons have 4 corners, i.e., the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices. Those 4 days, the 2 solstices, 2 equinoxes, are completely dependent on where the sun is and its position. Therefore, the seasons are dependent on what the sun is and what the sun's position is. Therefore, the year is dependent on the sun. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, but
Every calendar has to
that's
obey the 4
very
seasons of
modern
the
day.
year.
That's a very modern day convention. There are plenty of calendars we've seen throughout history that don't follow these conventions because there are places in the world where you don't experience all 4 seasons, Noah. There are people in the world that didn't care about all 4 seasons. They had there were civilizations that would use 3 different calendars at the same time, each calendar for a different purpose, a different use. Sit here and say just because today this is how we use calendars, or within the Western world for the last 2,000 years, this is how we've used calendar, doesn't speak for the whole entire globe, bro. Calendars have different functions and different uses.
Do you think that time is relative, or do you think time is consistent?
All calendars have years. All years are based on the sun. No year is based on anything outside of the sun.
That's not
What you
true.
just
Not
said
all
is just
calendars have years.
Hold on. So so you think that time is consistent or time is relative?
Depends what you mean by time, Noah. Me not Noah Lion.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm just asking you if it's a philosophical question, bro. It's either yes or no. You know,
I hear
time.
you, but what do you mean when you say
Can you
time?
cite the calendar with no years in it? Can you cite the calendar that doesn't keep track of years?
Yeah, but what do you mean when you say time? Why?
Right, I mean,
What's it-
but
so
your previous thing you said to me, you made a claim about a calendar that doesn't
I'm
track of
finding the
years.
calendar for you, Noah. I'm finding the calendar for you. While we're doing that, the conversation doesn't need to stop,
It's
right?
all
I can
good, bro. It's
still
all good.
ask lying questions,
We don't have to
but
get
I'm getting
hostile.
you the calendar.
This is yeah. So I'm just giving you my perspective on everything, right? It doesn't. I'm not saying I'm the arbiter of truth, but this is what I'm about to put forth is very profound, in my opinion, right? I believe that time is consistent throughout all of existence. It's not relative. It's not based on the sun and the moon or any planets or any moons, right? It's consistent. It's a unit of measurement that's consistent throughout all of existence, right? The sun and the moon were only appointed to give us a reference point, right? As witnesses that we're reckoning time correctly. We don't need the sun and the moon if we know the rhythm of time. And that time permeates all of existence, all the compartments of existence, all the different layers of the firmaments, all the dimensions, regardless if you're in heaven or on earth, that time is consistent. And there's this idea, right? Hold on, let me pull up my notes real quick. There's this idea that we can be synchronized, like a synchronized transmission, right? That all of existence can be synchronized with the heavens. It says here, the 364-day year, this is my own notes, the 364-day year kept by the Zadok priest was one of fixed Sabbaths, calculated in advance and based on a symmetric division of days of the year and its seasons into equal 7-day periods. In my opinion, the best definition for the year is neither a solar nor lunisolar year, but rather a 7-base schematic year, a septenary calendar based on the number 7. Regardless of what planets, because I talked about this earlier, even Galileo tried creating a clock that was based off of Jupiter's moons and the rhythm of Jupiter's moons. He tried winning a Nobel Prize, but it was a retarded idea and they never gave it to him. And there's many people that have tried to, use the moon as a reference point, only the moon. And there's, people use all kinds of reference points to keep track of time, but there's a sacred measurement of time that they were privy to, the Zadok priests were privy to, because it was given to them from above. It says here, the 24 priests who maintain the rotation of the sanctuary, a symmetrical yearly calendar of identical weekly and quarterly periods comprised of 52 weeks, were endowed with the responsibility of an eternal covenant. They observed a continuous annual cycle of 52 weeks, 52 Sabbaths with the appointed times of Yah, along with a 7-year cycle of sabbatical years and jubilees. These cycles were eternal. They were an eternal testimony. A 364-day year followed a numerical harmony. And the idea was that you can be in sync with the angels above and God above. So as we're keeping Sabbath on earth, the angels and Yah is keeping Sabbath in heaven. As we're keeping Shavuot on earth, the angels and Yah are keeping Shavuot in heaven. Why? Because we can be in sync with the heavens. We can be synchronized, like the gears in a synchronized transmission. We can be synchronized with the Creator. And this would not be possible if time was not consistent throughout all realms. If time was only relative and it was only a human construct, right? Not based on any actual bigger frame of reference, then yeah, I would understand when people say that time is a human construct. But philosophically, that's not what I see in the scriptures. What I see in the scriptures is that there's a unit of measurement of time that is mystical. It's metaphysical, beyond our physical realm and our physical luminaries. That our luminaries are just witnesses that for us to keep track of sacred time from above. It's not, but that sacred time isn't easily discerned. It was only given to us by angels. You won't be able to figure it out on your own, bro. People have tried, dude. The Chinese, everybody's tried. This was something that was given to us. This specific reckoning.
Yeah, you said a lot, like I don't know. A response to all of that.
I know. I'm just giving you my perspective, bro. I'm trying to get you to see where I'm coming from. Because
Yeah, but I mean,
E equals MC
maybe
squared. Time is
you should
relative.
just look to break it down into smaller sections. Because you asked the initial question, do we think time is relative or not? And then you went on a long tangent. Like it's hard to now relate what you said to what you asked.
So it's all good. I got a couple verses here to show you what I mean. So you got Jubilees chapter 2, verse 22. It says, "And thus he created therein a sign in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath." And there's specific signs in the luminaries that testify that your calculations are correct. It says here, "Thus he created therein a sign in accordance which they should." Oh, hold on, I missed it. "Which they should guard the Sabbath with us on the seventh day." With us, these are the angels speaking to Moshe. "To eat and to drink and to bless him who has created all things, as he has blessed and sanctified unto himself a peculiar people above all peoples, and that they should guard the Sabbath together with us." Right? So the fact that we can guard a day with them that are on a separate realm altogether shows you that time is consistent throughout all realms and all of existence. And then you got Jubilees chapter 2, verse 31. "And they shall not bring in or take out from house to house on that day, for that day is more holy and blessed than any Jubilee day of the Jubilees. On this we kept the Sabbath in the heavens before it was made known to any flesh to guard the Sabbath thereon on the earth." So the time that we keep on earth, bro, the sacred time, is consistent with heavenly time. It's synchronized. But anyways, that's it, bro. I'll hop off my soapbox, but so you explain to me why the menatonic cycle it triumphs the solar cycle.
Why should I make that claim?
No, I'm just wondering, like, why the emphasis on the moon being a better timekeeper.
I did not make that claim. That's not
All
what
right.
I'm emphasizing.
Right.
I'm just that is an example that those were calendar cycles, systems used by people. You had a year with 365 months. And if you had to equate that to the solar years we use now, their 1 year would be 19 solar years. They would have a year or a full cycle. It's 1,940 days. Because not everyone cared about solar years. Not everyone had this idea that or understood that either the sun moves around the earth or the earth moves around the sun. No one, especially when you go way back into almost close to prehistory, people didn't have this understanding, so they wouldn't rely on the idea or the concept of a solar year or a sidereal year. They would have these long ass calendars that would last 19 years, and then they would start all over again.
Yeah, the moon is synchronized too with this calendar. The moon is
Yeah.
is a second witness to what I'm talking about, because every 49 years there's a full moon on the fourth day of the week, and the sun and the moon rise and set in the same gate. And the last month of that 49-year cycle, the last month you have 2 full moons in a 30-day period. These are specific signs.
Yeah, I was posting this for Noah because Noah wanted to see something like this. It wasn't to go against something you said, Line.
No, yeah, it's all
Oh
good.
wait, what? Sorry, what? Where? What?
Oh, yeah, because I'm not sure what your username is. Sorry, I just added Noah. But I posted what you asked for. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't leave out the moon, bro. I'm not saying that either. The moon is important to make sure that your calculations are correct, because there's certain signs that the moon gives to let you know what Shemitah you're on and when the Jubilee begins. Because there's
I'm
a
seeing
pattern.
contradiction here. Go
What's
ahead,
up?
Lion. But I want to respond to Kyrali after.
Not, I'm almost done. So this is the last point. So there's a pattern that was recorded, right, by the Zadok priest that replicates the time of creation, the fourth day of creation, when the sun, the moon, and the stars were appointed, and that pattern is consistent. It still happens today, and if you can observe that pattern, it's a sign, right? Because apparently on the fourth day of creation we had a full moon, and it happened on the fourth day on the equinox. And so the moon is important.
Mic check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. It sounded like you cut out. Yeah, I'm seeing a contradiction here. In the first sentence, it says something about years. I asked for a calendar that doesn't use years, and it says right here, sentence 1, the period is almost exactly 19 years.
Yes.
Year.
So this.
Record at the same
Yes.
time of the year. So I'm just.
Yes. When they say
this
19
thing-
years,
this-
they mean. I'm about to answer your question. I actually answered the question. Maybe you weren't listening because I didn't say your name. I do understand. When they say 19 years, they mean 19 of our solar years, our current years. So they're just comparing how long one of their they wouldn't call it years, they would call it cycles. But how long one of their cycles matched up to one of our years. Their cycles were based on the moon. They weren't interested in years because they didn't understand the link between the sun and the earth. It's either the sun moving around the earth or the earth moving around the sun. They didn't have an understanding of this
Dude, I'm
connection.
pretty sure this
So they
system.
were hang on. They were focused on the moon. So their one cycle would be 19 of our years. It would have a cycle of 6,940 days. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm just reading the part on the intro. A tropical year, longer than 12 lunar months and shorter than 13 of them, is a tropical year. It looks like they have a type of year in here, dude. Unless I'm
That's
reading
our
that
tropical
wrong.
year. That's our tropical years. This calendar counts
13 of
cycles. It
them?
doesn't.
So there's no years in it.
A tropical year is a
There's no
solar
year.
year. It's
Is
a
what you're
fancy name
Yeah,
for
tropical
solar
year
year.
is a solar year. They're comparing that metonic cycle to our years. They're saying one of those cycles will give you 19 tropical or solar years. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to us. So they're trying to create that comparison. This cycle is not based on tropical years. It's based on some sort of metonic lunar cycle. The
Lunation?
one
Are you
cycle.
talking? You're saying this is there's no keeping track of the years whatsoever, and it's completely based off of lunation, which is the phase of the moon. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of.
Well, what part did I not quite still mad in that statement?
Because you wanted a calendar based on years, and I'm giving you a calendar that isn't based on years. You wanted to know, are there calendars where people didn't base it on a lunar year or a solar year? And this is a type of calendar that wasn't based on a year. It was based on a cycle. And this cycle took 6,940 days to be completed. When you compare that cycle to any calendar that's based on years, it gives you 19 tropical years. But
Well,
this is an example that shows you.
I think I might be cutting out, or maybe I'm not. But so you're saying this thing does not keep track of the years whatsoever. It only keeps track of the moon.
It keeps track. Well, you can also use the moon to keep track of the year, right? You would call it a lunar year. But this thing is using the moon to keep track of cycles, not of lunar years or tropical years, which would be solar years. So this is an example of a calendar that doesn't track years because this calendar has a specific purpose. The purpose was not to track years. It was to track a certain type of cycle, a metonic cycle. And this cycle is completed every
What's a metonic
6,900.
cycle?
I'm telling you, it's a metonic cycle is a cycle that tracks the moon phases over a period of 6,940 years. And if you were to equate that to our calendar, it would be a cycle of 19 solar or tropical years. It's very different from the calendars we use today because it wasn't tracking years. It had a very specific purpose. The tracking of moon phases over this long cycle.
And this thing is a calendar?
Not a calendar in the modern sense, because all modern calendars track years. Oh,
Okay, well, I'll just say, I'll
yeah.
just defer.
Hello? Hello? I think you cut out now.
Is anyone talking?
No, I was waiting for you to come back.
Okay,
You were
sorry.
talking and then
Yeah,
you just.
I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet connection, but the reason I asked for the citation was because I thought you were pulling that out of your ass. So
Oh.
it looks like you're not, right? So I'm just gonna go with
Alright.
you're right on this one, and I'm gonna have to concede the point. Yeah, I guess that's what I'll be putting on the record.
All right. But I mean, the point I was trying to get across is calendars have different purposes and different uses. Obviously, today, most, I would say within the last 2,000 years, all calendars have been brought up with a specific purpose to track years because people want to ensure that they have fixed days, fixed times during the year when the seasons change. Because over the last 2,000 years, mankind has been very focused on agriculture, right? So you need to know when the rains are coming, when the seasons are changing, when to plant your crops, when to harvest your crops, when winter's coming. So you got to store your crops. These things became very important to human beings. So that's what the main function of all calendars started becoming. But before that, before we had this understanding of changes of the season and the link between the sun and the earth, We had calendars that were more focused on the phases of the moon because it was a lot more apparent to prehistoric man that the moon went through phases and there was something different about the moon. They didn't quite notice that the sun also had its quote unquote phases, you know. It would be at the time of the equinox or the solstice, that it rises and falls in the sky. These weren't things that were easily observable to ancient man. But moon phases, I mean, you can tell the difference between a full moon, a crescent moon, or no moon, you know?
All right, I'll give you that. I got schooled by Glover.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I don't know.
But Lion, I will give you pushback on your idea that this Dead Sea Scrolls calendar is the oldest calendar that's ever been around. It's not even that old, bro. This
I
the
understand, bro. I understand your hesitancy
this
because,
out calendar.
but if you believe the testimony in the scrolls, right? If you believe Enoch was an antediluvian man that existed before the deluge, right? Which I do, then obviously this calendar would be far older than any of these other calendars. But if you don't
I
believe
agree.
that claim, then yeah.
Yeah, definitely. If you believe that claim, but why would it's just interesting to hear a Christian say that, you know, because these claims are made from books that aren't in the Bible most Christians in North America would read or accept. Right? These are in the
I'm not even a
Apocryphas.
Christian, bro. I'm not even a Christian.
Ah, okay, my
I
bad, my
believe
bad.
Jesus Christ is my savior, right? But I'm not a normie Christian, bro. I'm a Hebrew. I'm Torah observant. I keep the Shabbat and the feast. I keep
But even
I adhere to a
Jubilees
Zadok
is
calendar, bro.
not in the Torah. But Jubilees is not in the Torah. It's not in the what do they call it? Not the the Pentateuch.
Pentateuch.
It's not. Yeah, it's not in. I mean, it's not part of Jewish or Quranical scripture.
Yeah, neither is Enoch.
Yeah, so it's still okay. If you're not a Christian, I understand. But then if you are a Torah observant believer, why would you, you know, like care what Jubilees has to say? What the Dead
Because
Sea
it
Scrolls has
goes
to say?
directly against rabbinical Judaism. Right? So when you talk about the Council of Jamnia and who compiled the Torah, they were even if you read the historical accounts, they were thinking about leaving the book of Ezekiel out. They were questioning the book of the many books that these rabbis questioned whether they should leave in or take out, bro. Enoch was definitely a no-no. Second
Okay, so
Ezra's was a no-no. First Baruch was a no-no. Like these
do
books
you
that for
do
whatever
you
reason they
disagree?
arbitrarily decided to not include in the canonization.
Yeah, so you disagree with the current canonization of the Torah. It sounds
No,
like you
I
feel the
don't.
above.
I actually don't disagree with it, but it's a complex, like everything else. It's a complicated topic, and it involves a lot of research and understanding. But basically, like Jubilees was a book specifically meant for the priests. That's it. It was a priesthood book, not for everybody in Israel to read. It was just a
Are
priestly
you sure
book.
about that? I
Yes,
don't know.
it's written to the priests.
I would say all of these books were written by priests for priests in order for priests to help get the message across to the common man. Because the common Jew during this time, you know, the common
True.
everyday
But
person on the ground, like Lion 2,000, 3,000 years ago, you wouldn't be able to read, right? If you weren't a priest. So if I'm a priest, 300 years before the time of Jesus, right? And I'm reading the Torah and I'm reading Genesis, right? Like the original form of Genesis, not the Jubilean form of Genesis. I would have questions around Genesis, right? Uh, why did Lot lie to the people, in saying that they can have his daughters who are virgins when his daughters were already married to people? Why did God trick Abraham, test him that way? Give up your son. Like, why would God play tests like that on people? And then in Jubilees, they explain, no, God did that because of Satan. They kind of borrowed from the whole story of Job. That's my understanding as to why Jubilees came out, because Jubilees is just like a expansion pack on what happened in Genesis, right? Genesis has a small part where they say Enoch walked with man, and then I would be curious. I mean, Enoch walked with God, and I would be curious about that. What do they mean? Enoch walked with God, and then Jubilees expands on that. I mean, I think it's not
you're
just.
fucking knowledgeable on a lot of shit, eh?
So, there's a lot that you said too, bro, that I'd push back on. But anyways, like basically, Jubilees, in my opinion, is canon, bro. It is part of the canonization. It was part of the temple priest library. The temple priests themselves were the sons of Aaron, the Zadoks, the ones that were exiled during the Maccabean revolt in 176 BC. Right, so
Yeah.
the actual temple priests, the righteous
we
temple
agree.
priests that according to Ezekiel 48 were endowed with the preservation of sacred time, right? That we just went over. Not only were they endowed with the preservation of sacred time, they were endowed with the scribal practices of keeping the Torah, right? And also keeping the fragments and the books and so they would copy these, because obviously paper is going to deteriorate over time. So they had the responsibility of copying the scrolls, right? These are the same priests that held the Book of Jubilees in their own library, bro. Right?
I agree
Not
with
just
you,
the Book of Jubilees, multiple copies of the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch.
I agree with you, but you said something very important. These were priests around the time of the Maccabees, not more than 300 years before the time of Jesus, right? You even gave a
Yes.
later date. You said 170 years BC.
176 BC, when
Exactly. So this is round about the time they were compiling these books. Any time before this, there was no Book of Jubilees.
No, there
This
was,
was
dude.
when.
There was.
When?
This is before. Okay, so before the Maccabean revolt, you had legitimate temple priests, right, that were ruling in Jerusalem for 800 years, almost a millennium since King David. Right, King David appointed Zadok as a priest, as a high priest, and it was the
I
sons of
agree.
Zadok that had
Show me
reigned.
Zadok talking about the Book of Jubilees, or King David,
Well,
or any of these people mentioning or deferring to the Book of Jubilees.
Well, it wasn't. We call it the Book of Jubilees. They called it the Book of the Division of Time.
Well, show me King David talking about the Book of the Division of Time.
Well, that specific
They
verse,
never.
I can find you textual sources where it does talk about King David keeping a 364-day calendar.
Okay.
Consistent with the Book of Jubilees and Enoch. Like so I have textual sources attesting to a 364-day year, 4 quarters and 52 Sabbaths, which the Jews do not keep today, nor were they keeping after the Maccabean revolt, right? Because during the Maccabean revolt, the temple was usurped. And the ones that did have the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch in their library, now those priests were replaced by usurpers from Athens, Greece, that became rabbinical Judaism. They were influenced by people from the north, the Samaritans.
Right. So these textual sources you just posted now, this is what you're talking about?
Yeah, these are some textual sources attesting to a 364-day year that were
All right.
found.
When were
Right?
these textual sources written? Like, what are they dated to? This Tanakh that you keep.
Well, unfortunately, these are within the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
Oh, then they're not that old at all, because the
Yeah,
Dead Sea
so-
Scrolls are around the time of the Maccabees.
I know, and I'm conceding that this would be circular reasoning because I'm using the same text that you're critiquing, right, as evidence to support the 364-day calendar.
No. What I'm critiquing is that you are trying to say that this. What I'm questioning, Noah, I mean, Lion, is why do you defer to these texts when these texts are, number one, not that old, number two, they aren't part of the Torah. They are outside of the Torah. Jews and Christians don't see these as canonical texts because everyone is aware that these texts were written, by a group of people that were around 200 to 300 years before Jesus. King David, Moses, all of these people are claimed to have lived thousands of years before Jesus. If they lived thousands of years before Jesus, clearly these texts, which are way younger than King David is, were not around during the time of King David. But you are of the opinion that Jubilees and whatnot were around since the dawn of time, right?
No. I never said that. You're asking me. Well, King David lived before the writing of the Book of Jubilees. The Book of Jubilees was written during the Exodus. So if you read the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Jubilees says that Moses, right? Moses is the author of it. Moses was the one who was given all the sacred time and
I
all of
don't
that.
think it says that. No, the Book of
No,
Jubilee
hey,
says
I
that
got you, bro. Hey,
the
I'll read it.
that the
First
narrator
chapter.
of the book is the angel of presence, isn't it?
Yeah, but they were ministering to Moshe.
Yes, it's the
Moshe
angel
is
of
the author.
presence
Moshe is the
talking to
author.
Moses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You're right. Yeah, you're actually right.
So this is
Because
chapter
that
1
is
is a
another
revelation
question
at
they
Mount
had.
Sinai.
Yeah, that is another question they had because now the idea is no human being can stand in the presence of God without dying. How was Moses able to speak to God and get this message? And their answer was it was through the angel of presence. Even yeah, because even if Moses wasn't alive when Genesis and all of these things happened, who was this voice that was speaking
Before Moses
during
was, I am.
It was well, you did have archangels that ministered, and this is consistent with what we see in the Torah and in the New Testament that angels did minister the law to man. But we also have Yeshua concealed, right? He was concealed according to the book of Enoch. Messiah pre-incarnate was concealed. His identity was
Yeah,
not
he
known.
tells you he's the one. He's the angel of the presence. That's Jesus. That's why he says, "Before Moses was, I am." Who's the person that says, "I am" in the book? Who's the person that says, "I am" in New Testament?
Okay.
That wasn't really a response to you, Chirality. That was just general.
Yeah. It's just the way I understand it. The Book of Jubilees is a very young book when compared to all of these other books in the Torah. That's why it's not part of the Torah or part of the Bible, because before the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, before the time of the Maccabees, there's no reference to anything within the Book of Jubilees. Right? Anything mentioned or stated in there, no one is talking about it. When you look at the archaeological history, the biblical history, the tyrannical history of these people, they do not defer to this Jubilee system.
They
No one
did,
mentions
bro.
it.
They did, bro.
Yeah,
It,
but the
it, it
claims
works
of
out.
this.
But the time, the actual, the timekeeping of how fixed the calendar is, it matches up with all with the manna and when they were in the desert, the manna that they received. It matches up with all the little time frames with the battle of Jericho. It all matches up. When you use the Zadok calendar, it all matches up, bro, perfectly.
I agree with you. It matches up, but it matches up because they were working backwards. They were saying, we are here now. We have all of this history that came about before us, but we don't know when these events happen. So we need to create a system where we can lock things in, where we can say, 7 Jubilee years before us, this happened. 10 Jubilees before us, this happened. They needed to work backwards from where they were. So we are 200 years before the time of Jesus. We have all of this history, Moses, Noah, Abraham, all of this, but we don't have a working calendar that fixes all of these peoples and events into place. Let's create this system. Let's create this Jubilee Zadok system. But you
So,
say
Chirality,
that's not.
Chirality. So, if I may try to steal man and see if I'm understanding, you're saying that essentially the whole canon was there, but they needed a chronology for the canon. So they essentially invented jubilees to be that chronology.
Exactly. Because any source you have for the book of for Jubilees comes from the time of the Maccabean Empire. And this was 3 to 200 years before the time of Jesus. For that, we have nothing. But Lion can only make claims based on what Jubilee says. Jubilee claims uh, to be a source for all of these things that happened, from the time of Abraham up until now, even from the time of Adam and Eve up until now. That claim is only within the book of Jubilees. Outside of it, we don't see this claim being made. We don't see any references being made to a Jubilean type of system.
The Torah talks
People don't-
about it. What do you mean, bro?
The Torah does have
Where
a
is
The Torah
year.
talks about Shemitah cycles and Jubilee cycles, bro. What do you mean? That's
Yes, but
inherently.
it's not the same as a Jubilee cycle within
Yeah, it
Book of
is.
Jubilees. It's
Yeah, it
not.
is. Yeah,
Because the
it
Book of
literally is, bro.
Jubilees
7 years
speaks
times
about
7.
no, where in the Torah speaks about a year of Jubilee, right? I know I don't know if it's Numbers or Leviticus or
Bro, it's funny. I
Deuteronomy.
can't believe you're saying this. Dude, the Torah literally talks about Shemitah cycles and Jubilee cycles, bro. It's in the Torah, bro.
Where?
All right, it's in Leviticus. Give me a second, bro.
Yeah,
Pull it up.
that's what I just said. Leviticus speaks about a year of Jubilee, but it doesn't go into detail on cycles.
It literally does, bro.
The year of Jubilee in the Torah is very different from the Jubilee year we find in the books of Jubilee.
How is it different?
Because it just in the Torah it just says on this specific year, the year of Jubilee, you will do this, that, and the third. It doesn't tell you how to figure out when that year is.
Yes,
it doesn't give you a
Oh yeah,
system
you're
for it.
right. It doesn't tell you how to
Yeah.
figure out time. Nowhere in
Yeah.
the
Exactly.
in
It
the
just
scriptures
says
that
that
it tells you how to keep the calendar.
It just says it just says on the year of Jubilee.
You know why that is?
Can I get some stuff on the record after line?
No, yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm still looking up these verses. Go ahead.
Get some citation. Leviticus 25:10. And ye shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. What
And
else
then
is there?
25:4 talks about the Shemitah cycle. So, but in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. You shall neither sow your field nor prune your vineyard. So, and then it continues to talk about the 7-year cycles. And you shall number 7 Sabbaths of years unto you, 7 times 7 years. And the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto you 49 years. Then you shall cause the shofar of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In Yom Kippurim, or Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement, shall ye make the shofar sound throughout all your land. And you shall hallow the 50th year and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. And it shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, etc., etc., etc.
This is Leviticus 24.
25. But it doesn't actually
25.
give you specific ordinances of how to actually track the calendar. Enoch does that and Jubilees does that. But Enoch and Jubilees were his priestly writings, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, definitely. I did not argue against it. I even said I agree with his priestly writings because the average man back then could not read or write. That I don't disagree with. But let me just read what you just read quickly. Give me 2 seconds. What I'm saying is correct, but I think what I'm also saying is still correct. There was no system to count this, Nobody knew when the 7th times 7th year or when the 49th or 50th year was. They had a calendar that didn't work. They had whatever calendar they were using, it didn't even track Passover properly. They would have Passover 4 days after spring started, and they would realize, damn, we fucked up.
Yeah, that was after the Hasmonean dynasty. That was after the Maccabean revolt, bro. That's when the priests got usurped. That's when they stopped. They didn't know how to keep sacred time anymore. They had forgotten how to do it because they were all illegitimate priests. The legitimate priests
What?
that knew how to keep the sacred time were usurped. They went in exile into the desert and brought their temporal library with them. They brought their temporal library with them because they were literally being attacked with Antiochus Epiphanes. You know the story with Antiochus Epiphanes?
Are you talking about the Dead Sea Scroll people now?
Yes, the Dead Sea Scroll people are the exiled temple priests that David appointed. So I'm trying to tell you, and in their library, they had multiple copies of the Book of Jubilees, bro.
I see. Aha. So you think these Dead Sea Scroll peoples were the priests appointed by King David, and that's what's backing your claim when you say that King David was using this Jubilees calendar. I see. Okay.
Well, the Jubilees wasn't written when King David was on the earth. Jubilees was written when
But it
Moshe,
was
when Moshe.
that was even before King David.
Yeah, but the Book of Jubilees was not like we don't have any evidence that King David was reading the Book of Jubilees because the Book of Jubilees was a priestly record, right?
King David was a priest of God. He would.
He was a king. He was a king.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
even
think he
know.
was
I
a
don't even
priest.
know. I don't even know. Actually, yeah,
But
I don't even know if he had it, bro. But
He was not a. He was not.
Yeah, okay. I was wrong in saying he was a priest of God, but he officiated certain types of ceremonies for God, you know.
yeah,
As the king, he was
I misspoke. I
he was in
misspoke.
charge.
But he wasn't. King David was a king. The Book of Jubilees was written before him, but there's no evidence that he had. Like, I agree with you. There's no evidence that he read it or possessed it. Right? I'll give you that.
Well, there would be no need for him to, right? Because isn't when in your claim, right, Lion, the people who keep this calendar is not the line of David. It's not his family line, right? So if it's not his family keeping the calendar, yeah, there would be no reason for him to even have a calendar.
Yeah, because it wasn't the Jews that were responsible of preserving sacred time. It was the Levites. It wasn't the Yahudi. It was the Leviim.
Okay, okay. I hear you now. Well, the problem is your claim is something I wouldn't be able to falsify because there's no evidence outside of the Book of Jubilees. There's no evidence for it. But because there's no evidence
I
for it,
just think
that
too,
doesn't.
all these things are part of this whole Dead Sea Scroll thing. Like,
Yeah.
doesn't that kind of mean that it's all, I guess, the whole thing is premised on the Dead Sea Scrolls being an actual archaeological find and not a fraud, essentially?
Yeah, but they weren't the only sources of the Book of Jubilees. The Ethiopian Jews and the Armenian, Syriac called out assemblies also had independent manuscripts of the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch.
But
And there was actually a complete. There's a
but
complete.
couldn't you say that
Hold
for
on, hold on.
any? Couldn't you say that for any Gnostic writing or any of I guess I don't know apocryphal writing?
No, because
there would be multiple copies of any Gnostic or apocryphal writing. Pick the one,
Yeah,
even
but
if
they didn't
if we all agree it's uninspired, we
I
would
get what you're
still find
saying.
copies of it around the region.
I get what you're saying, but there wasn't one Gnostic gospel ever found amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, bro. Nor did the
But that's
Dead
what I'm
Sea
saying is
Scrolls
the premise.
ever. Yeah, but hold on. Nor did the Dead Sea Scrolls ever refer. The writers of the Dead Sea Scroll ever refer to themselves as Essenes.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not saying that they're. I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying the whole Dead Sea Scroll like archaeological dig. Essentially, this whole idea that this is the Zadok priesthood's original catalog or canon is all premised on the fact that this Dead Sea Scrolls, the evidence and the way they're interpreting the evidence is correct. So, like, if the Dead Sea Scrolls is like even the interpretation
You're breaking up, no.
is, I mean, that there goes. Sorry.
Try again.
I don't know if is my mic going.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like if if the Dead Sea Scrolls is not like a accurate library of the Zadok priesthood, then the whole premise to having their original canon is out the window, essentially. And if you want to say you had people in other regions who had the same books, that could be true for any book, inspired or not inspired.
Yeah, I'm sort of with Noah on this. Definitely, the Ethiopian Jews and whatnot, they have the Book of Jubilees within their Bible, but the versions they have are way later compared to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I mean, the versions they have came into effect after Jesus was born. Right? The Dead Sea Scrolls is the oldest known copy we have of the Book of Jubilees and all of these apocryphal books, which don't
Right.
form part of the Torah or the Bible. For that, we have nothing. We have no one making reference to these books, no one making reference to the stories within these books. I agree with you. That isn't enough evidence to then say that, you know, um, David and them didn't know about these things. Just because they don't mention it doesn't 100% mean they don't know about it. But I mean, you would have to do a lot of
I also
connecting
think
dots here.
the whole thing is maybe the Jubilee book was a book that a certain priesthood class had to essentially keep and read, but how would that apply to us today, even given that? Like if I give you all that, right? What would be the reason for us to read it? We're not Zadok priests. We're not descended from that. We're not even part of the kingdom of Israel or Judea. Those two kingdoms were destroyed. Like essentially what I'm seeing it is even if it were a legit book that these priests did use, it's not even our focus anyway. We're supposed to be focusing on the Gospels and the Old Testament, which is there to support the gospel. Like I don't know.
Yeah, that you're getting into the weeds because I can show you how you are Israel. The idea that you're not part of the Commonwealth of Israel, that's just patently false, bro. If you believe in the Messiah and you keep the commandments, right, then you are Israel, bro. You're grafted into the olive tree. The olive tree is Israel.
But then, do we still need the Book of Jubilees?
Yeah, the Book of Jubilees is extremely edifying, bro, and it answers a lot of questions regarding timekeeping. Because if you're zealous, if you're zealous for the word and you want to be and synchronized with the heavens, bro, without the Book of Jubilees and the Book of Enoch, we'd be left in the dark to how to keep time.
Why do you
Yeah, there's
believe
also
that?
Go ahead,
Sorry.
Kyrati.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, why do you believe the Dead Sea Scrolls people were not the Essenes?
Well, simply if you do if you just do a little bit of research, you'll realize that John the Baptist himself was a Zadok, and his community was the Zadok priests that were exiled in the desert of Judea, which he himself was in exile in the desert of Judea, and a leader of the Zadok priests. He himself, John the Baptist, was supposed to be high priest in the temple, but because the temple was usurped by an illegitimate rabbinical priesthood, right? At the time, they weren't rabbinical, but they were Pharisees and Sadducees. He couldn't even step foot in the temple, bro. He was, you know what I'm saying?
I agree with everything you just said 100%, but that still doesn't mean that these people couldn't have been the Essenes. Maybe the Zadoks and the Essenes were one and the same.
No, well, it takes a lot of research and dedication on this topic, but basically, what you have here is the place that we know of in the Arabic. The word Qumran is the place inscription known as Beth Bara, literally the same place as Beth Bara in the Hebrew and the Greek. And that place is where John the Baptist and Messiah were literally baptizing people next to the Jordan River. That's where Qumran is. So where they found these scrolls was basically the Zadok settlement, the exile priest
I agree with
settlement,
you.
and that settlement was only there for 300 years.
I
The Essenes,
100% agree
the
with
Essene,
everything you are saying,
that's
but
cool, but
what you are
I'm trying to tell
saying
you that
doesn't rule out the link between these people and the Essenes. Because when you read into the books of someone like Josephus, for example, he places the Essenes at the Qumran caves. You know, the practices that we see the people at the Qumran caves performing. Josephus says the Essenes were doing the exact same things as these people, had the same
I
beliefs as
have
these
his
people.
works. I have Josephus's works. I've read Pliny the Elder's testimony on the Essenes. The Essenes
Yeah.
lived 25 miles south of Bethabara in a place called En Gedi. And they lived there and were there for thousands of years. Or Pliny the Elder says for thousands of generations. So before the Maccabean revolt, before the exiled temple priests that went and lived in the desert, there was already a sect of people known as Essenes in En Gedi that originated in Alexandria, Egypt, and they're the authors of the Nag Hammadi manuscripts known as the Gnostic Gospels. That's who the Essenes are, right? But there's a conscious effort by academia.
wow.
There's a conscious effort by academia, both on the Jewish side of academia and the Catholic side. Both, there's two paradigms that are fighting against the truth here, right? We have the Jewish paradigm and the Catholic paradigm that are both trying to suppress who the authors of the scrolls were, and they've purposely conflated them as Essenes to try to pollute the water.
Oh, interesting. So you're saying that the Essenes weren't the people at Qumran, but they
No.
were the first Gnostics.
It would be like calling me a Mormon because I believe in Christ and wear white raiment, and I must be a Mormon. It's literally it's disrespectful to conflate the Zadok priest with the Essenes. It's really truly is very disrespectful.
Hmm. Interesting.
To call John the Baptist an Essene is insane
Why though?
because the Essenes were a completely different
Yeah,
sect
that
of
is
people.
insane, actually. Yeah, John the Bat. Okay, I don't know about this whole Dead Sea Scroll thing, but not John the Bat, dude. Yeah, that is insane. Essentially, if you're gonna call him that, you might as well just throw the whole Bible in the trash. That's the same thing as those people who disregard Paul, man. Like if you disregard like John the Baptist, or you disregard Paul, or you disregard Jude, you do this thing where you pick and choose or whatever. Like you might as well just throw the whole thing in the trash, man.
The Dead Sea Scrolls literally completely go against the Jewish paradigm today, bro. They expose Judaism at its core from its roots.
I don't see what's so controversial with saying that that John the Baptist wasn't a Essene. What's wrong with that?
Because Essenes were the authors of the Nag Hammadi manuscripts, bro. They're the authors of the Gnostic Gospels and completely
Okay.
foreign writings that originated in Egypt. You got Geniza, Egypt, and Alexandria, Egypt, where they originated, and they're very occultic, bro. That's where you get the duality from, and the Hermetic principles, and the Kabbalion, and this whole idea that the demiurge, it all starts with them.
Yeah, but the Essenes didn't have these ideas. You know,
Yes,
the
they
Essenes
did.
were the Nag Hammadi texts. Most of the books in the Nag Hammadi texts were written after the books of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They were written late first, early second century AD after
You're right.
Jesus died.
You're right.
That's when there was this explosion of Gnostic texts. The Nag
Of
Hammadi
counterfeit
texts were the Nag Hammadi
forgeries.
texts. Most of them were destroyed, and the ones we have left were texts that somebody hid in their house so that they wouldn't get destroyed, because the church was trying to promote orthodoxy, and they didn't like this idea of there being so many different versions of the gospels going around. The Essenes lived long before that. There's a period of at least 200 to 300 years between the Gnostics and the Essenes. The last of the Essenes, the last we know of them, was round about the time of I think it was the second Jewish-Roman War. This is like 700 years after Jesus died. This is about the time the Gospels started being written. So as the scenes are going away, we have the Gospels starting, and then after the Gospels is when all of these Gnostic texts come about. So I think your timing is a bit off there if you want to now say that the Essenes were the Gnostics.
Okay, wait. So I want to just put something on this on the thing. Essene, Wikipedia, founded 2nd century BC, dissolved 1st century CE. The Essene movement likely originated as a distinct group of Jews during the Jonathan Apophis time, driven by the disputes over Jewish land and the belief that Jonathan's high priesthood was illegitimate. So there's a disagreement about this guy's priesthood. Most scholars think that the Essenes succeeded from the Zadok priests. So there was a separation, a civil war. They were not the same people. They separated. They saw themselves as a genuine remnant of Israel, upholding the true covenant with God, and attributed their interpretation of the Torah to their early leader and teacher of righteousness, possibly a legitimate high priest. Embracing a conservative approach to Jewish law, they observed strict hierarchy favoring priests, and it says that the sons of Zadok over lay people emphasized ritual purity and held dualistic worldviews. So that's just the first paragraph underneath the intro on Wikipedia.
Yeah, and that's based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's based off the idea, this presupposition that the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls were Essenes.
Yeah, but that is a general consensus, amongst theologians, historians, archaeologists. It's most people way more learned on the Torah and smarter than you, myself, and Noah online. They all are of the opinion that the Dead Sea Scroll scholars were the
That's not true.
Essenes.
Rachel
That is
Elior, right? Rachel Elior, a professor from Tel Aviv, a doctor, I'm pretty sure. She does not. She actually agrees with me that they're not.
Yeah,
They're
that's
not
one
Essenes at
person.
all. No, there's more
That's
than
one person.
there's Jonathan Ben Dove, and
two
there's Dr. Ken Johnson. There's multiple scholars of academia that push
But
against
would you
the common
say
consensus.
would you say the majority agree with you?
No, I'm part of the minority.
That's the point I'm making, bro. Most people.
Yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't mean anything, bro. I'm trying to tell you that.
Yeah, if that's your point, if that's your whole real quick, if that's your whole point, then it's a fallacious point.
I agree. It's fallacious because I'm kind of appealing to the majority. But what
If
I'm
you
trying to
had
get
a point, if you had anything outside of that as a point, then you might have a point. But if that is your entire point, then yeah, it's a fallacy, right?
No, it's not my entire point. I've brought up points outside of that. It's just speaking to this specific part of the conversation we have now, where because I can see Lions posting stuff about what certain people are saying, but the point yeah, it's a stupid point to make. I agree, it's fallacious, but most people don't agree with this idea that the Dead Sea Scrolls were not the Essenes, and most of the evidence out there speaks to the Dead Sea Scroll scholars being the Essenes, like the overwhelming majority of evidence.
But there's thousands of scrolls that were discovered. Not one scroll ever referenced themselves as Essenes, bro. We won't
Yes.
find one source anywhere within the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves where they refer to themselves as Essenes.
I agree, because these people didn't call themselves the Essenes.
No, but you had over 20 times they were the sons of Zadok.
Yeah, they still saw themselves as the sons of Zadok, but as Noah just read earlier, they felt they were the true sons, and they splintered from the main group. They felt these other
No.
sons of Zadok.
That's some random commentary from a stupid scholar.
No, but that's what they wrote in their texts. And we
No.
have a teacher of righteousness that
yes, that part that's where they got it from, the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, but this is what these people wrote in their scrolls. We are the true sons of Zadok. We follow the true teacher of righteousness. These other people follow a prince of darkness or something.
Yeah.
They are the bad people, and we are
The
going to
Pharisees.
excommunicate whoever was in charge that time. I think it was Janias or whoever. Him and the sons of Zadok that stayed with him. The Dead Sea Scroll scholars felt like they were going down the wrong path. They separated themselves from them, left Jerusalem, and went to go live in the caves of Qumran. They never called themselves Essene. Essene was a name that other people gave to them. It's the same way the Gnostics never called themselves Gnostics. It was a name other people gave to them.
So there was no actual Essenes then, period, whatsoever.
It wasn't a group that called themselves Essene.
Yeah, there is no such thing. Like, it's a retroactively fit concept, but there's no actual group like that existed.
Yeah, the same way there was no actual Gnostics. There was no one group of Gnostics.
I'm not
Just a
entirely
name
sure
people
if they
gave
ever refer to themselves as
lumped them
Essenes or not,
together.
bro.
They never did. They never referred themselves as. It's the same way Gnostics never referred to themselves as Gnostics.
Same way people in Rome never referred to themselves as the Eastern Romans. They just called themselves Romans.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so these things don't exist. Their concepts are retroactively fit onto our chronology. Like, it's essentially a falsity. It's falsity.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And that's the
because
same thing they did.
looking into that makes so much sense because I was looking into the whole Eastern Roman Empire, and I was finding out basically that whole concept is actually just the false. It's not even real. Like, yeah. Anyways, go ahead. Sorry, I don't know. I interrupted you.
And this applies to the Book of Jubilees as well. It's something that was done retroactively after the fact to explain things that happened hundreds or thousands of years before.
Yeah, but if you believe the Book of Jubilees and what it states, like I have faith in the scriptures of what they say, that they're not making things up retroactively, right? Because the Book of Jubilees clearly states that Moshe received insight at Mount Sinai, right? That's not. He's like the author. He's like the one that's narrating the scriptures. But it
Yeah,
bounces back. Go ahead.
If you believe the Book of Jubilees be like historically factual, then obviously you're gonna have that position line.
But my question is there any way? Okay, but real quick, outside of learning about Essenes and Qumran caves and scrolls and all that fucking nonsense, and Maccabeans and all that nonsense, right? Outside of that, is there any way I could go into the 66 Bibles and essentially assure to myself that Jubilees is supposed to be the 67th? Because if there's not a way for me to go into the scriptures and come to that conclusion, and I have to look at outside of the Bible, right? I have to look at scholars and shit. Then I'll just go on.
Yeah, it has to resonate. It has to resonate with the rest of the scriptures, like a somatic wave, right? A somatic wave resonates. So from the first book to the last book, it has to all resonate together. If it doesn't, then it can't be part of the book, the compilation.
To answer your question, no and no. If you just took this,
like Genesis is specifically referred to by Jesus Christ himself. I don't remember any time in the Gospels where he specifically refers to any of these other books, right? So I'm just
he does.
That's just the way
he does. So there's both Paul and Jesus Christ quote things that are not found anywhere in the Jewish canon, but you'll find them in the Apocrypha. Direct quotes, both from Enoch and Ezra and Baruch, Second Baruch, and Jubilees, bro. But you just have to research it.
Okay, but that would make sense because by the time Jesus was alive, the Book of Jubilees was a widespread book, and these
Right,
apocryphal
but
books were wide.
but here's the thing: Jesus, the Messiah, the Word of God, would not be quoting uninspired scripture, right?
Luke actually quotes the Book of Jubilees when it comes to the genealogy. He
That is
quotes
true.
he
That is
quotes.
actually true.
Does he though, or is that
Yes,
true? Did
I
like
brought
how
that
do
up
we know
before
that? Because it
because
never it doesn't say nowhere in Matthew.
he
Real quick,
doesn't quote it.
real quick. Nowhere does it say, and this is the genealogy of Jesus Christ that I got from Jubilees. It just says this
Yeah,
is the genealogy of Jesus Christ. So like, if they
yeah, he
match,
doesn't
that might
quote it
not
like that.
necessarily mean that one was like. What is the maybe there's a chance that Jubilees was copied from Matthew and not the other way. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I just don't see
I hear
that.
you,
I
Noah.
don't see the
I hear
direct
you.
quote. Like I don't see the citation. I guess in the new.
Yeah,
Like I hear.
yeah,
I don't hear the citation. I guess.
yeah. There's no citation. Obviously, he wouldn't say, this is the genealogy as per the Book of Jubilees, but the genealogy given is only found in the Book of Jubilees. I think that's the point Lion is making.
yeah. Regarding a character from the line of Shem called Canaan.
This is Matthew. The Matthew.
I don't have. I'm going from my memory, bro. I have to look it up for you. I don't have it in front of me.
But this is the
Bro.
book of Matthew, right? The genealogy in the book of Matthew.
No, Luke. I want to say Luke. Luke mentions
Luke.
Canaan.
Okay.
In Messiah's genealogy that doesn't show up anywhere in the canon, in the Masoretic, but it does show up in the Book of Jubilees.
Yeah, but there's things that are talked about in the New Testament about the Old Testament that like where they give you information on what was happening that was never even in the Old Testament to begin with. So like that could be a case of that, right? Where they essentially are giving you extra information of what happened in the Old Testament in the New Testament, revealing something not revealed before. I mean, I don't know about if Jubilees has that exact same genealogy or not, but do we know that genealogy in Jubilees was written definitely beforehand? Like, I don't
No, it
know,
was
because
definitely.
I feel like I feel as though wouldn't he have said, and in the Book of Jubilees, this is, you know what I mean? Wouldn't they give a citation?
It wasn't called the Book of Jubilees. Like kind of like how they're called the scenes, but they didn't call themselves the scenes. Well, nobody called the Book of Jubilees the Book of Jubilees, bro.
Wasn't it the Book of Times? Or it had a different name.
It was like the book of the division of times, or the annals, the book of the annals or something like that.
And I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if within the Gospels they make reference to the Book of Jubilees, because as I said, by the time the Gospels were around, the Book of Jubilees was a well-known book, and there were certain Jewish texts
Well, that means
that
it would be
had
canon.
that had the Book of Jubilees. No, because remember the Jewish
Yeah.
Bible, even by the time of Jesus, the Torah wasn't canonized. Pentateuch
Yeah,
was
but
not canonized.
anything that the Messiah is going to authorize has to be canon. The Messiah is the Word of God. So if you're going to say
Messiah,
the Word of, you're saying okay. This is what you guys are saying. You're saying that a Messiah quotes and repeats Jubilees, but then you're saying, oh, but it doesn't have to be canon. Well, it would have to be. He's the Word of God, literally.
that's how you would want it to be, but clearly that's not how it is. Jesus quotes books that are not canonized, and there are books that are canonized.
Well, it would have to be part of his canon. I'm not talking about some Jewish
not.
canon or some Catholic canon, but
but
there's something
it's not.
that's the truth. There's the canon of truth, like the actual true canon inspired by God, the true canon, not the Jewish canon, not the Catholic canon, right? But guess who definitely had it? Messiah. And so if Messiah would be authorizing these books, it would definitely be part of the true canon.
But then that's what speaks to the whole idea of these Essenes being the people at the Qumran caves, because whatever books they were reading are the same books that Jesus and John quote. A specific group of people, the Essenes, who Pliny the Younger, Josephus, Justin Martyr, who all of these early Christians referred to. Okay, not Josephus, he wasn't a Christian. But all of these Hang on. All of these Jews refer to this sect called the Essenes, and they say these are the type of books they were preaching. And then we see John, Paul, Jesus quote these books. That's why the idea is the Essenes are the branch that John, Jesus, and Paul came from. This is the Jewish early pseudo-Christian branch these people came from. I agree with you, Noah.
So what I'm
that
hearing that the Essenes
bro
are actually the true Zadok priesthood.
No.
Right, but I'm just trying to steel man. I'm just trying to steel man what chirality's saying. So the Zadok priesthood, something happened and they had to break off and then become the Essenes. And then you're saying the Essenes. You're saying Paul, Jesus, and John the Baptist were Essenes, and Christianity came from the Essenes. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that is what the general consensus is among scholars, theologians, and archaeologists. That is what the evidence is.
So I just steel man the general consensus of how they think Christianity began. They thought the Zadoks broke off, became the Essenes, and the Essenes became the Christians. Okay, got it. So, how is that wrong? How is that incorrect, Lion? How is that mainstream version wrong?
Okay, so right here I have Pliny the Elder said that the Essenes were from En-Gedi, bro, not Bethabara. They specifically, their headquarters was En-Gedi, 25 miles south of Bethabara, bro. So I'm not surprised that academia has conflated these people because they lived locally, and they all had white raiment, right? And they all followed a solar calendar, so they just kind of dubbed them blanket statement. It's like a blanket label, Essenes, bro, but they weren't Essenes, bro. It says Philo said they were monks and celibates. The sons of Zadok had wives. They weren't monks and celibates. Pliny locates them in En-Gedi also, or I already said that, and says they've been there thousands of generations and are celibates. So both Pliny and Philo said that they were celibates, bro, when we know that the Zadoks had wives. And Josephus said that they did not allow children near them and had few, if any, wives and were mostly celibates.
Yeah, but Lion, you got to remember two things. That's the reason they broke off from the Zadoks and whatnot, because they felt the fact these people are having wives and copulating diminishes their purity. So we need to leave and separate from them and not partake in copulation, right?
That's not what the Dead Sea Scrolls record at all.
That is what they recorded exactly.
The Dead Sea
they
Scrolls
did
record
not
that
partake
they
in
had
sex.
they were-
They gave up all sexual practices. None of them got married. He didn't even allow women into the sect, number one.
That's
Number
not true.
two,
Listen.
at Qumran is not where they lived. That is just where the scrolls were found. There was no evidence found that there was any
patently
sort
false.
of living within Qumran, because those caves were in total.
All right, bro. Are you gonna keep monologuing past the point where he tells you it's false? Like, I mean, how is that productive?
Just because he says it's false doesn't mean it's false.
Well, if you look at the archaeology, bro, this is.
But I'm looking at an argument
false.
between you two.
If you look at the archaeology, there's a whole place, there was a whole dwelling that they lived there for 300 years, bro. They settled there for 300 years. John the Baptist was part of that dwelling, right? And that they show the mikvah that they had there. They show the houses. It was all there, bro. The mikvah, where they would ritually cleanse themselves every single day, they found all of that. So if it was just like a place where they hid the scrolls and then left, no, that's not the case at all. There was a dwelling place for 300 years since Antiochus Epiphanes pillaged Jerusalem. But the Dead Sea Scrolls record, right, that there was all kinds of abominations going on in the temple after the invasion. After the usurping happened, where Antiochus Epiphanes himself inserted priests into the temple, forcefully inserted priests on his behalf, and commanded them to basically start teaching a lunar calendar. You can read this in the Maccabees. 1st and 2nd Maccabees report this. And the Dead Sea Scrolls doubled down on this, right? So now they were shifting calendars, they were shifting feasts. They started celebrating a completely new Hellenized feasts, like Bacchus. That's also recorded in the 1st Maccabees.
Can I try to steel man this real quick? So,
yeah, sure.
So the mainstream say Zadok priesthood, break off, turn into Essene priesthood, Essene turn into Christianity. That's what the mainstream thing. You're saying no, incorrect. The Essenes were always there. They were a different group of people. They weren't even in the same exact location. They were just nearby.
Yes.
And essentially, the historians nowadays are trying to conflate those guys that were already there with the
Yes.
newly broken off Zadok priesthood.
You got it, bro. You got it.
Understood. Okay, cool. Thanks. All right, go ahead, Chirality and Lion.
All right, so I'll give you the thing from the Wikipedia, right? So Joseph Patrick, who was one of the first archaeologists to survey the area, he found no traces of permanent tent dwellings, and that any dwelling quarters should be stored inside the wall of Kirbet Qumran, mainly on the upper floor. So he estimated that the population within those 3 caves was only 50 to 70, only used for the as you said, the mikvat ceremony, right? Basically the baptism ceremonies. These are the first people to perform baptisms. That's another link between them and the Christians. But there was no evidence of any permanent dwellings. All they found there were pottery, scrolls, nails, and then this mikvat type of submersion tub type of thing. It is at other places further down south along the Dead Sea River that they found the permanent dwellings of these places. But the caves themselves, no one lived there. It was too dark, too cold, and too small for more than, 50 people to be living there at one time. But the idea was these groups of people, there was more than 200 of them living together at a time. So it definitely could not have been at, the caves 1 to 11 where the scrolls were found.
Dude, listen, I'm posting it right now, bro. That's why you can't always appeal to academia, bro. They're gonna lead you astray. I'm showing you the truth here, bro. This is the settlement right here, bro. They have it all figured out already.
But that
They got
came
the
from
Potter's
academia
Workshop.
as well.
Yeah, but this is the minority, right? This is the minority. You have
What do you
there's a
mean?
conscious effort by Jews and Catholics to suppress the truth because it would dismantle their paradigms. So the modern Jewish paradigm is rooted in Pharisaical Judaism. The Pharisees were rabbinical usurpers, bro. They considered themselves priests that weren't even of the line of Zadok at all. There were Hasmoneans. Who was the house of
people,
who are the Maccabees, right? The Maccabean. Go ahead.
The Maccabeans was some ragtag Rambo group of Jews, bro. There's nothing too special about them. They were the reasons these Essene group left and went to go live in the wilderness because they felt that these people, these Janaius and these Maccabeans are not true Jews. The way these people live, it's unrighteous, it's unworthy. They slaughter priests on the daily. They perform weird types of sacrifices. These guys adhere to certain Hellenistic practices which are non-Jewish. Now, if you want to say that these people were living in these Qumran caves for over 100 years, why don't we find evidence of, habitual dwelling there? Pots, cooking material, tents, things of that nature, ablution facilities.
Dude, look at the
None
map.
of it
Look
is
at the
there.
blueprint, bro. There's a
I'm looking
tower.
at the map.
There's cisterns. There's storerooms. There's a kitchen. There's a potter's workshop. There's a mikvah. Dude, they're like, what do you want, dude? What else do you want? There's an aqueduct.
What was found in those kitchens for anyone to now say that was a
They
kitchen?
found their temple library there, bro. Their most sacred thing of there's nothing more sacred than the word itself, bro.
That's not what I'm arguing against, Lion. Definitely the scrolls and the library were found there. What I'm arguing is whether or not the people actually
What do you want to find? A bed, dude? A mattress? Like, what do you want, dude?
If they lived there, yes. I would expect to find that. Wouldn't you?
These people lived in caves, bro. All you're gonna find is caves, bro, with scrolls in them and then pottery and stuff. That's all you're ever gonna find in archaeology.
But
like,
if
what do you
they
mean?
live there, that's not true. Plenty of times when people do archaeological digs and whatnot, they find evidence of humans actually living there. Remains of fire, food, cutlery being used.
What if they didn't live there and it was used for a place of gathering for a library and keeping things of information and a library? What if it wasn't just
That's the debate. That's the debate.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Stacey.
No,
That's
but yeah,
exactly what I'm
she's just rehashing your point. You guys are disagreeing about the point, so to rehash the point doesn't support it. It just rehashes it.
I mean,
Yeah,
for me, it
well,
doesn't
then you
bring
and I are on the
clarification
same
either
page.
way because it could be either or. It still brings, though, right, some clarification that they found something that leads
I don't
to
think you know what
some
the conversation
scripture.
is about.
Oh no, I do. I am
I think you're
listening
coming in
back and
hot.
forth, but I may not be fully in on what the actual debate is about.
Yeah, but Stacy, what you just said is exactly what I'm saying. You and I are on the same
Yeah,
page.
but then
Ryan's
you're not
saying that.
supporting it. She's just rehashing your point. That's not supporting.
Well,
Yeah, I'm
it
not
sounds
really
If
like
I
here
just
to
say your
support
position,
anything.
if I just repeat your position, the Earth is a globe. That doesn't actually support it. That just okay, we get it. You just rehash the same.
Yeah, I'm coming in. I'm not
okay.
supporting anybody, by the way, or taking anybody's side or not. And I was just saying from a
All right.
point, my logical thought on it. That was it.
Okay. I understand. But that is the point I'm making. Then I shouldn't say you are agreeing with me. My bad.
The Zadoks referred to the usurpers as the sons of darkness, men of the pit, sons of Beliar, sons of Satan, wicked priests, unclean thieves that rob the poor and prey on widows, defilers of the temple, vain, strangers of men of perdition, strangers, men of perdition. That word strangers means that they weren't even of the line of Levi, bro. Flouters of the law. Flouters of the law.
I
Wow, it
agree
sounds a
with you
lot like
100,
what Messiah was talking
100%.
about. Liars, spouters of lies, those who seek smooth things. Wow, that's what Messiah said. Scoffers, abomination, house of guilt. Oh, this is all in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Men of violence, instruments of violence, vipers, spiders, serpents, dragons. This is literally the same vocabulary that Messiah used against them. There's scrolls that predate Messiah's birth that refer to these same priests in the same exact manner, bro. And in the Dead Sea Scrolls, they talk about the temple reached such a depraved level that the dogs were just aimlessly walking in and defecating in the temple, bro. And that the priest sided with the priest sided with the Greek government. They sided with Antiochus Epiphanes, and they had political
Maccabee's a good
motives.
guy though.
Hold on.
Well,
not really. They had political motives to side with the politics over, monetary reasons. They cared about money and fame and status, and they were usurpers, bro.
Yeah, so everything you just said, Lion, I 100% agree with. This is what the Zadoks that moved to the Dead Sea Scroll area, that moved to Qumran wrote. This is what we find within the Dead Sea Scrolls. So this is the link.
Well, that's clearly in the New Testament. Like what he read, all that's in the New Testament.
Exactly. So this is why people say these people at the Dead Sea Scrolls were the original Christians. They were the ones from which John the Baptist, Paul, and Jesus came from. And what outsiders called these people were the Essenes. It was just a name they called them, the Essenes. So it's not that controversial when most people say that Jesus was an Essene, because whatever Jesus was practicing and preaching were the same things that the people at the caves of Qumran were practicing and preaching. We just happen to call them the Essenes. It's not a controversial
Right, but the
name.
Essene's not a real. It's just not a real thing. So the whole idea that anyone's an Essene is just kind of false in and of itself. But I see what you're saying. I really do.
Yeah. It's just a title that we've given to them. But you're all right in saying it's a false title. It's not a title they gave to themselves. But their doctrine is the closest thing we have to what Jesus and John the Baptist and Paul were preaching.
I'm posting the sources right now, bro.
Also, to answer your question, Noah, the Maccabees, some people, they were seen as good because they helped free the Jews from the you mentioned it just now,
Hellenistic?
but there was a specific person that was in charge of the Hellenistic Empire at that time. Said his name, Lion.
Yeah, so essentially they're being like the Jews are being oppressed by the Greeks essentially, and the Maccabees are the ones who fought back. Yeah,
Exactly, in freedom. But
that sounds like a good guy, right?
Sort of, but the problem was the Maccabees were like a ragtag group of mercenary Rambo guerrilla fighters, and when they got into power, they started to abuse that power. They would indiscriminately kill priests, kill people, kill anyone, even their own people, their own Jews that would disagree with them. And this is
Oh,
what
so the
made
Maccabees are
these.
the one that caught. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So because they were doing all of this bad stuff to their own people, and not observing the proper rites and customs and rituals, this small group that we call the Essenes, who were sons of was Zadokians, they said, "Yo, fuck this shit. What's happening here isn't right. We are gonna leave and go live in the wilderness."
Yes. But they were forced out.
The
'Cause they
Maccabees
were
wasn't
gonna.
around, right? Or
So
Judas
you had
Maccabees wasn't around during this time, right? Like, this would be
so
after he.
Judas Maccabees, his lineage, the house of Maccab, right? Where does that line come from? Were they even legitimate Jews? This is where it gets
They
interesting,
weren't.
bro.
Yeah, they weren't.
They
They weren't
weren't.
even real Jews.
They wanted to be Jewish so bad that they intermarried, right? They married into the Jewish families, but they weren't. Even King Herod wasn't an actual Jew, bro. He wanted
Yeah,
to be a
that's why
Jew so
most
bad,
Jews.
dude.
That's why most Jews hated King Herod. That's why the Book of Maccabees is not in the Pentateuch. It's not in the Torah. Jews do not adhere to the
Is the Book of Maccabees written by the house of Maccabees?
I don't know. Nobody knows who wrote it, bro. But
But essentially,
no,
it accounts. Okay, so wait, there was a Greek guy ruling over Judea, and a mixed half Greek, half Jew, then essentially kicked him out and they became the leaders essentially.
Antiochus Epiphanes was straight up Greek, bro. He basically
Right, but the
Antiochus
Maccabees were
Epiphanes.
half. But the Maccabees were half. So it went from full Greek leadership to mixed Greek Jewish leadership during the revolution.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We don't even know what the Maccabees were. Like we just
We
know they
don't.
intermarried into Jewish families, and they were the ones that fought the war against. You keep saying his name.
But
I don't
wouldn't
know
they
why
be
my
Jewish if they intermarried it? Like if I got
I
with
guess.
a girl that's Chinese, my kid would be Chinese, right? He wouldn't be not Chinese all of a sudden.
But the way
Yeah, but
that the line
what
works is
would
through
you?
it's but the paternal lineage, and if your dad's a Greek, then it doesn't matter. You're still you're not official.
Yeah.
The way it worked
Yeah,
back then.
like they weren't seen as official, but they were accepted because they were the ones that fought. What's his name, Lion?
Antiochus Epiphanes.
Antiochus, yeah, they were the ones that fought him, and because they were the ones that fought him and liberated the Jewish people, they were like, "Yo, you guys saved the day. You can be in charge." But as time progressed, they realized that these dudes are some Rambo type hooligans. Like these guys are crazy. They're violent.
I
Kill
thought
on
Judas Maccabees was supposed to be like an example of chivalry, and he was a very righteous man. That's the story that I was.
So
guessing that comes from
the
the
Jews
Book of
won't
Maccabees.
actually talk about this too much, bro, because it will expose Judaism at its core, how it's all unofficial from the get. Because Pharisaical Judaism is straight up based on Talmudic writings, the Mishnah, the Gemara, and they weren't of the line of Levi or Zadok at all, bro. The Pharisees, which were considered priests, the synagogue of Satan back then, the vipers, the Sanhedrin. Even this word Sanhedrin is nowhere to be found in Scripture. Synagogue, it isn't even found in Scripture until the New Testament. But the synagogue, even that name is Greek. And the idea of a priesthood that were all illegitimate, and we know they were illegitimate because even Paul, who himself was a student of Gamaliel was a priest, part of the Jerusalem Council of the Sanhedrin.
Yeah, Paul was a Sanhedrin.
And Paul knew them very well. He was acquainted with the Sanhedrin very well. But in Acts, after he had his conversion on his road to Damascus, right? On his way to Damascus, he had his conversion and he realized his error regarding the Talmudic law and all of that. And he put that away and started following Christ, right? And then after that, when he returns to Jerusalem, he's being grilled by the Sanhedrin, and he rhetorically says, "I didn't know you were a high priest." when he's very acquainted with them. He was a student of Gamaliel. And he's like, I didn't know you were a high priest, because he knew at that point he had realized that they were all unofficial.
Wow, dude. Wow, that has some parallels even to fucking today, man. That's crazy. Essentially, people coming in and pretender clowns, like QE calls them, pretender clowns, back in the BC era. That's crazy.
But
I thought Maccabees was an overall good thing, though. I don't know about his descendants, but I thought Judas Maccabees was supposed to be like a good guy or the protagonist of the story.
It was.
Yeah,
It was.
he was. Him.
The thing is, David was the protagonist, and then his son Solomon fucked it up. Wouldn't that be the same thing? Judas Maccabees, protagonist, and then his sons fucked it up.
They had good intentions, bro. They had good intentions, but even after the rebellion that occurred, when all the smoke settled, you still had illegitimate priests running the temple, bro. And the regular people, they don't know anything about the temple rituals. They don't know anything about sacred time, bro. The priests are responsible for ministering sacred times to the people and announcing the jubilees. They're the ones that sound the shofar on the 10th day of the 7th month, bro. So they let the people know when the year begins, when the month begins, all of that. The average person had no idea regarding sacred time. Dude, there's a lot, bro.
How does Islam possibly fit into this? How does Islam or Mormonism could possibly fit into this? It doesn't, right? It's essentially just a competition between Christianity and Judaism.
Islam came like almost 600-700 years later. Like it has nothing to do with any.
Right, and Mormonism came way later too, so it's all just piggybacking. None of it has. The only two things that have the main claim to the truth is Judaism or Christianity.
Why
Christianity? The whole debate, because it's both
Christianity?
the same thing. It's both the same thing. The whole thing is about. The whole thing is about. The whole thing about. The whole thing is about. No, modern Judaism and Christianity seems to have come about the same time, right? That's what you guys have just been explaining this whole time.
Oh, you mean modern Judaism? Yeah, like rabbinical Judaism, definitely.
Yeah, because essentially the true religion, whatever you want to call it, the way, the truth, and the life. Essentially, there was a schism, and you're saying on one side there was these Essenes, and on the other side there was these Maccabean guys, and essentially those are the only two groups that can actually claim to be the source of the truth, in essentially. And those two groups came to be modern Christianity, and the other one came to be Judaism. So Judaism and Christianity are actually the only two ones that can even make a claim to the truth. So that automatically puts Mormonism and Islam down in the can. Like they can't even compete for the claim, because given they didn't exist.
I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. If you want to put it that way, yeah. If you want to say in terms of historical context and what everything else flows from, then I definitely get what you mean.
Real quick, let me just read this for you, Noah, right? After the Maccabean revolt, the Hasmoneans attempted to restore Judaism, quote unquote, but without legitimate Zadok priests, they began to establish their own version of Judaism, not the true faith that would have been practiced by David and Solomon, but rather their faith as they interpreted it. After the death of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, Antiochus V Eupator continued to manipulate the temple priests with political bribery. In return, the priests paid tribute to the king so they could keep their religion with the use of the Seleucid Empire's calendar. The real priests realized the grievous condition the temple was in and took with them copies of everything in the temple library and started their own set-apart community in Bethabara, aka Qumran. Due to the usurping leadership gaining momentum at about 165 BC, we immediately begin to see the idea of the end of the Torah and the beginning of the Talmud. The Yerushalmi Talmud began to be formed in this period with leaders like Shammai and Hillel the Elder. They began to write down the oral law. The Hasmonean kingdom was therefore predicated upon the Talmud and not the Torah. Hillel the Elder said the era of the Torah is over. The Mishnah, the Gemara, and the refined opinion combined with the Tanakh would become the dominant sources of instruction for the Hasmonean kingdom. In the Hasmonean kingdom, John Hyrcanus would follow Shimon Maccabee. Now, Shimon Maccabee allowed non-Levites to work inside the temple. He appointed Maccabeans to the position of priests who did not follow nor understand the Zadok calendar or the sacred reckoning of time. Kings were also allowed to step inside the temple. Although there were a few legitimate Levites working in the temple, they did not hold the position of Kohen Gadol or high priest, and for the most part were exiled. We see a large group of people usurping what had used to be the kingdom of Yehuda, and its priestly order was now being usurped by people who were not of the priestly order, who were going to mimic that priestly order to clean out the temple and to reinstate things the way they deemed fit. By the time we get to Paul, a Pharisee, he had been steeped in the law of the Hasmonean kingdom, the Gemara, the Mishnah, and the Talmud. In the Tanakh, of course, Paul, a disciple of Gamaliel, was well acquainted with the Sanhedrin and the priesthood at that time. After his conversion, we see him sarcastically responding to the priestly council in Acts 23:5, illegitimizing the priesthood when Paul said, I did not know, brethren, that he was a high priest.
Okay, so that essentially means modern Judaism is based off of a subversive Hellenistic movement in Judea.
Yes. And this is evident in the
it's
writings
sort
of the Talmud
same
itself.
All right, so there goes your
sort
two
of the same
branches.
with
One branch
Christianity.
goes this way, and
The
one
other
branch
goes the
goes
other
that
way.
way. So you can, the only there's the branch. It directly connects to the root. I mean, yeah, there's really only two things that can compete for the truth, and one seems to be entirely politically based. So that just by process of elimination, that would leave the other as the truth.
Why though? I mean, both branches are heavily influenced by, Hellenistic ideas, even by Persian ideas. I would say both of them. Whether it's rabbinical Judaism or Christianity,
No,
it's
one
in
is
both.
supposed to be the. Wait, no, one is supposed
Both.
to be the
Hang on,
family charged by God. One is supposed to be the family charged by
I
God
wasn't
with
done, bro.
keeping the
Come on, man.
records.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but that's a complete straw man of my position. So I
I'm
mean, you
not
can keep going, but now you're not talking to me.
I'm not straw manning your position. I'm making my own position. I don't agree with the position you put forth. Yeah. What I'm saying is both of them are false cases. Both of them are like bastardized children versions of the original. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's all good.
But Lion provided proof. Lion provided proof to why one side was not correct, right? Lion provided the political corruption brought in by the Maccabees. Do you have any basis to claim that the other side was corrupted, or are you just saying?
Yes, I have plenty of basis to say why the other side was corrupted as well.
Okay, so what about the guys in the Qumran caves? I guess indicates to you that they were the bastardized children, not the real children of Israel.
Oh no, not the guys in the cave, but what came about later. The guys in the cave inspired Jesus and John. But what Jesus and John were preaching is not what ended up being what we have today as modern Christianity.
I
mean,
okay, but that's not.
Remember, after Jesus died,
that's a third party.
there was
That's a third party. Modern Christianity is a third party, not to do with the original two parties, right? The original two parties is the Qumran cave guys that became Jesus and John the Baptist, and the other guys are these Maccabean priesthood or whatever the fuck's going on. Yeah, Hasmonean priesthood or whatever, right? Those are the two sides. So then to bring in a third party, modern Christianity, which has no bearing on just. Sorry, there's something. There's fucking.
Okay, yeah. If we just stick into that specific period of time and we're not moving on from there, and yeah,
So that makes Jesus's ministry the only true one, right? Because the other one is false. It's a fucking political puppet.
John the Baptist, according to Jesus Christ, right, was
Eh,
the greatest
I don't
prophet to ever come from a woman.
Mm.
Right? And what books did John the Baptist have that we have besides the Dead Sea Scrolls? What books do we have?
I don't know what books did John the Baptist have. I don't
None.
think it
We
mentions
don't
his
have any,
library.
dude. But he was part of the sect that were living in the deserts of Bethabara. He wasn't just by himself eating crickets and honey in the desert, bro. He was part of this called out community in the desert, bro.
Definitely. He was
Literally,
part of
literally,
those Qumran
if you
people.
look at Bethabara, that's mentioned in the Gospels, right? It's AKA Qumran, bro, in the Arabic. Literally the same exact place. That's another cosmic coincidence we'd have to ignore. That both Jesus and John the Baptist were baptizing people in Bethabara, the location of this sect, which were already ritually cleansing themselves and mikvahing every day, bro, and also baptizing other people. New converts were being baptized by them, by John the Baptist, which the Jews at that time seen that as like a threat because he was starting a new religion. They
So
accused him
I
of
have a
starting a new
question.
religion. Go ahead.
So if these Maccabeans came in and mixed in with the Judites and essentially, how do we know who the Judites are today? Like, because we have these people claiming that they're these people, but it really doesn't seem to be the case. Like, I don't see there doesn't seem to be any.
There's no way to know because everyone is
Because
making this claim.
because imagine this, dude. In 200 BC, 100 BC, whenever that Maccabean shit was happening, at that
176.
point, once whatever doesn't matter. 176 doesn't matter. The main point is this is around 200 BC. At that point, you can already not tell the difference between a Jew and a Gentile.
Yes.
Essentially, that's what's
Absolutely
happening.
right.
So at
Absolutely
that
right.
point, that you can't even make the distinction. A normal person can't distinguish who is and who isn't. So then how do we come 2,200 years later and then we're so sure that we know this group is the same group that Moses took out of Egypt? Well,
You're
actually,
hitting the nail on the head, Noah.
Exactly.
We don't know, bro. Everyone makes this claim. The story is broken. You know, it's like we're playing broken telephone.
right, but if
Story
there
keeps
was
getting
if there's a
rewritten
God,
and edited and tampered with.
but if there's a God, right, and there's a chosen people for a chosen purpose to God, right? And then there's another party, second group of humans, and they impersonate the first group. Wouldn't that be akin to impersonating a cop, and the system would then come and destroy you, just like God would then come and destroy you? So, like, wouldn't pretending to be a Jew and not being a Jew be a bad? It's a lie, right? Like,
That's literally what happened, dude. So
Yeah, but that
150
is what
years
happened.
later, Jerusalem was destroyed.
Well,
right, and they were
Jerusalem
scattered. They were scattered.
destroyed
So
by
not even at 175 BC, they can't even tell who's a Jew at this point. They can't even tell. Are you a Jew? I don't know. Are you? I don't know. We can't tell. And then you're saying 200 years from that point, Rome comes in and murders everyone and destroys the city, and everyone who's left has to scatter to the world. How are these people supposed to then self-identify for the next 2,000 years? That whole story seems kind of sus.
Well, they would be able to know who they are based on their family lineage. Traditions and lineage. The problem
really
is
the
there's no
only
way
way.
that. Yeah, but the problem is there's no
Right,
way
but
to
they don't
verify.
even know if they are Jew or Greek at the point when the place is destroyed. They don't even know
They would know. They would
175 years
know.
before that point. No, they
They would
don't.
know though. They
The
would
whole
say
story
my family.
we're talking about
They
how the
would say.
Maccabees came in.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead. Sorry, I'll go on mute.
They would say my family tree traces back to this, that, and the third. My father had my father's father's father had his bar mitzvah here, there, on that specific date. The problem is there's no way to corroborate this. Anybody could make such a claim. Anyone could claim, even though I speak Greek and I read Greek, I'm Jewish because of X, Y, and Z. You know, it's just that there was no way to verify these claims. The easiest way to verify it would be pull down your pants. Let's see if you're circumcised. But aside from that, like, there's no real way to know.
There's no genetic basis, any reliable genetic basis to tracking any of the 12 tribes today, bro. Literally.
Yeah.
There's zero. They say that they claim to have a way to track genetically the Levites, but I don't believe that for a second. Because you would need a base. You would need a base to reference. Which does anybody have a base from the original Zadok stock, dude? Come on.
Who even makes that claim though? I've never heard that claim.
The Jews do.
Yeah, 21 and me or whatever those guys I think make some of the claims.
Yeah, but then they can make the claim back to say I was an ancestor of a Jew. But was this Jew a Levite? Was it maybe it's someone that married into a Jewish family.
Oh,
And
Kosho said
offspring...
he took a DNA test and it showed him that he was a Levite.
It's all good.
On the DNA test, it said Levite.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's not here.
Ashkenazi. A lot of them say Ashkenazi 2% or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. They don't say.
But he said it said Levite. Like I distinctly remember that because like you think it would be Jew, right? But he said and that's why I remember that. And I was like, that's very strange.
That's wild.
But I don't know. Okay, I don't know if it's a 21andMe or 23andMe or whatever the fuck. I don't know which test he took, right? Because there's a lot of these fucking things out there, right? And I believe they have different fucking results, essentially, depending on which one you take. So, like, I think we need to ask him which one he took exactly to get that.
I'll ask because I've taken those tests before, and they don't get that specific. Like, to say Levite, that's interesting. You just say, if you are Persian, they would say, for example, Akkadian Persian or what's the word I'm looking for? Caucasus Persian, something like that. Yeah, I don't think they would go into because isn't a Levite a tribe? Like that's super specific. Yeah, that's like saying Texan. On your 22andMe it says Texan, or like you are a New Yorker or you're a Bostonian, something like that. So specific. I don't know how.
I personally think they fucking tamper a lot with their fucking statistics or whatever to essentially get a product that people want to take, right? Because at the end of the day, it's actually a business there to make money. It's not a scientific institution, right? These DNA testing things. But I guess that's kind of digressing.
You can track your lineage back to like 500 years, 600 years to like a certain country, but to say that you're of the original stock of Levi, that's insane, bro. Like you can check the haplogroups. You can check the haplogroups, and you can kind of see where your ancients migrated from. But even then, the $150 test ain't gonna give you anything reliable. You had to take like $1,000 test, bro, where it checks like a ton of genomes. Like a ton of markers, not just like 10 markers. It checks like hundreds of markers. The more markers you check, the more accurate it is. But most people only do like the $150 one, and they think that they're gonna get something reliable. It's ridiculous.
And also, you would need more people to be taking these tests for your results to be more accurate.
Yeah,
it's a bit weird the way.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, what if the whole basis of these tests is wrong, right? Like you take a bunch of these people and you classify them as one thing. I mean, how did they even come with these original
It's an estimate. It even tells you when you take the test. There's a disclaimer telling you that it's not 100% accurate. It even tells you within the disclaimer, if you take this test again, you might get different results. It's an estimate. Like I took it and my sister took it, and there was some results which weren't the same. It's not 100% accurate, but maybe it's because like what Lioness said, we took like the cheaper version of it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like they started taking DNA tests 20 years ago. So how could they have known who the original Levites were 20 years ago to then get their DNA and then essentially trace it back? You know what I'm saying? Like
All you have is the people groups and where they're located today. You don't know who their descendants are, or I mean, who their ancestors are and where their ancestors lived, right? I mean, what's to say that those Chinese people with the slanted eyes, who's to say that Chinese people didn't look different back in the day and that original stock of Chinese completely got wiped out or moved over? And then we're saying, oh, you're the original Chinese. You've been here for 2,000 years. And it's like, wait, no, they're not. Like, there's no
Mongols. What if
basis
it was
to it. Like, I don't.
Mongolian, right? What if the ancient Chinese really looked more Mongolian, more
Well, yeah,
Russian?
but I'm just, yeah,
You never
right. That's
know.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is if you, like, the whole idea that you can find out which exact group your ancestors were from the present groups today, I mean, that is the only information the DNA test has. You can't go back and test these groups back in the day because that's in the past. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. There's the thing is like, okay, so when you go back to before the Exodus, right? You had Israel was living in Egypt for 230 years, bro. Right? 230 years. By this point, they had already forgotten the Torah. They had stopped keeping the feasts, and they were mingling themselves with Egyptians for 230 years. Then during the Exodus, there was a mixed multitude that fled the house of bondage, Egypt, into the desert. It was a mixed multitude, bro, of many different people groups, many different peoples. Anybody that put blood on their doorposts fled, and their firstborn was spared. And because of their faith, they fled Egypt, bro, in the Exodus with the original Israelites. And when they accepted the covenant at Mount Sinai, it was a mixed multitude, bro. So right from the get, you have a mixed multitude entering into the promised land 60 years later. And then within the promised land, you had in the scriptures, they were started mingling with their neighbors, with the Assyrians. So they were having children with the Assyrians. It's recorded that even both Judah and so before the Exodus, even Judah and Shimon took Canaanite wives. And then when you by the time you get to the Babylonian captivity, they were exiled to Babylon for 70 years, bro. And both in Jeremiah and First Baruch, Yah tells them to make themselves at home in Babylon, to build vineyards, build houses, and it would behoove them to serve King Nebuchadnezzar and to take wives, right? So they mingled with the Babylonian females, and this is all counterintuitive, but this is what they were required to do in servitude. By the time they get back to Israel, they had already mingled themselves, and then they continued to mingle themselves all the way up to the coming of the Messiah, bro. So there's no genetic basis at all to establish yourself of the original lines, dude, because they've been mingling themselves for so much. So you have a big melting pot. And so when you earlier, this is good.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean also, doesn't that go two ways? If they were mingling with the Egyptians, that means the Egyptians were mingling with them.
Yeah.
If they were mingling with they're mingling with the Babylonians, that means the Babylonians are mixing with them. They're mingling with the Hellenists, the Hellenists were mingling with them. So that means that there would be people of, I guess, the descendant of Jacob in the Babylonian Empire, in the Egyptian Empire, in the Greek Empire.
Yes. And this is all prophesied in the scriptures. Abraham was told that from his seed, all the families of the earth would be blessed. And what Yah did is he turned a negative into a positive. So in their exile, he mixed them in. He mixed them up. This is what's known as the Melo HaGoyim. When Isaac put his right hand on Ephraim, and he had prophesied that from Ephraim would come a multitude of Gentiles. Right? Symbolically, Ephraim represents the northern house of Israel. The northern house of the lost tribes. They are the mixed multitude. They are the Melo HaGoyim. So when Paul talks about the fullness of the Gentiles, he's regarding biblical prophecy in Genesis 48, bro. So when you say that you're not part of Israel, you don't know the scriptures. Because Israel has mingled their seed with the whole world. And in Deuteronomy 28, it was prophesied that they would be exiled to all the kingdoms of the earth. And in Jubilees, it says that they would be exiled to wherever the foot of men has trodden. And that's what happened. and they mingled themselves for 3,000 years, bro. And if you understand population growth and density, bro, you understand that it doesn't take much to become amalgamed. And Israel has become amalgamed. And this is what's known as the amalgamation of the nations, the fullness of the Gentiles, bro. And we all have blood Israel. We all have it. I guarantee we all have it in us right now, whether you realize it or not. And this is the part of the prophecy, the awakening that's happening today. The mixed multitude, bro. But the church is pushing against that with replacement theology, saying, "Oh, we're the church, and that's Israel. You know, the law isn't for us. The Sabbath isn't for us. The Sabbath is for the Jews." That's the farthest from the truth, bro. If you go back in your family lineage, bro, we all have a connection to Israel. All of us, genetically, I guarantee it. Whether you're Puerto Rican, whether you're Jamaican, Haitian, Italian, Greek, Roman, doesn't matter, bro. Icelandic, Swedish, German, Danish, and even Danish, the Danish people, that's the tribe of Dan, bro, the Vikings. You know, that's... You still there, Noah?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my phone was off.
That's all good.
Not off, but the screen was off.
Most people don't care. You're the only one in the chat that's really that I'm speaking to, because nobody else is really gonna care about this stuff. Maybe the book FN, but
Where did Chirality go?
he said he'll be right back.
Oh. What else is going on?
Where are you from, bro? Ethnically, you say you live in Hawaii.
Yeah, but my parents are
Bermuda or
my
something?
mom is,
Barbados?
My mom, no, I'm European. My mom is Bavarian and my dad is Polish Prussian. So all Central Europe, essentially. Nothing, no Britain, no Ireland, no Northern Europe, no Mediterranean Europe, no Eastern Europe, no Western Europe, just flat mat middle Central European, essentially.
That's what's up.
I grew up over here in Hawaii, so I don't have any of that culture, essentially, of that.
What brought well, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to tell me, honey, but what brought your family to Hawaii? That's kind of interesting for me.
Well, my my mom and dad were both on with me here, essentially, and met each other in the Caribbean. And then after they met each other in the Caribbean, they met again back over here, essentially.
Yeah.
Had me right after, I guess.
That's cool. Thank you for telling me that, John.
Yeah, my dad started his residency over here. So he graduated from medical school, went for like a vacation, like a long vacation, I don't know, like a couple months to go sail around in the Caribbean. And my mom, traveling nurse in the Caribbean. And so he was going to vacation in the Caribbean to then go do his residency in Hawaii. And she was a traveling nurse. living in the Caribbean, and then was going to be transferred to live in Hawaii. So it kind of just worked out
Yeah.
that way,
Yeah.
logistically.
Fate, whatever you want to call it, something aligned. Pretty neat. And then you were born. No.
Yeah, I think less fate, more of my mom's. I think women do that type of thing where they'll kind of steer the events by choosing. You know what I mean? Because
I do though. Yeah.
because I
I
guess
laugh because I'm a woman, and I'm hearing it from a man, so it's nice to hear. It's true though. It's there. It's definitely true. We tend to. Not every woman does, but we can tend to guide the men, but the men kind of hold it down. I see a lot. Yeah, especially back then.
right, yeah, because yeah, I mean it's up to the woman if the kid's gonna be born, right? So I
Yeah,
don't know.
she has to allow you to do something.
Yeah, I don't know. So I feel like it was her plan to lock down my dad in a sense. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of I'm speculating. I don't really know because I wasn't around, obviously.
You're down, so a beautiful woman and vice versa. You know, well, not a beautiful one. She didn't see one, but you know what I mean. And they had this connection, and you know how it goes. And something beautiful happened, and now you were created. And I think that's though for me a higher power. So as much as maybe women tend to guide that in ways, I don't think it can happen without the higher power given life. I don't think that necessarily comes from us. I think I'm just a capsule for it. So, you know, when I do get pregnant, I think that's from God. As much as it comes from a man and a woman, you know, coming together, I also think it has to be something that God gives us in those moments. But that's just me. That's not like no scientific proven shit or I'm trying to claim something.
No, for sure, for sure.
You know, it's too beautiful. As a woman who's been pregnant, it is the most beautiful thing in this world is to being, you know, be a woman and carrying a child. Having life like inside of you is I can't explain that. It is amazing. God gave us an amazing gift.
Yo, have any of you guys? This is kind of completely not on any of the subjects at all. Given, I guess it's kind of concluded. Have any of y'all heard about this? Essentially, people are claiming that the pi 3.1415 is actually like an incorrect approximation of the ratio between a radius and a circumference of a sphere, and that the accurate pi value is actually based on, where is it, 4 divided by the square root of phi, essentially. Has anyone come across this? Because I've come across this and I've been looking into this for the past like 2 days, kind of more or less obsessively. I think I've found essentially the most basic version of the proof online.
Somebody a year or two ago was talking about pi and how it was all being manipulated and everything to fit the globe model. So who was that? I don't think it was God Rockin'. It was somebody over at 24/7 Flat Earth when I used to be over there. But they were talking about it. If I can remember who, that might be someone that you can link up with because they didn't have many people talking about it with them. I don't know if it's exactly the same thing, but it was something like that, Sonny, that you're explaining. So let me see what I could think about that. Because they had a whole bunch of stuff too that they were looking into and researching and all that and posting stuff back then.
Dude, looking at this all Friday night, man. I was looking into this.
Uh-huh.
And most of this, from what I can tell, is all true. But I'm not sure if I'm missing something. Because just because someone accuses the mainstream of being wrong doesn't mean they're right. You know what I mean? Like,
Absolutely.
at least
Absolutely.
in my, right? So I'm trying to figure out, is this
correct?
even
or what's going on? Yeah.
that would be fucking groundbreaking, right? Essentially that means we can't even get fucking circles right. You know what I mean? Like, but it's only the difference between that value of pi and the mainstream value of pi is like 1/1000th of a unit, right? So 0.001 difference, something like that, in ratio. So it would essentially be unnoticeable for most things done precisely, right? You would have to be super precise, whatever you're doing, to then start noticing it. But then someone would, along the same line, they were arguing that actually GPS shows the discrepancy between the real value of pi and our fake value of pi. But I don't really even fully understand that. I'm just trying to understand the mathematical proof. And essentially their claim, trying to understand their proof of how they came at this number. And then the mainstream has a retort back that Archimedes approximates pi, but these guys say that Archimedes' approximation is actually incorrect. And it relies on essentially a series going to infinity, which infinity doesn't exist, so you can't really come to a solid conclusion based off of a non-solid support. I don't know. I need to find someone to talk to about this.
That's what I was probably guessing. Is when you find something that nobody else is on the same page, if you're like, I need someone to talk to about this shit.
Snacks
Yeah, I'll
would be
find him.
your best guy, bro.
Yeah, him too.
Yeah, because he's manically
Who?
looked into pi. Snacks.
Really?
But you'd probably also have to look into how accurate the triangulation of satellites is in free space on a coordinate grid system which doesn't have anything tangible. So, I mean, if you're looking at it GPS, well, I don't know how, you're 100 miles out. You could be, I don't think that you can get accurate to be able to notice the difference between what you were just talking about, these original measurements, the discrepancy. You just have to be able to rely 100% on these satellites being so accurate. I don't see how that.
The satellites aren't really a proof. That was just like a third-party claim, is that this discrepancy is seen in the satellites. The main contention is between people who essentially were using sacred geometry to derive pi and found that it was based off of phi, actually, and it was essentially a different number than the one that we have, the mainstream pi. And then on the other side, the mainstream side, their pi is derived through this Archimedes many polygon. And so essentially, those are the two sides. So I'm trying to figure out which side is right. Because then if I go to any normal person, right, they're going to say, why would you listen to these retards on the internet? Obviously, the mainstream and Archimedes has it right. But it's like, yeah, but you're not addressing you know what I mean? Like, if I go to normal people, they're never going to address. That's kind of the problem, dude. Is I can't even get a fucking normal, actual, truthful address to anything factual anymore. It has to be biased, and there has to be. I don't know. I'm digressing now.
In Drew believes it says that the creator created 22 different kind of things in 7 days, bro. That's pi right there.
All right, that's an approximation. But what these people are saying is they found like the exact, like they can express pi exactly. It's not an approximation. And then they further even claim that the mainstream Archimedes approximation that we use is actually incorrect by 1/1000th digit, essentially 1/1000th ratio. But I mean, yeah, I guess like that's amazing that 22/7. I don't know. I see a lot of 22/7, but that's just an approximation, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Like these guys are claiming that they actually found it. And when I look at it, dude, it makes a lot of sense, man. And I'm trying to see where it doesn't make sense, and I can't see it. And when I was looking online, man, like at the comments on YouTube channels, dude, like it was like the same weirdo commenting the same comment. Not a like I don't know, man. It's like some sort of like Xanac on YouTube, like
Right.
reincarnate or something, man. Like I don't know. I couldn't
So
find any forums on
when you
it.
see this, what would you think that the reason behind changing it, right? This tiny percent. Is the gain out of it for them? Do you think you know?
No, I mean,
Okay, yeah.
complete speculation.
Yeah.
But essentially, the stem of our approximation is Archimedes. But these guys are saying their way of deriving it goes back way further back, essentially, and it has kind of always been known by certain individuals, and they do it like they make like essentially they make a circle that's root 5 is the diameter of the circle, and then there's a circle within that circle which has a radius of 1/2, and it's fucking complicated, man. I'm trying to understand. Like I would, if you're a mainstream normie mathematician and you would like to actually give me an intellectual response, I would, you know what I'm saying? But that's, we all know that's not gonna happen. It's just gonna be insults. It's kind of sad. We can't even get to the truth nowadays on even what the number pi is.
A lot of people don't even want. They're like, "Why are you even questioning something? Just go with it. We already figured this out." And a lot of people don't want to waste their time because you're questioning something that they think is automatically just the way it is. And people got their heads stuck, and they've got it stuck so programmed with whatever they've been told for so long now that it just seems like that's just the way it is. And honestly, the last 3 or 4 years has even made it worse for us. People's mindsets are so guarded now. It's just like, nope, they're dumb. They don't give two shits about it. So that's probably what you're dealing with more than anything is why are you questioning it? Just like it's stupid for you to question it. Well, we should be questioning everything because once you start understanding a lot of the lies that we've been told, like it's in our face and everything else on a constant basis, that everything probably that we've been told has some kind of lie in it, then I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, dude, but I see these.
Uh-huh.
I always see these references to essentially pi and circles and stuff, just kind of esoterically hidden a lot of fucking basic shit.
Yeah.
And essentially, if they're giving us the wrong value for pi, we're essentially a bunch of retards. We can't even get circles right. Like, no, like really think about it. We can't, like, we're essentially trusting them and saying, oh yeah, this is Archimedes approximation. Limit as n goes to infinity, it approaches this number. That number must be pi that it's approaching, right? Or we're approaching pi. We're getting closer to it, right? And I see the reason behind it. It's a good reason. But if someone actually found like essentially a direct way at deriving pi accurately, not an approximation, but just actually pi, and they shown that the way we're doing it is incorrect, then I don't know. I do. It's really been bothering me. I'm fucking like a scratch in the back of my brain almost. I'm gonna have to hit Snacks up, but I didn't know he was.
Yeah. I was going to say the same thing to you right now. Is if that's something like that scratching on you in your brain and you can't get rid of it, then that's something I would definitely reach out to other people because usually there's a reason for that. Whether it's God giving you something or whatever, a piece of information for yourself, I'd still go with it. You never know what you can end up finding out in the research of that may have nothing to do with pi, but you'd be surprised the avenues that God, I feel like, sends us down. So yeah, reach out to Snacks and I'll see what I can find out too with the other person as well.
I mean, but pi does seem to work, bro. 3.14 seems to work for
Yeah,
figuring
but
out
that's
all kinds of stuff.
0.14 is both in line with both pi's. Archimedes approximation only derivates, or these guys claim of the true pi only derivates from Archimedes approximation, after the 3.14. In their case, they say that it's actually 3.144 something after that, but up and until the second decimal, it's actually the same thing. Let me got it
Yeah,
right over.
I'm not good with that. Like that's out of my area of specialties. But I know I've used it to like figure out the volume of a cylinder or like
That's what I'm
the
saying. Is that
circumference of a circle and like stuff like that.
it'd only be off by 1/1000th, right? So if you had a square, if you calculated a square footage of 1,000 square feet, the actual value would only be 999 feet. So
I get it. I see
essentially,
what you're saying.
when you do the calculation, you would have to be doing something so precise that it's 1,000 to 1 precision for you to notice the difference. Here's
I
the
see what you're saying.
yeah,
So
here's
there
the
would be
value
a
that they say it
discrepancy.
is. Yeah, the discrepancy would only be noticeable under sufficient precision. Here's what the number is that they say it is. They're saying their claim is that the number is 3.14460551102969314. The normal value of pi is claimed to be 3.1415926. So after the third decimal, they start to disagree with each other, which is 1/1000th, especially when you're comparing 3.14 to 3.14. It's
That's
actually less
crazy.
than 1,000. It's actually 1 in 3,000 difference. But still, I mean, dude, if they're feeding us a fake pie, like I don't even know I don't even know where I live. I don't know anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I truly do live in Retardville. If we don't even know circles correctly.
Your North said it's a separate topic, but he said this is pretty cool. It says all meteor showers this year and weekends is always weekend. I mean, I think he's saying that meteor showers this year are always on the weekend. It's weird. Why would that be the case?
That is weird.
If that's like for real,
Yeah, but
that is a little strange.
I know exactly how they did the maths on that. That 1/1000th is the 0.1, right?
0.001 actually.
Look at Carlos over here. He's like, I got this. Figuring out math.
Yeah. So if you go 314 divided by 1,000,
It's three orders.
0.314, right? And you times that by 314, and you get. Oh, did I do that wrong? You should get 0.1.
Excuse me? Anyway, so the Archimedes pi 3. So the Archimedes pi. So I'm just gonna round these up actually, maybe. That would make more sense. Round these up. So 3.1415. That's his one. 3.1415. Oh, actually there's a 9. So that's actually a 6. 3.1416 essentially divided by 3.144. Right? Yeah, 0.999, right? Or if you want to minus 1 from that to get the 0.0009 or 0.001 if you round up. 0.001 difference. 1/1000th difference between them two. It'd have to be 3 orders of magnitude. Precision, essentially.
Well, it can't be. It can't be any more than 1/1000th. It's impossible to be more than that because it's the fourth place. Even you disregard the decimal. It's the fourth
exactly.
place, which
That's
is
what I'm saying.
which is the end of a 4 characters, which is 1,000. So, and nobody knows what that is. So you just have to name it 1. It's a whole number.
Yeah, essentially one. Yeah, when you ratio
So
Archimedes.
it's a guess. It has to be. There's no other answer for it to be. So it's not that they figured out something new. They just worked it out that that's the only possible number that it could be. Not saying that they have a different equation to get to that. So I don't think it's a secret or anything. It's just that the original pi number itself, they didn't go into the further detail of further possibilities. I don't think they were incorrect. They just weren't so precise. And some
No,
clever
that's
little
the thing is
mathematician.
Archimedes' approximation is supposed to be extremely precise and gets more precise the more computing power essentially you put behind it. It's an algorithm. The more times you run the algorithm, the closer it gets. But the
Yeah, well,
number
the more decimal places you add to it, the
number,
more accurate it's going to get. It's just kind of obvious.
right? But that's exactly what the people are claiming isn't true. The people are claiming that Archimedes' algorithm converges on an incorrect value for pi. That's the whole claim that I'm looking into that's really bothering me. Because if that's true, that means fundamentally our number of pi is incorrect.
Is it that it's incorrect or just not as precise?
No, that it's incorrect. That Archimedes' algorithm converges on a number that isn't pi, essentially. But the difference between the number that Archimedes' algorithm converges on and what these people are claiming is the real pi, the difference between those two numbers is only 1/1000th, essentially. So they're very close. But essentially,
Only my grandma got the real pie, man.
What
Pumpkin
kind
pie.
was it?
Pumpkin pie.
pecan.
He's a pecan.
What is the one? What is the? There's like a chocolate and vanilla one. You guys know what that is? That one's good.
Hmm.
There's it's so good. The coconut. There's like coconut in it, I think, too.
Coconut pies, so that too. I like. Listen, pies are amazing, right? You can make anything into pie. And they say life hands you lemons. I say make pie out of it. Forget lemonade. Give me some pie. Seriously, if somebody put your favorite slice of pie in front of you, you almost turn into a little kid again. I get all excited.
Yeah, I kind of like the old lasagna compared to a pie. I think I'd rather have a lasagna.
I mean, is it considered a pie still? Because it's in a, in a.
Y'all are making me fucking hungry.
How do we end up doing that? Every time we end up back at food, I blame Carlos. It's his fault. Pie. Well, you have been talking about pie for a minute. Eventually, somebody's going to get hungry. Yeah, there's all different types of pies. Seriously, now you got me thinking. Like seriously thinking. Potato pies. I put onion pie. I don't know if you've ever had it. It sounds gross. It's a savory more pie, but it's absolutely beautiful.
Have you
Look at
seen
you,
the
Dave.
UFO? Have you seen the UFO burger? So
The
that's a
UFO
toasted.
burger.
Yeah, so they get a hamburger and they put it in a toasted sandwich press, which is shaped like a UFO. So the top and the bottom, when you squeeze like a jaffle pie, it's like
Yeah.
a mold, and so the whole hamburger just seals around the edges like a UFO disc,
Oh my God.
and you don't get any spillage. You just eat your hamburger. Everything's inside. It's all sealed, no mess. It's called
Oh,
the
that is
UFO.
beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and you'd think that like all the veggies would be, like cooked and stuff, but you eat it straight away. You don't wait. You
Yeah.
just like as soon as it comes off the grill, you eat it, and your lettuce is still nice and cold in there. Like if you crack open the side fast enough to let the steam out.
How is the bread though? Is it like? Oh, I might be saying it wrong now.
Thin.
Is that like a
It's
pasty? Is that what it is? Like a pie like
no,
that?
no, it's just a general hamburger, like a giant
Really?
stuffed hamburger with the proper hamburger buns, and you just put it in this machine and you press it down, and it
That's
seals
brilliant.
it. Yeah,
Okay, okay. I see it now in
they
my
they
head because
use
I was almost
slightly
picturing like the other pies. Yeah.
they use slightly bigger buns than the average bun, but it's the same thing, just a little bit bigger, so that it can have that rim around, like like Jupiter's ring or whatever.
That's freaking pretty cool though. As much as
Saturn.
it's pushing the agenda, it's pretty funny and cool.
Yeah, I'm
No, I've
investing
never heard that.
for our restaurant. I'm investing in a machine. I'm getting it ordered, and it's a takeaway container, which is cardboard. The takeout containers they're using these days, cardboard. And the machine, you buy a whole bunch of these with lids, and the lids, it's basically a canning, it's a canning machine. So
Uh-huh.
you put a metal can lid onto the top of the cardboard takeout container, right? And every restaurant, would appreciate having one of those. So I'm going to be getting into distributing those as well, not just using it for our own restaurant, but
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
that's a pretty cool design. It's about as big as a small, like a home coffee machine, kind of,
Yeah.
and just presses the can on. It spins this thing. The can the cardboard can raises up, and it has like these spindles that spin around and seal the can lid onto the container, and then yeah, keeps stuff fresh. It's watertight, like all the takeout. You can have soup in it. It's not going to spill.
Cool. Yes.
And a plastic lid on top of that, like a real flexible lid, so that if you only eat half of your meal, you can, put the lid back on, keep the flies out. Yeah, keep it for tomorrow, whatever. Put it in the fridge.
Well, if you invest in that, your customers are going to be extremely happy about that. I mean, come on, think about it. I mean, you're thinking from a customer's perspective, not just as a restaurant, owner. That's pretty cool, honey.
Well, there are companies here that, those giant iPhones like in McDonald's, and you can just order on the screen,
Yeah.
rather than going to the counter. Well, I've already got one of those, but yeah, it's kind of like that started off with like one or two companies, and now there's so many of them, just like hiring these out to businesses.
Yep.
So that, yeah, rather than having to buy them. Well, that would be the same thing for this canning packaging, so that all takeout, can be done in that way, no mess. Even you can use it for other stuff like big. It does big cans up. I think it does up to 170 millimeters. So I don't know what that is in inches, but
Okay.
so you could use it for packaging for biscuits or for chocolates in the shops as well, not just hot takeout food. You could put toys in them for Christmas, like all sorts of stuff, all sorts of different size cans. Yeah.
I'm like seriously interested in this. I want one now for my house. You've already sold me. I'm like, where's your infomercial right now? Like, but no, it's really neat that are gonna do something like that and offer that to like everybody to have that. Are you offering that? Or you didn't need to do this? Or are you just getting one?
I want to use it for our own restaurant, but at the same time, why not be the sole distributor as well? You know, and rent them out or sell them, rent them out or sell them to other restaurants, and
Okay.
not just restaurants. Many retailers might want to use them. You know, it's kind of like a gimmick as well, but it also does serve a really good purpose. Keeps everything airtight inside, and you can keep stuff longer in there. Because if you put grapes in there or whatever, they'll off gas themselves, so they'll protect themselves. It's kind of like another way of vacuum packing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyway, rambling a bit.
No, you're good. No, you're good. No, I've seen people keep fruit for like a very, very long time beautifully by canning it a certain way and all that. It's awesome.
Yeah, when I was young, my my mother's friend at the time, they used to keep their fruit in like a pyramid, like on the bench that they made themselves, and they used to swear that it kept stuff fresher. And like the guy, he would even like keep his razor blades under there, to keep them sharp. It's like
Oh my
super
god.
super hippies, man. Back in the day,
It's the
back in the
energy, man,
day,
the
we
pyramid.
used to save power with like fucking like candles everywhere. Just like turn the power off, man. Stop wasting power, and just like candles. But we didn't
I
have
love
any
candles though, man.
candles.
I do.
Our whole house was candles everywhere. Fucking hell.
I mean, I wouldn't do them during the day, but at night, I think it's a wonderful mood setting thing. So
Yeah. And for exercise, my mum, she bought like a Hoover, like a vacuum cleaner, a Lux or whatever you call it over there. She bought one of those ones that you just push and it has a thing that spins and it just kind of brushes the carpet.
yes,
The
Yeah.
mechanical one. She bought one of those so that she didn't, it's nice and sort of soothing and aesthetically pleasing, and it's kind of not electronic like everybody else had those really noisy vacuum cleaners. Wow, but she was
yeah.
kind of like meditating on her vacuuming around the house with this mechanical thing. Yeah. She was against, like, if she went to someone's house and then the ads were playing on the TV, she'd take the tablecloth off the table and she'd cover the whole TV. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
So that no one would watch the adverts. She said it's all lies.
It's so late. I love it. Aw, I would have loved to meet her.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Well, she used to attend a church called Assembly of God. I have no idea the origins of it, but it was they still did baptism and they still do what was the other thing? The crackers and the wine. Yeah. So
Right. Oh, when I went to church, I went to church in Nazarene when I was younger. They still did the crackers and the wine and all that, the blood of Christ and everything.
they used
So
to
that
pass
too.
the hat around in the
Yep.
audience and get a big full hat full of money at the end of each row,
Yeah.
each pew. Yeah. And meanwhile, myself, my brother were playing behind the velvet curtains, just like fluffing all the curtains up behind behind the stage.
I used to grow up in church 3 days a week because I lived right next door to it, and the pastor lived right next door to me. You know what I mean? So it was like I was constantly at church about like, I know that lifestyle. The kids are running amok, through church, as the adults are trying to hold it down and do their things. But I remember churches being so divided. There's a lot of bullying and crap that used to go on there, and the kids and everything. It wasn't so Christian like it should have been. And even the adults, right? The talking and behind the pews and the clicks and the it's just like what is going on? Even when I grew up, it felt off and wrong. But then there were some churches you go to, like my grandma's and stuff, when we were really young, that were totally different than that. You didn't feel that vibe. I don't know. I just feel like the churches nowadays, since my generation, are just they're not the same. They're different. I don't go anymore. I miss those days. I'm old.
I think the thing that fascinates me the most, like even more than like the shape of the earth and stuff like that, it's like is architecture and like the place that you can call your home, like the surroundings and the landscape architecture. It's like,
Yeah.
remember that picture of a house that I posted once, and it looked like a tree, like a
Yes. I
yeah,
know. That's
yeah.
awesome. I always wanted to live like, Winnie the Pooh and stuff like that, and all the stories and everything, the Bernstein Bears, like all those different types of homes and houses that were fantasy and fairy tale like. I always wanted that. Then we got these little boxed ass homes in the city that look like nothing that you wanted as a child. Like there's no fantasy, there's no anything, there's nothing to them anymore. And then you post pictures like that, and I'm like, yes, that's what I would have dreamt about as a kid, living in a house like that. I
Well,
don't
I
I
tell
don't know
you
why
what,
we don't do that.
one of the houses that we lived in when I was a child, we had a swing bridge, and we had to go. It was a ginormously long street, a bridge that was over the river.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we had to walk across that bridge every day, and up down the river a little bit. We had a long drop toilet, and the long drop was just basically a small bridge over the stream at downstream, and that all the waste would just go straight down, plop into the river. Yeah,
I
and
love
you'd have to go
it.
go there at night with a candle, and you wait for it. What? Plop. Yeah, that was the tallest long drop I've ever been in before.
Oh man.
Yeah, those were the days. You didn't
Right.
want to bring your keys with you or anything, because they might
Drop.
drop all the way down.
That's good. I'm just imagining it now. I'm the one that would be the one that would lose them.
We had a flying fox too. We had a flying fox from up at the house all the way down across the river to the end of the driveway, because like the driveway actually went over the river as well on a bridge. So everything was on the other side of the river. So just imagine like um how much more convenient it was, to send something down to the end, and you could pull it back up on a winch as well, right? So what he did was he hooked up the letterbox to the flying fox. So when there was mail, because we used to live in the countryside with a flag on the mailbox, and you could put this like metal flag up, and that means you've got a parcel to send, and you you leave it up, and when the post person puts whatever in the mailbox, he'll push the flag down. That means you know that you've got new mail. And when he saw the flag was down, he'd push the button on the winch, and it would pull the whole letterbox up to the house. Like literally, like the whole top of letterbox used to go up on the flying fox, and he could get his newspaper and whatever letters were there, and then he'd put it back down, and the letterbox would go back down to its original position, and that we could send stuff up and down from the house to the end of the driveway. It was pretty cool. Yeah, but I'm not sure if those pyramids really kept the fruit fresh, because we ate it so fast. I don't think we gave it enough time to find out if it was working or not. Well, I don't know if any of you guys have got like international gardens, like wherever you live. But it's a pretty interesting concept to go to a garden, you know, like a park. But it's a garden with internet. So you walk from one garden, you go from the Italian one over to the Indian one, to the Chinese one, to the modern day one, or the American one. It's like all of these different, like the fantasy garden with everything that's giant, like a giant, like a wheelbarrow and a spade and a pitchfork, and like moving trees, like trees that like have mechanical sort of like arms on them with vines wrapped around them. Yeah, we're pretty lucky here. I mean, if you haven't ever been to an international garden, wow, you're missing out, man. You can experience a whole handful of different cultures in one visit. Does anyone like the my avatar picture? I drew that when I became a teenager, sometime around there. So it's hard to say. Did we get to the end of it? Is being a Muslim a religion or a race? Is being a Jew, and is it a religion or a race?
All right. Hi. Good morning, Nightmare Haver. Fellow Nightmare Havers. How are we? We're doing good. Lania is unconscious, probably.
Good morning.
Yeah. The longer I go,
Toasting oats.
smoking weed,
Toasting
the
oats and
more.
making granola. So what else to do, right?
Oh, hey, sure.
Sorry about the nightmares as well.
That's okay. I had to pee anyway. I think that's mostly what happens. Rather than have suffer the indignity of pissing myself, my brain's like, "Hey, horror images. Brr, 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 brr. This is
That's funny.
uncomfortable." And then you're like, "What? I have to pee."
Yeah, that's how half of them were. This last one was a
You ever seen anything that you couldn't explain in the sky that you really couldn't explain, or like it's only one for me, and then I have another
Like the
story, but
satellites, I guess. Yeah, like I can see the
yeah,
roof. You know. Yeah.
you can see the roof.
Yeah. Because like they're on a different like plane to the stars. It's hard to explain.
Oh, okay, it is hard to explain. That's hard to understand. Maybe it's not hard
Yeah.
to explain. Yeah,
Well,
I only
you know, you're
saw
just
one
staring
thing.
into space in between like a group of stars, and then you just notice like another light that's moving constantly, like um, or it
Oh
just
yeah,
reflects. So it kind of shows that there's something moving up there.
hmm
I wouldn't say that's still and we're moving, but you know, something's up there.
I've seen like stars that I'll like be watching for like a long ass time, and then I just like why are they just drifting against the normal way that they would be moving? Like to follow a plane, like they would just stay still forever, and then I see a plane go by, and then they would move after the plane, and I was like, yeah, just by myself. I can't, whatever. I don't know what can just hang out in the sky forever and then just go decide to move. I don't know. And then I saw something. I had seen something before that was like, it was moving probably like 3 times faster than anything like a commercial plane or something. It was like zoom. It was zooming for sure, ripping up the Rio Grande River Valley, just like going straight, and like it like jittered from side to side, uh, like nothing could move like that. I'm almost convinced that it couldn't be something material, because like why or how? I don't know. Like it moved like left to right, like subtly, like vibrating as it just zoomed, and then it came to a complete stop and just hung there, and then just drifted slowly away. This is just about at nightfall. Does that mean there's little green men? I'm not trying to say that.
I mean, there's a
I'm
lot of
just
stars, mate, and some of them are probably not stars. You can probably say, to be certain, you know. It's like you get a bag of sand. It's like there's some like something that's not sand in that bag of sand, right? It's not just all sand. You can't just assume it's all sand. Look at probabilities, and you know, I always thought, oh, the universe is massive, so there's probably a high chance of there being like outside life. But then even when you close the world in, like it's a smaller universe, well, like contained, it still makes sense that way as well. Because it's the fucking loads we haven't seen, you know. They're probably just like ocean aliens, to be honest. That makes more sense. You know, like extraterrestrial
well.
being like, yeah,
They
they're
say
already like
that, and
that.
I was kind of under that impression because there were like lots of reports of, well, I guess in the mid '90s, I started hearing about it. But yeah, like off the Keys, there'd be like reported UFO things. But then I started thinking, like, what if that was just because I don't hear about it now, and I don't know. I don't also give a shit about UFOs so much, so it's like maybe I'm not researching, but I wasn't researching it then too. Just like I'd hear about it, somebody would tell me about it, and I started thinking like maybe some of these things could be from like cocaine drops or something like that, or basically people like using spotlights so that they could track the cocaine drops when they went over in a little plane, and then people might think that that was something.
Yeah, because they're always over some kind of like, well, they won't have an iPhone 14 basically. They'll have a really bad camera.
Oh yeah, yeah. We were on some like fucking ridiculous stuff.
To be honest, the most convincing like apparently like live footage was that wedding or something where there's like I don't know if you've seen that one. There's like a wedding, and then these aliens come, and then I don't even know what you'd search to find that, but it just looked the most genuine CGI edit that I could have ever seen. Because like he's on a boat or something, I think it is, and he just pops out of the water, and then like later on there's this alien's like, I think it's got his hand on this person's head or something, and like it's just in shock. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I just know like I could fake a lot of these, or like I'd like to try my hand at faking them because like I don't know if as long as you just tell somebody like, oh, this is UFO, they'd be like, oh shit, you caught that, and I'd be like, yeah, I'm lying. Check it out. Be like, oh my god, they're fucking here. You know what I mean?
It's what
There's
people
some of
want,
these.
though, right?
The ones that are just like lights moving around, I don't know how that's debunkable. The ones that are, well, maybe they are, but then there's ones that are like hyper detailed, and you're like, wait, how did you even do that? Like, with what kind of camera are you doing that with? Like, that just, or like those still photographs of the fucking pie pans or whatever, you know, the Billy fucking whatever, just that's all garbage. Like, that's all just like somebody made sculptures and posted them in the air.
To be fair, I think obviously a lot of them would have been like military, or like not direct military, but like offshoots of agencies, that are not probably even connected to the military, but probably supply the military or have some working with them, something like that. I think the secrets are like all with the military tech companies, all the stock prices that went up basically like a month or two ago. That's what I've been keeping track of recently.
Yeah.
Just all the industries that are involved in the war and just watching the stocks go up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Like
I knew that would
Lockheed
be.
Martin, Raytheon, Boeing. They're just basically the main ones. And then you've got these offshoot companies which deal in like AI and like augmented reality for like scopes and tracking devices, and like they've got this like software AI that can like can choose targets. You give it like a criteria and it just takes them out. There's no like, as long as it fits all the criteria, they're done.
Yeah.
We thought like heat tracking was a big thing, but now they track like they could track way more.
Yeah, it could very well be that a lot of these things that are seen are products of human technology and just not something you're supposed to see. So, or somebody has a bright idea to like start using these pieces of equipment to for that intended purpose, because it's like people will only respect the government so far in their minds, because they know that they're men. You know what I'm saying? It's like the overarching back pocket play, the trick up your sleeve has got to be that, oh no, there's also these other guys, and we're keeping you safe from them,
Right.
But we also don't even talk about it.
I was thinking maybe like a China. You see a China UFO, and China's not going to be like, oh, it's our UFO. They're going to let you believe that it's an alien, and then the U.S. military is going to be like, that's a UFO. It's not us, and there's nothing to worry about China. There's just similarities with like, even if you saw like the same type of spacecraft a few times, there's enough correlations to say there's something going on. It's not all this whole flying saucer thing anymore, is it?
I don't know. I don't understand how you'd use a saucer. I don't understand how a saucer would work. It'd be based on some kind of technology we don't even like. Kind of.
Yeah, it's almost like a Neuralink from what I've heard. It's like controlled by thought.
Yeah, maybe.
And the bodies that they have are just like temporary avatars or whatever they can switch around, or whoever you, just like our buddies, I guess, but they see it from like a higher scale. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's like some interviews on this. I don't know. It's like a pretty decent doc series. I mean, whatever. It's also kind of Hollywoodized too, but just some information that's interesting. Because like there was like all these guys being like, yeah, we've got these videos and the videos and all this stuff, and there was like one guy that was like hitting all the Fox News and all the CNNs and stuff, saying that he was like part of some kind of government agency that was like looking into it and whatever. But then nobody can understand who this guy is. Like he's just a ghost. But he claims to, and like then the government says no, he didn't work for us, and then nobody can really find out otherwise. It's really weird. Only like a
Which
couple
guy
years
are you
ago was this
talking
one.
about?
Some guy with a goatee. He doesn't look like he's from any agency. He looks a little bit. Forget his name. It's got a.
Was he on that
I guess like
disclosure thing that was recently in the courts? No, nothing to do with that.
no, not Greer or whatever. It's
Yeah,
but
that's
it
kind of
all
what I think.
might have something to do with all of this, or Greer's in it, in on it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he's still alive. That tells you something.
Right,
He
it
still
does.
takes
Yeah,
groups of
you're
people
correct.
out to look at the stars and claim that you're able to like order them to appear and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
The search for extraterrestrial, whatever he calls it.
Intelligence with SETI or whatever. But this
SETI, yeah,
like,
SETI, yeah.
and then there was Disclosure Project. This guy had come out a couple years ago. With all these like touting these like new videos that were released from very specific incidences. That they did sort of also have interviews with the guys that had engaged like with one of these like craft. He got in a dogfight with it. The guy's like mentally ruined. There's nothing on the surface that seems fake about any of that.
Right. So I'm sure there's some like deep, like layered companies within companies that they so like hierarchical that you have no idea what the next tier up's doing until you get authorized, and then you get that authorization. But that's still like the bottom. That's like Masons, basically. That's how they're running it. They're just running it like the Masons. You've got different top-down knowledge or whatever.
Right. So after this incident happened where the guy gets in a dogfight with the UFO, and then like he's completely helpless. The thing is like doing loops around him, and then like right after that happened, the captain like goes to try to just like basically back up all the data like onto a disk, and he finds that everything's been already wiped, and that there's already people like just some guys that touch down on the aircraft carrier and then like grab the stuff and then go away. So it gets held by some other agency. There's some other agency that will go and intercept this information. Either that means that it's like some real, or would they be? Well, they went into like the feasibility of like dogfighting with an actual F-16 or something like that. That would be inherently super dangerous, and that could you ethically do such a thing? You could like kill somebody by that, or ruin their lives completely. Maybe they'd just be like, all right, that's just what we do. But then why release all of it too? It's like all of these the 3 videos are all like the black and white ones. They were all released. They never had to release them. So they chose to release them? This is a confusing thing.
I know. Those clips of the fighter pilots seeing them and like locking onto them manually.
Right.
You've seen that one. It's a bit like that's a bit raw, You know, because it seems like they're not exactly claiming what it is. Because it could just be like another country's military, or it could be their own military they don't know about.
It's maybe. Yeah, I don't know. These things don't use they don't fill it up with petrol. Seems like because there's no gas. So they're just flying around at speeds that are like well beyond like what a human pilot couldn't handle that. You'd need some kind of like inertia offsetting or something, so your brain didn't like fly into your skull and knock you out or whatever.
Well, from my research like time ago, do you know like the whole Hitler's plans and this and that? He had like the schematics for like the ships and the plans or whatever he had, and he mentions about how they deal with that, and it's just something to do with like mercury, and it creating like
I've
a
heard all that.
anti-gravity field essentially, like within it. It's just field mechanics basically. They just know how to manipulate the field. So
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
If there is some kind of natural thing that goes on that looks like UFOs, and then we're like, oh, how do we reverse engineer that and put it inside of a craft or something? I could understand. Maybe that's something, but there has to be the natural version of it already. If they were talking about it in terms of like angels or angelic beings or like putting them in paintings or whatever. I'm not trying to go ancient aliens or nothing, but something is seen, you know?
and they don't even sonic boom either. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah, that's weird. So it's doing something electromagnetically, right? That's what I want to get to.
It's
not
avoiding. There's just a different types of physics that we don't understand, which is linked to like electricity and electromagnetic.
Yeah.
It's like all that quantum stuff they're kind of playing with now. That's kind of the idea, like two things can be in the same point at the same time, and one affects the other. And all that kind of jargon. It's a quantum entanglement word.
Yeah. That takes it into science that we can't understand. It just makes basically like saying it's some kind of magic.
Basically, yeah.
But the thing,
and
like,
then the whole multiple universe, alternate reality.
Yeah, there's that too. There's the idea too of